backstop for this team all playoff run long. On the other side, it's Artur Shilovs, a fourth-year pro out of Latvia. 12-5 record in the 18 games that he has played with 5 shutouts to his name, which is an AHL high. 1.94 goals against average and a .929 save percentage. He was 23 of 25 in his last game. That was a Game 6 win over the Texas Stars. 14-5-2 during the regular season with no shutouts. 2.41 goals against average, a .908. He leads the AHL in shutouts and save percentage. This is a guy that has spent his entire career with the Vancouver Canucks and Abbotsford Canucks system. So it's Kokkonen in goal for the Checkers and Shilovs in net for the Canucks. As we take a look at our head coaches for the Abbotsford Canucks, it's former Charlotte Checker Manny Malhotra. In his first year as a bench boss for the Canucks, he spent the last 4 years with the Toronto Maple Leafs as their assistant coach. Harry Mahesh and Jordan Smith are his assistant coaches, with Justin Pogge, the former Checker, his goaltending coach. For the Charlotte Checkers, head coach Jordy Kinnear in his 4th season with the Charlotte Checkers behind the bench, his 8th overall with the Florida Panthers AHL affiliate. This is his first Calder Cup Finals coaching debut. Bobby Sanguinetti is his assistant coach, with Sylvain Rodrigue, the goaltending coach for the Charlotte Checkers. This is going to be a fantastic matchup between these two teams, Checkers and Canucks. Game number 1 here at the Beauplex. Game 2 will be coming up on Sunday. That's also here in Charlotte before the series shifts to Vancouver for anywhere from 2 to 3 games, depending on how things shake out. If there is a sweep, it'll end in 4. If there's not a sweep, it will go to 5. And if we have more games, we're back at it. Game 6s and 7 right here at the Biscuit. Let's go ahead and take a look at our starters in this one. For the Checkers, out in front of Kaapo Kokkonen is going to be the veteran Tobias Bjornfoot. He'll be out there with the rookie defenseman Mikolas Havorka. John Leonard, Rasmus Asplund, and Wilmer Skoog is your forward group. As we look at the Checkers overall and their starting lineup, it's a little bit different than what we saw in Game 4 against Laval. Of course, Riley Bezo was suspended for 1 game, so he will serve that here tonight. Kyle Criscolo, who missed the last 2 games, he will slot back into the lineup. He will take his place on the second line at center with Smith and Sordiff on his flanks. The other change for the Charlotte Checkers, no Marek Alsher in this one. It'll be the 3rd-year pro Dennis Sasana playing in his 5th postseason game. He's got himself a 2-game point streak. He had 2 assists in the series against Laval and then has not played since. So those are the changes for the Charlotte Checkers. Overall, you go Skoog, Asplund, Leonard, Smith, Criscolo, Sordiff, Steves, Okuliar, Vilmanis, Lockwood, Entwistle, and Puljarvi. And then your D pairs are Bjornfoot, Havorka, Carrick, Benning, Kierstead, Sasana, with Kokkonen in goal and Appleby serving as the backups. That's how they line up for your Eastern Conference champions. How about the Western Conference champions? Well, the Abbotsford Canucks, they're going to go with former Checker Phil DiGiuseppe on the left wing. Joining him is Max Sasson at center, and Linus Karlsson, the leading point getter for this team, is the top line. They've got Arshdeep Baines, Ty Mueller, as well as Danila Klimovic, Sammy Blais, Jujar Kyra, and Nate Smith on the 3rd line. They're going to turn to Nielsen, Wooters, and Kambites on the 4th line with Guillaume Brisebois, Victor Mancini, as well as Christian Wolanin, Jet Wu, Akiro Hirose, and the final defenseman, Kirill Kudryavtsev. Shilovs in goal, Topolio backing up. That's how the Abbotsford Canucks line up here tonight. Their starter is going to be Brisebois, Mancini, with DiGiuseppe, Sasson, and Karlsson to start. Don't go anywhere. Derek Wilkinson joins me. Coming up after this, we've got Puck Drop, Checkers, and Canucks. Game 1, Calder Cup Finals after this. This is the Charlotte Checkers
now open wide
on the Checkers Media Network.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you. Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them. How does it look? Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance is back as the Checkers' official chiropractic care providers for the upcoming season. The Checkers know how important chiropractic care is as a component of their sports medicine routine, and so should you. Chiropractic care is rapidly being recognized as an appropriate option for the treatment of migraine headaches, tension, numbness and tingling, sports injuries, and more. Select a natural approach for your health and wellness and go where the pros go. Choose Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance. Find them online at queencitychiro.com. Ed's Tavern now has 3 locations, so you're never far from a good time. Ed's Tavern is your family-friendly neighborhood restaurant and bar that offers many versatile settings. So whatever mood you're in for, wherever across town you might be, Ed's has you covered. Indoor and outdoor seating, televisions for the biggest games, and of course, the coldest brews and best food around. Check out Ed's at any one of their 3 locations, including Ed's Tavern Dilworth, Ed's Freemore Tavern, and the newest location, Ed's Lake Norman. Ed's Tavern, where new friends meet.
Need to score big with your branding? At Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, we bring the power play to print, signage, and marketing solutions for local businesses here in the Queen City. We're right up the road from the Bowplex at 9117 Monroe Road, Suite 190, and we're a proud and trusted partner of your Charlotte Checkers. From goal-worthy graphics to championship-level marketing, we help you get noticed and get business. Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, where your brand plays like a pro.
No messing around.
Because this is serious.
If your power goes out, your heat goes out, that might be okay for a few hours. But if it's a few days...
Real serious.
We have folks all over the area with the dependable generator from On Time Electrical.
If the power goes out...
your home stays on.
And this time of year, that's serious.
On Time Electrical keeps your home safe. And in the winter, we keep your power dependable.
Schedule today at dependworthyontimeelectrical.com.
Hey, it's Jason from A&A Sales and Service. Summer's almost here.
Billy, it's just right around the corner. It's so nice and beautiful out there right now. I'm almost nervous to even talk about it, but we're ready. The grass is growing.
That's right. So you got some deals for us?
Well, it's the spring of the year. Everybody's trying to get out in their yards, and Massey Ferguson and Gravely have stepped up and still have 0% on everything. We've got huge discounts on mowers right now, huge deals on hay equipment, because just before you know it, we're going to be cutting hay, and just like you're doing right now, you're out there in that yard already.
So speaking of hay, you got a big hay event coming up in June?
Yep, we're excited. The 1st of June, we're going to have a big hay event up in the Harmony Union Grove area where we're going to display all of our Massey Ferguson Heston hay equipment. We got the Ag Extension involved with us too, so we hope to have a good turnout for that as long as the weather cooperates.
All right, A&A Sales and Service, where are you?
We're up on Highway 21, 618 Turnersburg Highway, just past Walmart. We're also on the interwebs and Facebooks. Please reach out and 704-876-6700.
Welcome. It is the Calder Cup Finals, game number 1, Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. He's Derek Wilkinson. I'm TJ Shalott. Happy to have you alongside for what proves to be a fun series here as the Checkers go for their 2nd Calder Cup in 6 years. And Derek, you were here 6 years ago. What's the vibes like right now in this locker room? You've experienced this. You know what it's like. What are they feeling in the locker room right now?
Well, there's a lot of excitement, obviously, and, a great deal of pride and accomplishment to get to this point. But it's one of those things you get here and you just want to finish it off the right way. And this team's been doing that all year. It's kind of a slogan they've had, finish the day the right way. And I know they want to finish the year off like this.
Well, they have had some time since their last game. It's been 10 days, as a matter of fact. And earlier today, Kendall Smith caught up with head coach Jordy Kinnear talking about that very topic.
I asked Jordy Kinnear about that, how you balance that break with also trying to maintain a sense of normalcy, but also keeping up that level of excitement for the finals. And he said, it's something that this group has been so good about all season long. They come in excited each and every day, whether it's the regular season or whether it's been throughout the playoffs, just excited to practice. And he just talked about how this group really enjoys each other. They like to spend time together, obviously on the ice, but off of the ice as well. Last week, they were out at a Charlotte Charlotte Knights game all together as a team. So they've really spent this last week and a half just continuing to grow the bond that they have as a group. And Trevor Carrick talked about it as well. He's a veteran on this team. He's a leader. And I said, what do you say to some of those younger guys that are in this situation for a first time with the Calder Cup on the line? He said, you know, I just tell them it's a rare opportunity. We just want to have fun, live in the moment, and just play for each other and together as a group. That's exactly what this team has done all playoffs long, and hoping to continue that throughout this series, TJ.
Thanks, Kendall. It's been that team mentality that's helped this team all year. Charlotte Checkers, Abbotsford Canucks, Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Charlotte Checkers Hockey at the Tone, 20 minutes.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you. Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them.
How does it look?
Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Life takes work. You could do it all yourself, but why? Someone delivers your dinner, trims your beard, and even mows your yard. At Autobell Car Wash, we don't believe in putting our customers to work. Take a moment to yourself while we clean your car from the inside out. Sure, you could clean your own car, but why? Plus, the Autobell app lets you save and earn rewards. Because at Autobell Car Wash, we do the work so you don't have to.
People can tell when you Autobell.
The Independence Fund, located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a proud partner of the Charlotte Checkers, is committed to serving the warfighter community by providing innovative programs and services to support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual independence of our service members, combat veterans, their caregivers, families, and those allies who served in combat alongside our troops. To support this amazing organization and to learn how to be a hero for a hero, please go to www.independencefund.org.
Choosing a pet food can be confusing. Some dogs will eat anything. Others are picky. And some are just always gassy. They're kind of like humans in that way. Nutrisource makes it easy. Hey, it's Corey Heppola. Nutrisource has partnered with the brightest minds in the pet food industry to develop the ideal food for your pet. So no matter which formula you choose, Nutrisource guarantees perfect results. They love that you love your pet because they love and care about their pets. Nutrisource comes in a wide variety for all stages of your pet's life. And it's available at neighborhood pet stores throughout the region.
You're listening to the Calder Cup Playoffs with TJ Shalat on the Checkers Media Network.
These are two teams that are so evenly matched, almost mirror images of one another. What are you looking for out of this series?
It is time, everybody, and we are here to protect.
I believe you hit it on there. They're evenly matched. There's, obviously a lot of similarities amongst the two teams. But TJ, I think it starts in goal. I think if you're Abbotsford and you're Charlotte, you can't ask any more out of your goaltending. You're just hoping it keeps going the same way. Abbotsford's a little more patient team. They'll sit back a little bit, let you make mistakes, and then come at you, where Charlotte's foot to the gas all the time. So it's a bit of a contrast in styles. We'll see which team can get to that game first and then who can maintain it for a 7-game series.
You've got Capo Kakkonen in goal for the Checkers. On the other side, it's Artur Shilovs. As our players step to center ice, they are met by the official. The puck is down and we are underway. Calder Cup Finals game number 1 between the Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. Checkers will begin with the puck in the offensive end. Here's John Leonard, swings a pass out to the slot, goes off a skate, will come out into the neutral zone. The Checkers just pump it right back in. The Checkers have that trademark aggressive forecheck, and here it is. Back below the goal line, squirts out front. Chip back to the blue line. The Checkers can knock this one in. Pinching up the right wing side is Hovorka as he pins his man against the glass. Now Guillaume Brisebois pushing this one forward as Abbotsford gets their first opportunity to work this one into the neutral zone. Now tied up at the center red line. It's really been all Checkers here in the first 45 seconds so far.
Yeah, and Charlotte's already got a line change in. I think Jordy wants to get everybody going. It's been a long break, so the quicker you can get them going and roll them over, everybody gets into the game.
It probably helps you a little bit with some of the butterflies, right? Just get them out there. And
absolutely. It's good to get hit. Better to give one, but it's always nice to get one too.
Into the offensive end. Here's Abbotsford up the left wing side. Intercepted. The Checkers try to work that one out. Loose puck. Lands onto the stick of Klimovich. He has it here, left wing corner, dealing with Justin Sordiff. Sordiff knocked it out to center. Played right back into the Checkers defensive end. That's where Mike Benning will get it. Second-year D-man. Feeds this one across. It goes off of skates, comes out to center. And Klimovich is there. His backhand pass misses the mark. That allows Abbotsford to get another change.
Could be a little bit of a feeling out process, I'm sure, here to the first TV timeout. Neither team has seen each other ever, let alone this season. So always everybody trying to sort through things and see how it goes.
Here's a quick opportunity, and Capo Kakinen makes his first save of the game. Now the Checkers with speed the other way. Here's Puljujärvi into the zone, has a break, shot, glove, save. Shelovs with the left hand. So our first quality chances on either side, both goaltenders standing tall, and now the fireworks come out after the whistle.
To no one's surprise, both goalies with first two chances, two great saves, but encouraging moment for Charlotte. Puljujärvi, he's got that speed back. We saw him take over the Hershey series, saw him take over in the Laval series. He's really starting to find his groove, and that's going to be a big problem for Abbotsford.
Yeah, only about 2 years removed from that hip surgery for Puljujärvi, and boy, he's been a menace.
Absolutely, and great saves for both goalies to get them going, and as advertised so far.
Oliver Okuliar will take the draw here in the right wing corner boards. It's played down below the goal line. Knocked off the glass and out to center. Handling it here is Tristan Nielsen. And Nielsen, top of the right wing circle, finds Breezeball. His shot steams up and over the crossbar. Comes out to the right corner. Handled here by Mancini. It hops his stick. Will come out to center, and they have to regroup.
So that transition game by Abbotsford, creating an odd man chance. That's what they're known for. Charlotte's got to be disciplined.
And we'll get a whistle here for a late icing call with 17:47 left to go here in the first. No score, Charlotte and Abbotsford. As we take a look at our head coaches in this one more time for the Charlotte Checkers. Jordy Kinnear in his 4th season as the bench boss for the Checkers, his 8th overall as the head coach of the AHL affiliate of the Florida Panthers. On the other side, it's former Checker Manny Malhotra.
Two terrific hockey players in their own right, and two guys that have just meshed right into their head coaching roles, and wouldn't be surprised to see either one of them on an NHL bench in the very near future.
Breezeball tries to play this one. Checkers intercept with a quick shot, save by Shelovs. Puck is loose at the blue line. Checkers couldn't keep, went off the stick of Trevor Carrick. He dumps it right back in, but they've got to tag up. Now it's taken out to center and dumped in by Abbotsford. Slow roller comes in on Kakinen. He opts to keep it alive. Sharp angle shot off the outside of the net. It was Phil DiGiuseppe, speaking of former Charlotte Checkers. He's got the puck here in the left wing corner. Gets bumped down to the ice by Carrick. We're going to get a whistle, and our first penalty of the game. Cross-checking is the call. 17:41 left to go here in the first. No score, Checkers and Canucks. A little bit of some extracurricular activity here.
Yeah, it's that was initiated by Charlotte this time, but it's interesting to see too. Obviously, with Abbotsford, you look at the first 3 series for Charlotte, Providence, Hershey, Laval. They try to do a lot of after the whistle stuff, try to get Charlotte off their game a bit. Haven't seen it yet. It's a little too early here, but you wonder if Abbotsford's realized maybe that's not the way to go when you're playing the Checkers. But special teams have been a factor for both teams. They've got a great power play. Charlotte's been outstanding, not only killing but getting chances off the penalty kill. So wonder if that can keep Abbotsford a little on their heels.
5 shorthanded goals on the season for the Charlotte Checkers, on the playoffs, I should say, for the Charlotte Checkers. They have more shorthanded goals than they have allowed power play goals against. So we'll see what the Checkers can do here. Overall, they're killing 86.6% of their opportunities here in the playoffs. Abbotsford chasing after a loose puck back in their own end. They'll be swung up the wall. Big collision there. Will Lockwood with a good hit on Archdeep Baines. Checkers intercept in the neutral zone and clear it down. Perfect start so far.
Absolutely. With Carrick in the box, he's one of the key penalty killers, and Alsher not playing tonight either, a key penalty killer. So you don't want to get in a situation too often, that's for sure.
Here's John Leonard, 4 shorthanded goals this season. This shot a little too fine. Will come all the way out to center, but you'll take that. If you can't get the shot on goal, you're fine with it coming out to the neutral zone and then clear it right back in and kill some more time. 1:20 left to go on the on-time electrical penalty kill as Baines streaks across the blue line, slides over to the right wing wall. Battle for it here. Bjornfoot knocks it free. Bouncing puck, not cleared. It's kept in at the right point. From the left wing side, Melanin finds his man Baines on the left wing corner. Stepping in front, Matt Kierstead, great play, finds John Leonard. Leonard feeds up, gets his man Rasmus Asplund into the zone all alone, does have a trailer now. Backhand pass into the slot, knocked away. It'll be taken here by Ty Mueller, the rookie. He settles things down with 49 seconds left to go on the kill.
That's you see that confidence in the Checkers penalty kill. To even try to make a skilled play there. If you're not feeling it, you're not trying that. You're killing the play. But when things have been going your way, you try everything at this particular point in time.
You'd be dumb not to try
yeah,
it.
Exactly.
30 seconds left to go as the Canucks work out of their own end. They drop back to the blue line. It's taken here by Max Sasson up across the blue line, gets it off a give and go. Left wing corner, wrapping all the way around. Comes out to the right wing point, Klimovich to the center point. Now left wing wall, dangling his way around. Here's Blais, quick shot save, rebound, they score! And the first goal of the Calder Cup Finals will go to Abbotsford. A power play tally, 15:26 left to go here in the first.
Terrific play out of nothing. No zone time, no anything. Got one opportunity and great patience off the wall. Nothing Capo Kapanen can do on that one. And again, that was a well killed penalty right up until the end. But heck of a move, and Pavorka bit on the toe drag, and we end up getting paid the price for that one.
Yeah, it'll be Max Sasson getting credit for the goal. The rebound came right onto his stick. It was shot by Sammy Blais, the ninth-year pro, and Sasson finds it and puts it home. 15:26 left to go here in the first. 1-0 Canucks with the lead. And so far this postseason, when scoring first, Abbotsford is 7-1. They've done it 8 times prior. This their 9th. So 1-0. Now the team has to regroup, and let's see what the Checkers can do here. Abbotsford with the puck in their own defensive end. Mancini banks off the glass. It's knocked off sticks. Will slow roll in on Kakkonen. He's going to let his defenseman get it and pick it up right in front of him. Taken here by Dennis Sasana. Has assists in back-to-back games that he's played, though he hasn't stepped on the ice here in a couple of games for the Checkers in the postseason. And that's one of the benefits of this team, is you can slide guys in and out as needed and still get the same production. They've won their last 8. Just been so dominant here in the postseason.
Absolutely, a lot of new players and guys coming in and out. Like you said, seems seamless. You always wonder if it's going to be, but we've been 8 deep on D and at least 15 or 16 deep up front.
Checkers with it here in the neutral zone. Trevor Carrick from the center red line dumps in. Winning the battle is Vilmanis. In the trapezoid, off the end wall, puck comes free. Oliver Okuliar back to the point. Shot from Benning, whistles this one wide. Carrick will get it, left wing wall, centering feed, tipped out in front, hit off of a body. I think that was taken by the defenseman there, Brisebois, and he works out into the neutral zone. Mike Benning on the loose puck. 2-line pass, blue line to blue line, and the Checkers are in. But Shelovs is going to cover up with 14-13 left to go here in the first. 1-0 Abbotsford with the lead on the 5th goal of the postseason, scored by Max Sasson.
Well, good start really for both teams. Obviously, you don't want to give up a goal in the penalty kill, but all in all, good pressure, good chances both ways, and you see teams starting to settle in, and kind of that as advertised so far. Charlotte been very good at keeping the pucks in, creating some chances off that, and Abbotsford's got a couple off the rush. So both teams playing the way we expected to this point.
The official scoring on that goal officially is Max Sasson from Kyril Kudryavtsev and Danila Klimovich. So I was pretty certain that Sammy Blais had gotten involved in that play, but perhaps it was knocked around, and that's where we sit officially. Let's see if the Checkers can even things up here as Lockwood sends that one just wide. Taking Puljujarvi, he'll leave back to the point. Sasana into the high slot. Lockwood can funnel down below the goal line, just past the stick of Puljujarvi. Allows Abbotsford to work out. Bank pass up, taken here. Archdeep Baines stripped of the puck. Checkers control in their own defensive end. 13:45 left to go here in the first. 1-0 Abbotsford with the lead on the goal from Sasson.
It's another key to Abbotsford too. They like to play this neutral zone trap, which not a lot of teams do anymore, and they're very, very successful at it. So Charlotte's going to have to navigate that when they get into those control breakout things, and make sure they make a good first pass or two to get out of the end.
Boy, that's a term that I haven't heard since the 90s. Everybody gave the New Jersey Devils so much for that neutral zone trap, and they try to tarnish the legacies of some of the best players because they play in the trap, you know. But hey, If it wins you hockey games, that's all that matters at
Absolutely,
the end of the day.
100%.
Abbotsford has the puck here in the offensive end. Backhand pass into the slot. It's going to be taken away. Nielsen to the wall. Havorka sends him into the glass. Puck is tied up in feet. Grabbing it and worked out. DiGiuseppe gets it to the point, wrapped all the way around. Bjornfoot, first one there. Checkers trying to work this one out of their own end. Leonard can't clear the zone. Slapped in on Kokkonen. He'll make the save. 12:40 left to go here in the first. 1-0 Abbotsford with the lead. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Charlotte Checkers Media Network.
You're listening to the Calder Cup playoffs presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
You know, these days there's an auto parts store on every corner, big flashy buildings with catchy jingles and slogans to get your attention. However, jingles and slogans doesn't mean you'll find the knowledge and service to get the parts that you need. What you need is Johnson's Automotive and Auto Value Auto Parts. Locally owned and operated, Johnson's gets it right the first time. No return trips or incorrect parts. Their 91 years of experience in the automotive parts industry guarantees you'll get the correct part for your vehicle the first time. Johnson's is proud to provide Auto Value Auto Parts, as well as Champion, Moog, Gates, Felpro, Wicks, and Wagner, just to name a few. You need a hydraulic line and need it fast? Well, Johnson's can make any hydraulic line you need in just a matter of minutes. You won't find this kind of service and knowledge at any chain store, only Johnson's. And right now, get Prime Guard Synthetic Blend Motor Oil for only $3.79 a quart when you buy 6 quarts or more.
Welcome back. Charlotte Checkers, Abbotsford Canucks 1-0 is your score. Bojangles Coliseum, Abbotsford getting the lead on the goal from Max Sasson. So what are you seeing so far here in the first 8 minutes, give or take?
I think it's you know, both teams, again, trying to find their way they like to play. Both teams doing it fairly successfully so far. It's created good opportunities both ways. And again, as we know, the goaltending's fantastic. But, you know, if you're Charlotte, you've got to be aware you can't put yourself in a situation where you're giving up odd man chances. So maybe tighten up a little bit on that. But, again, that's just, you know, getting used to the way they play. So I like the start for both teams, and the crowd is fantastic. There's not a seat left in this place. This is what it's all about here.
Full-blown sellout here. That is for darn sure. A great crowd. Happy to see their Checkers back in the Calder Cup Finals. Boy, it's going to erupt once they get that goal, and let's see what they can do here. I've liked what they've done offensively. I mean, they've certainly had their opportunities, and Shilovs has been good so far, but I think they just need a little bit more consistency in the offensive end.
Yeah, that's just, you know, and it's finding, again, that transition game for Abbotsford. So they're fantastic. They get their D involved, so you just can't, if you're Charlotte, you can't fall asleep on your way back through to your own zone. You got to be looking around because they'll send everybody. It's a fascinating style, but starting to get chippier here, and I think everybody's maybe the niceties are over, and it's time to will your way to a cup here, but. The physical play is definitely picking up after the whistles.
You know, and that's the fun part about the Eastern Conference Finals and now the Calder Cup Finals. It's two teams that you haven't seen in a long time, if ever. And, you know, you do have that feeling out process. It's not like when you're taking on the teams in your own division, like we saw with Providence, like we saw with Hershey. You're so familiar with them. You know how they play the game. And
yeah,
it certainly adds an interesting wrinkle to it.
It does. And I think the one thing with these guys, a lot of them have seen each other somewhere along the way, just not obviously on these two teams. But yeah, you're playing for a cup. It doesn't matter at this point how well you know the guy. you're going for it.
Here's Mackenzie. Entwistle shot. He scores! Entwistle evens the game. His second goal in as many contests. It's 1-1. How good is it to have him back?
Oh, it's critical. We didn't think it would happen. We thought it was a season-ending injury, and what a fantastic addition. He's a big, strong center iceman, and to see him contribute offensively is beautiful. But he's just a great player, and that line's been phenomenal here the last few weeks. But this place is rocking now.
Mackenzie Entwistle getting the Checkers on the board, evening things up. 1-1 is your score here in the first. His second goal of the postseason. His first goal came just 10 days ago. Final game against Laval. We've got a penalty coming here against Abbotsford. Now it'll be the Checkers' turn to see what their power play can do, and it certainly has needed some work as of late.
Well, we didn't get a chance to address that too much in the pregame, obviously, but it looks terrible on paper. The percentage isn't good. However, they've got to this point. Now it just needs to score some critical goals. The percentage doesn't have to be beautiful. It's got to do the right thing. It's got to either get you a lead in a situation like this, win you a game, get you back in one. That's what it needs to do, and that just takes a little bit of confidence. They've got confidence everywhere else. For some reason, the power play just hasn't found it yet. But you know what? New series, and you can create an awful lot. It's a chance to get it going again. So hopefully a good week of practice, and Bobby's got him ready to roll here. But it's amazing to get to this point with as little PP success as possible. But now's the time to turn it up.
They're converting only on 7% of their opportunities, but you're right. I think back to the Mike Betting goal in the Hershey series when they were down 2-1 in that game, and he ties the game to make it 2-2 on a power play goal, and ultimately forces the 3-2 victory. And so it's the timeliness of those goals. They could carry more weight than just a tally.
Yeah, and we're at the point now where it's not going to. The percentage is never going to look good at this point. It's now just what are the key ones that we can get off of it. Yep.
Into the offensive end. Here's John Leonard up the right wing side. Will drop back to the point. Carrick fakes the shot. Finds his man in the right wing corner and hops off the glass. Rests down on the corner board, and Checkers looking for it here in the trapezoid. Knocked away. Sort of back to the point. Off of a stick will be taken away, and the Checkers have to work their way back in. Here's Asplund, right wing wall. Taken by Leonard, base of the right wing circle, throws on the brakes. It's a 4-minute penalty as the Checkers get a shot off, and Shilovs makes the save. So we've got 3 minutes left of the power play. A double minor assessed. Right wing corner, Wilmer Skoo gets taken down. Fans wanted a call, certainly nothing there, and Abbotsford can clear.
Yeah, the stick got up there on Smith, and he must have caused a little bit of blood for the double minor. But a great opportunity here for the Checkers to at least establish some momentum and get that shot mentality going.
Checkers are into the zone. Here's Sordiff with a backhand chance. Blocked down out in front, rolls into the end wall. Puljujärvi leaves for Sordiff out in front. Another backhand opportunity is knocked away. Checkers can keep the zone off the stick of Vilmanis. Now taken here. Benning, wrister out in front. Saved by Shilovs. This will be swapped down to the right wing corner. Checkers with a shot. Saved by Shilovs. He'll hang on. They were hunting 5-hole, but Shilovs shuts the door. 2:19 left to go on the power play. 10-12 remaining here in the first.
I love that approach too, TJ. We get it back to the point, and immediately Puljujärvi and Okular, they don't hesitate at all. They get right to the net. The puck gets there. You get a chance out of nothing, and that's what they need. We got to get bodies to the net and get some ugly ones here or there. When you struggle, sometimes you want to make that perfect play, that perfect one-timer, and right now it's not there for us. So hopefully we can get back to that, get it to the net and bang home a rebound or get an ugly tip in to get some confidence.
And you always get a little bit of momentum, too, when you kill off a 4-minute penalty. So I'm sure the Checkers would at least just like to get something here, not only to break the 1-1 tie, but also just keep that confidence on the power play and not let Abbotsford have any. Shilovs will make another save, a long range that was tipped out in front. Okuliar got a stick on it.
That was a heck of a save there. Again, Okuliar's in the right spot again, as he always is, and he's that pest that's right in the right spot. But Benning, again, no hesitation. He's got a lane. He gets it there. Tip and a heck of a save, and no rebound, which is even more impressive.
So Justin Sordiff will step in to take the draw here in the right corner. This one hops up and over the cage. Puljujärvi had his stick knocked out of his hands. Allows Abbotsford to skate out shorthanded. Bringing this one up. DiGiuseppe, his shot in. Kokkonen makes the save. He'll keep it alive so the Checkers can regroup and rally out of their own defensive end. Short little chip pass taken by Okuliar here through the neutral zone. He'll pump this one in. Puljujärvi looking for it left wing side. He absorbs a hit, protects the puck, gets it back to the left point, and Benning. Benning skates to the center point. Trades a pass over to Vilmanis, down to the base left wing circle. Puljujärvi pulls the trigger. Blocked off the body of Shilovs as he got in tight along the post. Checkers can't connect on a centering feed. Allows Abbotsford to clear.
They try to force it a little bit there, and if you're Abbotsford, you're pretty happy to get through that first one.
1:20 left to go here on the power play. The Checkers on a double minor after the high sticking call to Klimovich. John Leonard from the center red line dumps in and hits off of a stanchion. The Checkers leave this one to the left wing hashes. Back behind the net, Asplund has it. He comes out to the right wing dot. He'll leave here for Leonard. Team's leading goal scorer, John Leonard, down below. Trying to connect with Skoog. It's knocked off of sticks, poked out towards the blue line, but the Checkers can keep. Leonard, right wing wall, over to the left wing point. Back to Carrick. His bomb saved by Shelovs off the left pad. And it's chipped out to center. Short-handed. Here comes Abbotsford. They try to get through a couple of white sweaters, but great back check there. Rasmus Asplund getting control of that puck.
Great back check by Asplund. Again, some nice chances, and love that big shot mentality by Charlotte. That's this is the best their power play's looked in quite a while here.
On the left wing side. It's hit off of his skate, stays in the zone for the Checkers. Leonard's pass, blocked off of his skate, rolls into the right wing corner. Back behind the net, the goal scorer, Entwistle. He's digging it, gets it loose to Leonard. Back to the point, Carrick walks up. Manages to keep that puck alive. Tied up on the hashes. Now Carrick keeps in off the hand. His wrister, just wide. He's looking for the redirect out in front with Entwistle right out in front of the doorstep. Lockwood with a quick shot. This one's going to be blocked away. Lockwood gets it off the block. Another chance save. Shelovs. Rebound is loose. Puck is still free. It's going to be grabbed and out of the box. Abbotsford even up now after Klimovich serves his 4 minutes. Checkers can't get it done there on that double minor.
Yeah, tough. Look, power play looked really well though. That was good. I mean, that was a big improvement so far. But still, at some point, need to cash in on some of those. So, got to get the momentum back here again.
Here's Hovorka down below the goal line. Lockwood out to the point. Carrick over to Okuliar. His one-timer hits off of a calf. Will go into the left wing corner boards. Klimovich can't clear the zone. The Checkers have it. Here's Hovorka with a lane. His shot blocked down at the last second. It rolls into the right wing corner. Hovorka kicks this one over at Carrick. His wrister ramped soft sticks. Taken by the Checkers back behind the cage. There's a broken stick here. There's Ben Steeves out in front. Puck is loose in the high slot. Taken by Carrick. He swats that one. It goes well wide. Still have that broken stick, so there's a Canuck without one as Hovorka walks up. His shot pushes it wide. Rebound out in front, and somehow Shelovs manages to make the save. Taken here by Klimovich as he skates across the blue line all by himself. Hovorka just stands him up there, and the Checkers get control. I mean, this ice is tilted after that Entwistle goal.
That's critical, right? You got the power play. You got it. It felt good about it. Now you're dominating on 5-on-5 here.
Here's another big save from Shelovs, and that'll be knocked out to center into the offensive end. Jujar Kyra, his pass knocked away. The Checkers will take this one out to center. They've got speed. Vilmanis up the left wing side. Throws on the brakes as Brisebois sends him into the glass. 6:12 left to go here in the first period. 1-1 is your score. Checkers and Canucks, game one of the Calder Cup Finals. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson, happy to have you along for this incredible game here in the Queen City. Taken here by Kierstead as he plays back behind the net. Under 6 to play here. Kierstead's got plenty of time. Both teams getting a change.
I didn't quite keep track exactly, but it looks like Charlotte's out shooting Abbotsford in the last 5 minutes here, about 10 to nothing at this point. It was 6-2 at one point, so I think Charlotte's had the last 10 shots on goal.
Well, shots right now in favor of the Checkers, 12-6 as they're doubling up their opponents. And walking into the offensive end, here's Benning. Fans on the opportunity. He was contested walking up towards that right post. It'll be played out to center. Slow rolling puck comes into the Checkers defensive end. Mackenzie Entwistle will grab it there. He'll set things up. Only played 7 games during the regular season due to injury, but here in the postseason, Mackenzie Entwistle, 4 games, 3 points. He's got 2 goals and an assist. Kapokakinen makes the save that one. He was waiting for the whistle. He didn't get it.
Had everybody holding their breath there.
5:03 left to go here in the first. 1-1 Checkers and Canucks Calder Cup Finals game number 1. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup Playoffs presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
Well, whoever said Mexican food and ribs don't mix? Well, Burritos and Ribs proves them wrong. Serving breakfast all day and daily lunch specials, Miguel's famous veggie breakfast, and the best margaritas and drinks in town, this is a must-try. And don't forget to take advantage of new parking in the back. Dine in or carry out. Burritos and Ribs, located at 628 South Main Street in Troutman. Open every day at 11 a.m. Let your taste buds explore the world. Of course, we all know of Johnson Greenhouses and being the area's best florist. But did you know that Johnson's also has an amazing selection of gifts? Come on into Johnson Greenhouses for a huge selection of Scout bags, prepackaged toiletries, and a new great selection of men's superior grooming products by Duke Cannon. Johnson Greenhouses also has a great selection of Beekman 1802 goat milk skin and body care items. Johnson Greenhouses.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. Charlotte Checkers, Abbotsford Canucks. 1-1 is your score. Getting on the board first was the Canucks. They got it off the stick of Max Sasson, and the Checkers would even things up. Mackenzie Entwistle, his second of the postseason, assisted by Jesse Puljujarvi and Matt Kierstead.
A little shout out to the ice crew. It's been a grind to get the ice in the condition it is right now with the temperature and all the graduations that have gone on in here. So credit to those guys for working around the clock to get us going.
Offensive zone draw here for the Canucks on the right wing side. Capo Kakinen, 7 saves so far here in this. 6 saves here in this first period. On the other side, Artur Shilov's been a little bit busier. 11 saves on 12 shots here in the opening frame.
Both guys have had to handle some traffic, make some big saves in some tough situations, and that's what you should expect at this point of the season.
At the point, the Canucks have it, walking up into the high slot. Here's a shot, blocked down, rebound chance, also hits off of bodies loose. The Checkers can get it and play out to center. And you know, I was talking earlier this week just about the teams that Abbotsford has seen so far. I don't know that they've seen a team that forechecks like the Checkers.
You know, and it's a tough way to play. You got to have everybody bought in. So, yeah, it is especially different, especially at the minor league level, too, where you have so much change. To get everybody playing like this all the time has been an impressive feat by our coaching staff. But it is a different style, that's for certain.
This one's going to be brought in by Linus Karlsson, the leading points getter for this Abbotsford Canucks team. Loose on the left wing wall. Dennis Sasana is there, former Michigan State Spartan. Looking forward to the base of the left wing circle. It's going to be played out to center. The Checkers with it. They knock this one up. Here's Kyle Criscolo back in the lineup. Shot off the pipe and out. Big collision in the left wing corner allows Abbotsford to skate out 3 wide into the offensive end. Loose puck in the slot taken here by Kierstead. Good bank pass. Finds his man. The Checkers out into the neutral zone. Here's Entwistle. Waiting for some reinforcements. Charlotte can dump in. Hops the stick of Shilov's. Entwistle battling for it. Taken away here by Brisebois. Checkers with it. Lockwood, high slot, down low, tried to connect with Entwistle. They just couldn't quite make that connection. Through the neutral zone and going the other way, Arshdeep Baines. Baines looking for that loose puck in the high slot. Another great defensive play by the veteran Trevor Carrick.
Two good veterans going at it there, and Blaze and Carrick, and both critical pieces to each one of these teams.
This puck is flipped in. Capo Kakinen out from his net to play it. Swings a pass back behind the net to Carrick. Now Entwistle. Kicks across and from the center red line. The Checkers push up to the blue line. It's poked into the offensive end. Lockwood finds it, right wing corner boards. To Puljujarvi, left wing side. Back to the point. Here's a shot through traffic, saved by Shilov's. And we'll get the whistle here with 2:59 left to go here in the first. 1-1, Checkers and Canucks. Don't go anywhere. We got the rest of the first period coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
You're listening to Charlotte Checkers Hockey at the Tone 20.
This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Doing a home improvement project? Well, chances are you're going to need some tools and equipment, and it may go way beyond what you can dig out of your tool bench in your garage. You could buy the tools and equipment that you need, or you could hire a professional to do the work for you. But those are both pretty expensive options. Instead, head over to Eagle Rentals. It's the cost-effective alternative to buying a large piece of equipment or paying a steep hourly rate to those professionals. Eagle can rent you just about any tool or machine for construction, landscaping, and many other home improvement projects. Eagle Rentals, with locations in Statesville and Troutman. Call 704-872-3621.
Make sure to visit the ticket information table outside section 107. Your raffle ticket. The winner will be announced in the third period. ahead, scan the QR code of the video board to get in on the 50-50
Let's go ahead, throw it down to Kendall Smith. Kendall, what do you got for us?
Well, guys, we saw Abbotsford open up the scoring early, but Mackenzie Entwistle with the response, and it just speaks to the way that this Charlotte group has been able to receive contributions all across the lineup throughout the playoffs, and it's something that Jordy Kinnear talked about with me earlier in the day. He said, you know, you don't make it this far without that, but he talked about just having those guys across the organization that have stepped up, and it's credit to Savannah, it's credit to Florida, and he said there's a difference between coming in and playing and having an impact. And so many guys have had an impact throughout this playoffs, guys.
Thanks, Kendall. That's such great insight. I mean, this team and this organization, just obviously with the Panthers in the Stanley Cup final and Checkers here in the Calder Cup finals, it's through and through.
It really is, and you know, and Florida has traded away a lot of draft picks to get the roster they have today. So we've had to take chances on other guys that, you know, from other organizations, and darn near all of them have paid off. And you look at even Entwistle, for example. He was a depth guy that thought maybe they could play on their fourth line. He got hurt early, and now he's showing just why they signed him as a guy that could potentially play in the National Hockey League on a full-time level for. So up and down the lineup, it has definitely been that, and a lot of guys, and through injuries, have gotten opportunities. And you look at Ben Steeves, got off to a bit of a slow start with us, trying to find his way, and he's been a key contributor and scored some huge goals for us. So even the younger guys, from the guys that are just getting their way going to the older guys, there's so many opportunities, and guys have really taken advantage of it.
Well, and that's certainly something about this roster, too, the way it's constructed. There's so many excellent veterans. There's so many young players who are in their rookie or second or even third year. And then you've got the guys like a Trevor Carrick. You've got the guys like Erasmus Asplund, who have been around for quite some time to kind of show them the ropes.
Yeah, and like guys like Skoog, and I got to mention Steeves. These guys weren't drafted, but they're finding their way. And Hovorka and O'Keefe are like these. They were given a chance to be in the Florida organization. They're taking full advantage of it. It's great to see. Not everybody has to be a high pick to make it.
Off the faceoff is controlled by the Checkers in the right wing corner, knocked away, and now Abbotsford. I see those jerseys, you know, and that's all I can see. Abbotsford into the offensive end, quick shot saved by Cockney. He'll gavel up the rebound as well. 1:58 left to go here in the first. 1-1 Checkers and Canucks. By the way, game number 2 is coming your way on Sunday right here from the Bowplex, 4 o'clock puck drop. Make sure you get your tickets. Head to charlottecheckers.com. Father's Day special going on right now. Buy 3, get 1 free. And make sure you give the free ticket to Dad for Father's Day this Sunday. Capo Cockney looking pretty sharp here in goal so far to start.
Yeah, another great story. Both goalies are, but you know, he's got an opportunity too as an unrestricted free agent in the summer, and he's certainly trying to find himself on an NHL roster. And he's doing everything he possibly can to do it. So he's been a great story and a great addition at the deadline for us as well.
Yeah, it certainly solidified that back end a little bit, you know, since that acquisition. And a guy that's been around Colorado and playing in the Winnipeg organization as well. Checkers will play this one into the offensive end. No high stick here as Justin Sordiff gets control. Feeds this one to Chris Colo. Chris Colo out to the point. Bjornfoot, former LA King. His wrister goes wide. Over to the right wing corner. It's going to be taken here. And skated out to center. Into the offensive end for Abbotsford. Checkers get control there momentarily. Bjornfoot has it here in the left wing corner. Converging on him is a white sweater. The Checkers on it. Played up to Sordiff. He'll drop this one back to Hovorka as he wraps all the way around. Tied up in the offensive end. Entwistle looking for Sordiff as he leads him a little bit further into the trapezoid. Scrum forward here along the glass. As we approach the final minute here of the first period, 1-1 is your score. Canucks work their way out. It's going to be taken by Victor Mancini as he skates back behind his own net. Good pressure there. The Checkers couldn't quite keep the zone. We're going to get a whistle here for an offside call. 54.1 left to go here in the first. 1-1 Checkers and Canucks. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, we've got the Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report. That'll be right after this first period. We chatted with Trevor Carrick earlier this week about his second Calder Cup run here with the Charlotte Checkers in the last 6 seasons. And we got plenty more.
Yeah, critical last minute of the play here in the first period. Both teams probably content with where they're at, and certainly would like to get out of this period in a good spot.
Matt Kierstead will pump this one in the zone. Left wing side. Let's see if they got a last-second goal in them to take the lead into the locker room. Bank pass out to the point. Settled down here by Kierstead. His wrister blocked into the left wing corner. Racing up for it is Bjornfoot. tried to connect with Leonard, but had him handcuffed, and now going the other way are the Canucks. Rasmus Asplund covering. That's what the Checkers do so well, is they cycle. When their defensemen decide to jump in on the play, a forward will fall back, and Asplund will get control here as he skates up across the blue line into the offensive end. Continues it below the goal line with 15 seconds left to go in the frame. Wilmer Skoog jarred off the puck. Abbotsford will skate out with it. A little bit of a miscommunication there on a change. Allows the Checkers to find the loose puck. 4 seconds left to go. Benning finds his man. Here's a shot. Coulier, he scores! With just half a second left to go. Here in the first, the Checkers have a 2-1 lead. You play to the whistle.
Yes, absolutely. What a transition, and make no mistake about it. You play to the whistle. They looked like Abbotsford gave up a little bit, thinking there was just a couple seconds to go, and you don't usually see slubs get beat from that far out, but what a great shot.
A final second goal for sure as the puck is dropped, and that will do it on the opening 20 as the Charlotte Checkers have a 2-1 first period lead. What a great first period. Mackenzie Entwistle, Oliver Coulier, your goal scorers for the Charlotte Checkers. It was Max Sasson getting the tally for the Abbotsford Canucks.
What a great start for the Charlotte Checkers, and for the Canucks too. They did a lot of good things in that period, but what a huge goal to get at the end. Those are big momentum builders there, so you gotta love to see Charlotte play right through to the end of the period and come out. But I think both teams will take a deep breath here, realize that this is an evenly matched series, and both teams will probably feel pretty darn good about where they stand after one, especially having not seen each other yet this season. So I'd imagine both teams walk into that locker room feeling pretty good about their overall game.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it down to Kendall Smith. She's going to chat with Mackenzie Entwistle, the game's first goal scorer. Kendall?
The Canucks open up the scoring early. You answer, and then Oliver Coulier there with 0.6 seconds left in the period. How would you assess that first period for the group?
Yeah, it was fun. Obviously, they came out, got one early. We stuck with it, and you know, it was nice to get a couple there before the end of the period.
What do you want to see more of from the group as we head into these final 2 periods?
Yeah, just keep making their D-turn. You know, I think we've gotten some good forechecks, and we capitalized on a couple turnovers. So keep making their D-turn and forechecking hard, and good things will happen.
Mackenzie, thanks.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Mackenzie. Don't go anywhere. We've got the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report coming up after this. We're going to chat with Trevor Carrick. We're also going to go ahead and recap the first period of action between the Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. It's 2-1 Charlotte after one. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up. This is the Calder Cup Playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Rev up your engines and get ready to roll, because Westside Twins is your ultimate destination for all things motorcycle. Our shop is stocked with an awesome selection of motorcycles, and our service and parts department is second to none. Plus, we're a North Carolina inspection station. Westside Twins Motorcycle Company is all things motorcycle, but that's not all. We're about you, family, and serving our community. Stop by and say hello. We're open Monday through Friday from 10 till 6 and Saturday from 9 till 4 at 2313 West Front Street in Statesville. Or you can visit us online at westsidetwins.com. We'll see you there.
Attention all home decor and comfort lovers. White Sales Home Furnishings and Flooring just received a huge truckload of Spring Air back support mattresses, and they're on sale now. All sizes and firmness levels available at unbeatable prices. Plus, we've got a massive selection of home furnishings, including sofas, recliners, tables, and more at spectacular savings. And that's not all. When you're ready to give your floors a makeover, we've got the best selection of carpet, hardwood, laminates, and more. Hurry in today to shop our incredible deals and revamp your home in style. White Sales, 583 Turnersburg Highway, Statesville.
Hey, we got Ryan Scott here at the Chevy store. Look at that bow tie. You guys got bow ties everywhere.
Bow ties all over this lot. And they are sizzling. They are sizzling with hot deals. Silverados, whether it's a regular cab, double cab, crew cab, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, an LT, an LTZ, a high country, you name it, Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville has, that's right, there are that many Silverado trucks, but nobody discounts them like Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. Up to $8,000 off Silverados at Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. You know where we are, right on I-40. Look for that spinning car, folks, because that is where the deals are.
Legal help in Iredell County is just a phone call away. The man we trust in Statesville, Sloan Goodforth, saves the day. He'll write your will, work the best plea deal, keep you out of jail and have you safe at home. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. 7044-9533-71. 7044-9533-71. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. You better phone Sloan.
For the second time in their 15-year history, the Charlotte Checkers are back in the Calder Cup Finals. In fact, it's their second trip in 6 seasons. Looking back at that team in 2019, which brought the Queen City its first AHL championship, there's a couple of names who are playing a crucial role in the team's attempt at Calder #2. The first is Bobby Sanguinetti. The former player turned coach is now behind the bench and helping to lead the team he once helped to lift the cup. The other, Trevor Carrick. Trevor Carrick left the Checkers after the team's championship run in 2019, and after a few years playing in San Jose, San Diego, and Syracuse, the Ontario native returned to his second home at the beginning of this year. They're right into the zone. Here's Leonard, throws on the brakes, base of the right wing circle, finds Carrick. It's ripped, they score! Carrick goes 5-hole. It's 2-0 Charlotte. So what's different this season from the team that won it all just a few years ago? How's the team been handling their next man up mentality? How has Carrick grown over the last 6 years? We had the pleasure of catching up with the vet earlier this week.
This year, it's the system we play. It's you know, I felt like the first year we were good right off the start. We kind of ran through the season, finished first place, and then that kind of carried over into the playoffs. Where this year we've gone through a lot of adversity just with injuries and everybody, and guys getting hurt or called up or whatever it may be. We've kind of we've battled this whole season, and it's been a lot of fun so far, and we worked really hard, and it's paying off. You don't get this far in playoffs with a select few guys. You need everybody, and this year especially, as I kind of touched earlier, it's with injuries and everybody going down, you need that next man up mentality, and it's especially when you get into playoffs, it takes the whole crew, and you've seen it so far with guys coming in and making a huge impact right away. It's been imperative. So going into the last series, we're going to need everybody still, and it just makes it so much more special when everybody's got their touch in this season and the playoffs. Yeah, obviously just over years, it's been 5 years now, maturing as a person off the ice. I think you kind of learn as you go, little things throughout the season, and I think just maturing off the ice has really helped me, just communicating with some people and some younger guys, and I think that over the years you learn just how impactful can be just coming to the rink with a positive attitude, and I think that's for me. I'm not the most vocal guy or raw guy. I kind of just come into the rink with a positive attitude every day, and I think I've had that throughout my career, and just try and maintain that, and try and hopefully rub off on some other guys. Yeah, they're obviously they're here for a reason. They're a really good team. They have been all season. I know they finished the season really strong. They got some older, veteran, experienced guys that play a heavy, similar game to us style, and we expect a hard-fought, high competitive, high intensity series, and we're prepared and looking forward to it. Yeah, I think for us, we're not necessarily focused on them, and we haven't been in series past. We just kind of focus on ourselves, and all teams are good. They all got good goaltenders, good defensemen, deep forward group. So for us, we just try and play a fast game, and just try and wear them down at the end of the day. Just treat it as a we're going to play 7 games, and just like I said, kind of wear and tear and chip away at it.
The Checkers have one Calder Cup, and they'd love to make it 2. Trevor Carrick will be a massive piece to that puzzle here in the final round. Stick with us. We've got plenty more coming up on the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report on the Checkers Media Network.
Well, you know, as the best traditional hardware store the Statesville has, Fort Dobbs Hardware provides a convenient location for people who want to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the big shopping centers. Fort Dobbs Hardware has just about everything you need, from plumbing, electrical, paint supplies, hardware, from nuts and bolts to door handles, home goods and tools. And we support local businesses in the area by buying locally produced items made right here in North Carolina, mostly within our county. Please stop in and see what a real hometown local business is all about. 406 Turnersburg Highway in Statesville. Save the date, October 7th. Get ready for the Carolina Swap Shop's grand debut. We're rolling out the red carpet for a trading bonanza featuring the finest deals, trades, and finds from across central and western North Carolina. Whether you're in Mocksville, Asheville, or anywhere in between, this is your go-to marketplace for buying, selling, and trading. With 5 powerhouse radio stations amplifying the action, you won't miss a single deal. Tune in Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and dive into the swap-tastic excitement. Don't miss out. This is where the thrill of trading comes alive.
This is William Morgan with Capital Management Group. Think of all the fads you've seen over the years. If they were meant to last, you'd still be wearing platform shoes, driving a Firebird, playing Pac-Man. But fads don't last, and that's true in finance too. So why do many big financial institutions promote the latest investment fads? Sure, they look good now, but it's doubtful they will stand the test of time. If that's how these firms handle their money, do you really want them managing yours? At Capital Management Group, we invest with sound economic principles, not in fleeting trends. This approach has served our clients well for several generations. Sound financial advice never goes out of style. Let's talk about how Capital Management Group can work for you. Call us at 704-878-6677 for a free consultation or visit our website at mycmg.net.
No messing around. Because this is serious. If your power goes out, your heat goes out, that might be okay for a few hours. But if it's a few days... Real serious. We have folks all over the area with a dependable generator from On Time Electrical. If the power goes out, your home stays on. And this time of year, that's serious. On Time Electrical keeps your home safe. And in the winter, we keep your power dependable.
Schedule today at the...
Welcome back inside the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson with you. And Derek, what did you think of that first period? Obviously, that last second, quite literally a last-second goal from Oliver Okuliar is huge. What would you see overall?
Yeah, I thought overall, I thought both teams did exactly what we thought they were going to do. I think a little bit of a feeling out period there, those first couple of minutes. Both teams had great chances, back-to-back chances, and goalies made big saves. We knew that coming in. The goaltending was going to be great. And then I thought Abbotsford started to find their game a little bit, got some transition, got that power play goal. And then, boy, it was all Charlotte after that. They got the forecheck going. Didn't score on the double minor, but got some great chances, established a net front presence, which was key, and then a couple of big goals, and obviously playing to the whistle that you had mentioned. So overall, I think that both teams will feel pretty good about it, but Charlotte's got to be elated to have the lead out of one.
You know, and I think, like you said, look, we got exactly what we expected. Both goaltenders are looking strong. Shots on goal, 14-8 in favor of the Checkers so far, and we'll give you the full recap here in just a little bit, because coming up on the other side, we've got highlights. We're going to talk about those. We're going to get you all ready to go for the second period of action. The Charlotte Checkers have a 2-1 lead here in game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals.
Life takes work. You could do it all yourself, but why? Someone delivers your dinner, trims your beard, and even mows your yard. At Autobell Car Wash, we don't believe in putting our customers to work. Take a moment to yourself while we clean your car from the inside out. Sure, you could clean your own car, but why? Plus, the Autobell app lets you save and earn rewards, because at Autobell Car Wash, we do the work so you don't have to.
People can tell when you Autobell.
The Independence Fund, located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a proud partner of the Charlotte Checkers, is committed to serving the warfighter community by providing innovative programs and services to support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual independence of our service members, combat veterans, their caregivers, families, and those allies who served in combat alongside our troops. To support this amazing organization and to learn how to be a hero for a hero, please go to www.independencefund.org.
Choosing a pet food can be confusing. Some dogs will eat anything. Others are picky. And some are just always gassy. They're kind of like humans in that way. Nutrisource makes it easy. Hey, it's Corey Heppola. Nutrisource has partnered with the brightest minds in the pet food industry to develop the ideal food for your pet. So no matter which formula you choose, Nutrisource guarantees perfect results. They love that you love your pet because they love and care about their pets. Nutrisource comes in a wide variety for all stages of your pet's life. And it's available at neighborhood pet stores throughout the region.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you. Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them.
How does it look?
Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Need to score big with your branding? At Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, we bring the power play to print, signage, and marketing solutions for local businesses here in the Queen City. We're right up the road from the Bowplex at 9117 Monroe Road, Suite 190, and we're a proud and trusted partner of your Charlotte Checkers. From goal-worthy graphics to championship-level marketing, we help you get noticed and get business. Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, where your brand plays like a pro.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. The Charlotte Checkers take a 2-1 lead after the first period into the locker room. Let's go ahead and roll the highlights from the first period. Derek, what did you see from that first period? And as we look at these highlights, this first goal here, what would you have done differently if you're the Charlotte Checkers to try and clean that area out?
Well, they did a really good job. Checkers did at killing most of that penalty with nothing to be had, and then a really patient play off the wall here. Turns our defenseman. Now we're outnumbered down at the net, and again, Johnny on the spot there, Sasson with a good body position. Sometimes you got to give the other team some credit too, but up until that point, the first minute and 50 of that penalty kill was outstanding.
And then from then on, it was pretty much all Checkers in that first period. Mackenzie Entwistle gets a shot here, puts that one in. He's been huge.
Yeah, simple 2-on-2, but Lockwood goes to the net, and again, good scouting report there. Good high hard shot on very good rewarding goal.
And then, of course, play to the whistle, as we talked about with Oliver Okuliar with just 0.6 seconds left to go. In that frame, he ends up getting the Checkers their second.
Yeah, again, great transition. Catches Abbotsford on a line change, and another, again, a shot from a little bit of a distance out, but again, good high hard shot. So clearly the Checkers have seen something in the scouting report. That's two high goals on Silloffs.
We've got the Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks, game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals, period number 2, coming up after this.
Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance is back as the Checkers' official chiropractic care providers for the upcoming season. The Checkers know how important chiropractic care is as a component of their sports medicine routine, and so should you. Chiropractic care is rapidly being recognized as an appropriate option for the treatment of migraine headaches, tension, numbness and tingling, sports injuries, and more. Select a natural approach for your health and wellness and go where the pros go. Choose Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance. Find them online at queencitychiro.com.
Ed's Tavern now has 3 locations, so you're never far from a good time. Ed's Tavern is your family-friendly neighborhood restaurant and bar that offers many versatile settings. So whatever mood you're in for, wherever across town you might be, Ed's has you covered. Indoor and outdoor seating, televisions for the biggest games, and of course, the coldest brews and best food around. Check out Ed's at any one of their 3 locations, including Ed's Tavern Dilworth, Ed's Freemore Tavern, and the newest location, Ed's Lake Norman. Ed's Tavern, where new friends meet.
Hey, it's Jason from A&A Sales and Service. Summer's almost here.
Billy, it's just right around the corner. It's so nice and beautiful out there right now. I'm almost nervous to even talk about it, but we're ready. The grass is growing.
That's right. So you got some deals for us?
Well, it's spring of the year. Everybody's trying to get out in their yards, and Massey Ferguson and Gravely have stepped up and still have 0% on everything. We've got huge discounts on mowers right now, huge deals on hay equipment, because just before you know it, we're going to be cutting hay, and just like you're doing right now, you're out there in that yard already.
So speaking of hay, you got a big hay event coming up in June?
Yep, we're excited. The 1st of June, we're going to have a big hay event up in the Harmony Union Grove area where we're going to display all of our Massey Ferguson Heston hay equipment. We got the Ag Extension involved with us too, so we hope to have a good turnout for that as long as the weather cooperates.
All right, A&A Sales and Service, where are you?
We're up on Highway 21, 618 Turnersburg Highway, just past Walmart. We're also on the interwebs and Facebooks. Please reach out and 704-876-6700.
Well, whoever said Mexican food and ribs don't mix? Well, Burritos and Ribs proves them wrong. Serving breakfast all day and daily lunch specials, Miguel's famous veggie breakfast, and the best margaritas and drinks in town, this is a must-try. And don't forget to take advantage of new parking in the back. Dine in or carry out. Burritos and Ribs, located at 628 South Main Street in Troutman. Open every day at 11 a.m. Let your taste buds explore the world.
Welcome back inside the biscuit. One period of action in the books. The Charlotte Checkers have a 2-1 lead over the Abbotsford Canucks thanks to goals from Mackenzie Entwistle, his second of the postseason, assisted by Yesel Puljujärvi and Matt Kierstead. Oliver Okuliar, his third of the postseason, assisted by Mike Benning and Matt Kierstead as well, who has himself a 2-assist night already. The teams have reemerged from the locker room as we get set and ready to go. Second period underway here from the Queen City, game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. This one will be dumped in. It hits off of sticks. The Checkers looking for it in their own defensive end. Race for it. Sammy Blais is there as he slides this one across. It's knocked down. Bjornfoot chips out into the neutral zone. Wilmer Scoot racing up the left wing side. Plays this one back behind the net. He's been knocked out to the point. Bjornfoot pinching, couldn't keep the zone. And a slow roller comes all the way back into the Checkers end. We'll get a whistle here for icing. 19:33 left to go in the second. 2-1. Checkers with the lead.
Absolutely. You know, it's such a great hockey town, and for those that aren't quite as familiar with us, it has been for many, many decades, and you get to the playoffs here and you just feel the environment here. It makes you really proud to be here and to see it, because there's a lot of people in the north right now tuned in that might not think this should be the way it is, but it certainly has a long history of it, and it's fun to be a part of.
And the long list of hockey cities, you know, I don't think Charlotte ranks in the top 10, 20, 50, 100, you know, but it really is. There's a different environment here in this town when the Checkers are doing well and making the Calder Cup Finals. I didn't get to experience it back in 2019. It was before my time here with the team, but this is just, it's something different, like you said.
A lot of transplants, but a lot of history here too.
Here's Chris Colo in the offensive end. He plays that one back to the point. Mike Benning will knock it into the right wing corner. CJ Smith battling for it. Good to see him back out there after taking that stick up high back in the first period.
Yeah, and he's been another solid midseason addition to the Checkers lineup. When we were very short players during the year, he came in and has filled in admirably.
Well, I'm glad you gave me the opening because, you know, I was kind of waiting for it there. You're such a big key in terms of identifying these players and helping these players out in these midseason acquisitions, from Puljujärvi to Kakkonen to CJ Smith. And I know that's, you know, something that you guys are constantly thinking about and working on all year long. How can we, you know, improve the team? What can we do to get better and solidify different areas? And what'd you see in CJ Smith that you liked?
Well, very good history in the American Hockey League of being a good producer and a great person. And when he had you know, started to put feelers out to come back, seemed like an absolute no-brainer to us. We had the injuries. We knew he'd fit in mainly because of the character, and he was really excited to get to us. So credit to Florida Panthers, Paul Karpelka and Brett Peterson and that whole crew that do nothing but keep trying, right? Keep trying to get us better, keep trying to not only get better at the NHL level, but the American League level, the East Coast League level. So when those guys comes up, the communication's great, and thankfully they're not afraid to take some chances. And our roster is full of them, and you see how they're all gelling together to earn opportunities.
Yeah, it's a different situation here for the Charlotte Checkers with a NHL affiliate that's been in the Stanley Cup Finals the last three seasons. You know, they're buying at the deadline every year, so the prospect pool isn't quite as deep as some of these other teams that aren't constantly buying at the deadline. So it brings its own set of challenges to make sure that your AHL team is not only you know, filled and you got bodies down there, but also competitive.
Yeah, and that's their scouting department too. They're pro scouts, they're amateur scouts. I mean, you know, we've brought in a lot of kids from NCAA that were free agents, and Kierstead and Benning and these kids like that. So it's just been countless up and down the lineup, but credit for them for realizing it and then going for it. You know, sometimes some teams would be just okay with you know, taking an easy way out, maybe not maybe digging into their pockets, but Florida has made it a priority to not only be good up top, but also be good throughout the organization. And it continues to pay off. As you said, third time in the Stanley Cup Finals in the last 3 years, which just doesn't happen.
Well, here is evidence of that Charlotte Checkers forecheck as they're keeping the puck in the offensive end. Okuliar into the high slot. Steves, quick turnaround whip, and Shilovs makes his second save of the period. We'll get the whistle here with 17:27 left to go in the middle frame. 2-1, Checkers with the lead. All 3 goals being scored back in the first period. You know, we haven't had the chance to even talk about our officiating crew in this one. The guys blowing the whistles tonight, Jordan Samuels-Thomas and Stephen Hiff. Of your Lions people, Ryan Jackson and Anthony Lapointe.
Yeah, and they've also gotten better throughout the playoffs too, right? It's a process for the young referees, and just like the players and the coaches, it's a learning experience. And boy, the level of officiating has been really good here the last few weeks. I mean, we'll never always agree, but but they have been, yes.
If that ever happens, I think we all need to seek shelter.
Yes, we do.
Into the offensive end, here's Skoog with a rip, saved by the netminder Shelovs, dropping into the butterfly. Wrapped all the way around to the point. Hovorka feeds below the goal line. Breezeball will knock it down, but he can't clear the zone. Hovorka walking up the wall. Now back behind the net. Looks for the wraparound, not there. Feeds the point, finds John Leonard. Leonard saw it get knocked off his stick. The Checkers have to regroup here in the neutral zone. Asplund brings it across the blue line and will dump in on a fly off the glass, right wing corner. Breezeball with a drop pass. It'll be taken by DiGiuseppe. He sauces this one high in the air, trying to lead his man into the offensive end. Carrick just chopping into the neutral zone, but Abbotsford collects.
And it's nice to see Phil DiGiuseppe back here playing. Was a big part of the Charlotte Checkers for years and years, and a fine young man and a heck of a hockey player. So good to see that he's still a big part of Vancouver's organization.
He's certainly been around in both the AHL and the NHL. Charlotte brings this one in. Quick shot is blocked off of a skate, loose down below the goal line. Taken by Sordiff, who couldn't dangle his way out of a hit. Loose puck settled up by Abbotsford. They'll regroup here. Up across the blue line, into the offensive end. Players get bumped down to the ice. Checkers get control. They're going to skate out of their own end. Here's C.J. Smith. Up across the blue line, he's in. Sauces this one off the end wall. Looking for Chris Colo, ripped away from him. It's played to the point. Walking up and pinching is Matt Kierstead, 2 assists on the game so far. His pass misses the mark, allows Abbotsford to clear, but the Checkers in control once again with 15:38 left to go here in the second period, and they've got the 1-goal edge, out shooting Abbotsford 17-8. They have not allowed a shot here in this second period.
You know, at first glance too, we looked at playing Abbotsford and thought, well, geez, you get them to Charlotte with the humidity and the weather conditions, and that might be a factor for them. But you look at their opponents all year; they play a lot in Southern California and just got done playing Austin, Texas. So you would assume they would be as used to this as you can be. You can't be, but as well as you could possibly prepare, you would think that they'd be used to it. It wouldn't be as much of an advantage as we would hope.
Well, you know, on that train of thought, the ice looks great here tonight. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to what I was going to expect. At least, you know, from my completely uneducated eyes, it looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, and we hate to give our ice crew any credit, but they have done a great job. They've been here early. There've been graduations in the building, and Steve and Tony and all the guys have done just a thankless job to this point, and they'll have to keep doing it as we play over the next 2 weeks. But it's a real art to keep this going, and it's tough in this building in November, let alone May and June, and they love it. They do a great job.
As much as
unless we lose, and then it's a different story.
As much as we were talking about Charlotte being a hockey city, Mother Nature doesn't agree. You know, she's still going to be 80% humidity in June.
Yeah, no kidding. So, but we're lucky to be doing it.
Vilmanis with a drop pass out in front, intercepted. It's going to be taken by Abbotsford out to center. This one is ripped in from Trevor Carrick from the blue line. Trying to catch Shelovs sleeping there, but he makes the save off the blocker with 14:04 left to go here in the second period. A little bit of back and forth, not a lot of action here so far in this second period. It seems like both sets of coaches had the chance to go in the locker room and kind of design what their game plan is, and I see like we seem to have tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like maybe they proved their point to the players in the pre-scout, right? First period, both teams kind of got away with exactly what they wanted to do, and then it's like, hey, we told you this was going to happen. and now they've Abbotsford's done a much better job not allowing us to get a forecheck going, and then Charlotte's done a really good job coming back through the play and identifying the men trying to jump and create odd man chances. So through the first 6-7 minutes here, both teams have clearly gone in and listened to their coaches, and we'll see who can come get some momentum going here again.
Checkers have had the puck in the offensive end for quite some time as John Leonard has it here out in front. A chip pass. That one goes just wide of Shelovs.
Great job by Skoog getting body position on a play that shouldn't have happened.
John Leonard with a shot blocked down out in front. Now Abbotsford will skate out. Their pass up off of sticks. The Checkers with good pressure. They get control once again at the center red line. Played into the offensive end. Here's Chris Colo. Great feed to himself. His sharp angle shot a little too fine. And come out to the right wing corner. They score! Justin sort of picks the corner. And the Checkers have a 2-goal lead. It's 3-1. 12:52 left to go here in the second.
We talked about making a play out of nothing, but give Kyle Criscuolo a ton of credit. He keeps his play alive. He gets down, he takes an off-angle shot, but he's keeping momentum going, and this is an excuse-me shot here. Again, high on the goaltender is obviously the scouting report, and yeah, that's that shot mentality. Swords get a chance to rip it, and there's a bit of a screen, and yeah, there is too. He gets it through some traffic, and again, they're all big goals, but to create something out of nothing there is really impressive. That's the only real chance in the period to this point.
I bet you Justin sort of, when he heard the scouting report on Shelobs is to go high and pick the corners, he started salivating. I mean, how many times have we seen that from him? He loves going top shelf, and once again, he's making another goaltender pay, just like he did in Laval.
It is funny, boy, to all the players, when Slyer, goalie coach, gives the reports, you see every guy salivate when they get the opportunity. Shoot high. Oh, really? That's every guy loves to do that. So.
Well, the Checkers have themselves a 3-1 lead, and they're hunting for more. They're back in the offensive end. Here's a feed to the point. It's intercepted. Breakaway opportunity into the offensive end. Shot. They score. Abbotsford will even things up. Nate Smith, the third-year pro, with a breakaway up and over the shoulder of Capo Kakinen on the first shot of the period from the Canucks.
Well, both teams, again, showing what they can do. It took them a little while to get into it, but again, a turnover. This is what Abbotsford is so good at. Again, a high turnover by the Checkers and cause a breakaway and makes no mistake. So two great shots back-to-back, and what a response here for the Canucks.
Nate Smith's fourth goal of the postseason, just 20 seconds after the Checkers, 22 seconds if you want to get technical, after the Checkers took a 2-goal lead, and now we're back to a 1-goal margin. It's 3-2. What does that do for you in terms of, deflating your sails after you get out in front and you're up by 2, and then all of a sudden you give up a quick one?
Well, the one good news about it for the Checkers, they hadn't had really a lot of sustained pressure, so it's not like you feel like, oh man, it does hurt a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's not as bad as if we would have been dominating and then all of a sudden you give one up. So it's again that feeling out process. Abbotsford's a good team. They've battled all playoffs long, and they're not gonna sit down for anyone there. So no harm, no foul. Both teams get a goal, and you keep rolling. But again, just that learning experience, and then again taking care of the puck in those soft areas. That's what Charlotte's going to have to do to obviously come out victorious here today.
Well, we talked about it in the pregame show, and obviously if you get to this point, you're a good team. But, they took down Coachella Valley, the back-to-back Western Conference champions. They rolled through Texas, which was a team that a lot of people had their, high hopes for them in the postseason here. As the Checkers come in, Steves with a wraparound is blocked away. They knocked off Colorado, which was the top team in the Western Conference, just to finish that thought. So, this is a team, they're not going to go gently into that good night just because the Checkers take a 2-goal lead.
Oh.
We've got a big collision here at center, a penalty coming. Laying down on the ice. We have an injured Checker as Kakinen will head to the bench for the extra attacker. It's only going to really make it 5-on-5, and now we'll finally get the whistle. A huge hit just inside the blue line as Trevor Carrick is giving Kudryavtsev a little piece of his mind there. I think Oliver Okuliar is down, and hate to see it.
We'll have to see the replay exactly, but at live that looked like an elbow right to the head on that play there. So that's a tough play. You don't want to see it. Hopefully Oki's just a little shaken up and it's not worst case scenario. But that was a direct shot right to the head. It looked like at my first glance. So hopefully he just needs to clear his head up here a little bit, and it's nothing serious.
Well, while they tend to him and while they figure out the penalties that are going to be assessed, we're going to take immediate timeout. 3-2 Checkers with the lead, 11:36 left to go here in this second. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Alarm South is your hometown security provider, serving Iredell and the surrounding counties since 1963. Alarm South specializes in custom security solutions for your home or business. No job is too small or big for Alarm South. Their services include burglar, fire, access control, camera systems, video verification, and more. Whatever your security need is, Alarm South can tailor a solution to fit your needs. Call our team of industry professionals for your free estimate today. 704-872-9857.
When your celebration of life is prepared, it becomes a gift to your family later. No one should have to pay for a loss when they're experiencing one. Paying in advance protects your loved ones and gives you the peace of mind you deserve. Let us help you plan every detail with professionalism and compassion. We're Bunch Johnson Funeral Home, 705 Davie Avenue, Statesville. Call us at 704-873-7223 to schedule an appointment.
Welcome back inside the biscuit as Oliver Okuliar took one up high right before our media timeout. Oh, it looks like he got maybe a hand or an elbow or something in there. What did you see?
Yeah, it's a hit to the head here. On the replay here, you can see him come across. He targets the head and he leaves his feet, and he leaves his feet and hits him in the head. This will be a fascinating call. We had a situation like this in the Laval game last time, and with the head contact and. You know, it's tough. It's a bang-bang play. I don't think the intent is to do anything, but you leave your feet and you make direct contact with somebody's head. It should be a major, but we'll have to see how it plays itself out. But either way, a tough play. You know, he's trying to make a hockey play, but he leaves his feet and gets him in the head. So, again, hopefully there's not a significant injury. Okie went to the locker room, I'm sure, as a part of the protocol when that happens. So hopefully we'll see him back in the lineup here soon. But we're still waiting here on the call. There's a lot to discuss to see how this plays out. But definitely plays you don't want to see in the game, but they happen. Everything's really fast. And you just hope that Okie can get back in the lineup here.
Well, I think they're still trying to figure this out. So as our officiating crew, Jordan Samuels-Thomas and Stephen Hiff, are now relaying to the benches what the call is. They don't have anything up on the board just yet here in the arena or on the official score sheet. So this could go any different way. We know the Checkers are going to be on a cash pot power play. That we know.
Well, the players are ready to go. I'm just I'm not sure what's happening, but it didn't look like anybody was ejected, which would come along with what happened to us against Laval with Riley Bezo here. So I'm curious to see what the difference is. This is a little maybe more personal for us because we just saw this happen, but I mean that's clearly a hit to the head, and the player leaves his feet to do so. So I'm fascinated to see what it ends up with. But either way, this is what we talked about here before, during the game and before the game with regard to the power play. You know, the statistics can be one thing. There's times to score a key goal, and boy, this would be a big time to get a little more cushion with regard to the time and place in the game.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get that 2-goal lead back.
Yeah.
It would also be nice to get your first power play goal of the game after going 0 for 2 on that double minor. And, you know, this would be a nice chance to just kind of assert your dominance a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did a good job on that on the double minor in the first period where they had some good traffic. Guys were trying to get to the net. Maybe try to jam a couple plays in front that maybe you'd want back. But I love that shot mentality. And you got to make life tough on any goaltender, but and particularly one that's this good.
Well, it looks like they are going to pull somebody off the bench to serve a penalty, and I mean, maybe we have the ejection here.
I don't believe so. I mean, they had the wrong player in the box. It's a 2-minute minor, which I don't understand to begin with, but here we go anyway. So
yeah.
we'll have to sort that one out after the game.
2-minute power play. The Checkers win the draw. Rasmus Asplund pushed that one between the defensemen. Now a foot race is Trevor Carrick. Looking for it here. Interference is officially the call.
That's I don't agree with that call either.
Kirill Kudryavtsev, the guilty party.
And the thing is, from a league standpoint, the rule is if it's called a check to the head, it's an automatic review. The league automatic reviews it. Doesn't matter what time of the season it is. It's a new rule we put in, and to me that's a hit to the head. There's no other. I don't understand how that's an interference call. It's a hit to the head. So, anyways, we'll address that later, but easy way out call there, in my opinion.
Let's go ahead and throw it down to Kendall Smith. Kendall, you talked with John Leonard earlier today and head coach Kinnear about Leonard as well.
Yeah, and John Leonard was just on the ice to start off that power play, and Coach Kinnear talked about him. He said, in the end, most successful teams have a game breaker, and Lenny has just been that guy for us. He leads the team in goals and in shorthanded goals this season as as well, and he said he just continues to get better. I didn't know him at the start of the year, but we've developed a great relationship, and credit to management for finding a guy like him because he has been a game changer, guys.
Thank you so much, Kendall, and absolutely, whether it's power play, penalty kill, even strength, it's been John Leonard, the main cog in the wheel for the Charlotte Checkers this season. Abbotsford trying to come into the zone. They're going to be offside. If they touch it, the Checkers will go the other way. Here's O'Couliard back out on the ice after that hit up high. He drops to Vilmanis, left wing wall. Skates to the base of the circle, will feed to Puljujarvi below the goal line. Jesse Puljujarvi in that trademark helmet that sits atop his head. Finds Benning, back to Puljujarvi. Over to Benning, a little miscommunication there, but no harm, no foul as the Checkers still have it. Vilmanis down to Sordiff, left wing dot. His shot, glove save, Shilovs, and he'll hang on. 10-12 left to go here in the second. 36 seconds left to go here in this cash pop power play. The Checkers, they seem to be trending in the right direction here.
Yeah, again, just trying to feel some things out here and find some soft spots. And again, a great job by Benning seeing a hole, getting it to net. Boulevard with a good tip in front. You know, he's a big body with great hands. And you know what? If you're Sordiff there, why not give it a rip? You know, we've scored some high goals. You know, you're not going to get a rebound out of that, but with the success rate we've had so far, why not keep giving it a try?
You know, from that angle, too, look, if you miss it a little bit too far wide and Shilovs can't catch it, it's hitting off the end wall and coming out to the right point, and you're resetting everything up anyway.
Great point, yep.
So Abbotsford will clear this one out into the neutral zone. Here's Trevor Carrick setting things up. Halfway mark here of regulation. 3-2 Checkers with the lead. 2 goals in the first period, 1 here in the second. Abbotsford, 1 goal per period so far. Rasmus Asplund into the offensive end. Will wrap all the way around. John Leonard moves over to the left wing wall. Taken here by Wilmer Skoog. Skoog battling for it along the left wing corner. Manages to knock to Chris Colo. Chris Colo has an assist. Out of the box is the offending party, and that was Kirill Kudryavtsev. And Checkers 0 for 3 on their cash pop power plays here tonight. Into the offensive end, up the left wing side. Here comes Abbotsford. It's taken by Chase Wooters, the team captain, who catches a high stick, and that'll be a penalty coming here to the Checkers as they touch on that one. And now Charlotte to the on-time electrical penalty kill coming up after this. 9:16 left to go here in the second period. 3-2 Checkers with the lead. They go down a man after this message. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
No messing around.
Because this is serious.
If your power goes out, your heat goes out, that might be okay for a few hours. But if it's a few days...
Real serious.
We have folks all over the area with a dependable generator from On Time Electrical.
If the power goes out,
your home stays on.
And this time of year, that's serious.
On Time Electrical keeps your home safe. And in the winter, we keep your power dependable.
Schedule today at dependworthyontimeelectrical.com.
Of course, we all know of Johnson Greenhouses and being the area's best florist. But did you know that Johnson's also has an amazing selection of gifts? Come on into Johnson Greenhouses for a huge selection of Scout bags, prepackaged toiletries, and a new great selection of men's superior grooming products by Duke Cannon. Johnson Greenhouses also has a great selection of Beekman 1802 goat milk skin and body care items. Johnson Greenhouses, 204 Salisbury Road in Statesville.
So the Charlotte Checkers back to the on-time electrical penalty kill. Trevor Carrick guilty of high sticking, a double minor. So the Checkers PK is going to have a little bit of time to work here, and I don't think they mind that too much.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Abbotsford got the one in the first period here, so they've had a great power play this postseason. So, yes, a strength for the Charlotte Checkers, but again, it's Carrick in the box, who's one of our best penalty killers, and again, Ulster not playing tonight, who also was doing a fine job. So the boys will have to step it up here. And again, they did a heck of a job getting pucks out, getting it down 200 feet to start that last penalty kill, but one slight error, the puck ended up in our net. So going to be a big momentum time in the game here. We talked about it earlier. If you can kill off a 4-minute, boy, you could really turn it into something.
Coming into the game, Abbotsford 22% conversion rate on the power play. They're 1 for 1 here tonight. Trevor Carrick was in the box for that power play as well. Taken at the right wing point. Here's a shot through traffic, hit off of the body. 3-2. Checkers with the lead. Played back to the point. This is taken in the right wing corner. Here's Wooters looking for it. He was the one who took the puck up high. And the Checkers
That's
get
why,
clear and send that one all the way down.
Hockey can be a funny game too. You know, you get what looks to be a hit to the head as a 2-minute minor, and then you get an inadvertent stick and it's a 4-minute. It just sometimes things don't go your way, or at least the way you would like them to go.
Those are the things you just got to battle through, though,
Absolutely,
right?
100%.
It's the adversity of the game and of any game, really, but that's what makes champions.
You're 100% correct. It's just those little nuances in a game where you smile, sometimes, but you just got to shake your head and move on.
3 minutes left to go on the penalty to Trevor Carrick. In the high slot, backhand pass. That one slides through the feet of Arstede Baines.
Great stick by Leonard.
Down in the right wing corner, fed out into the slot. The Checkers are going to take it here. Here they come shorthanded. Leonard with it up the left wing side. Wines blasts. His shot is blocked into the right wing corner. Entwistle thought about going for that loose puck there for a second, then gets tripped up. Arm stays down, no call. Into the offensive end. Abbotsford setting things up. Baines trying to push to the point. It's going to be knocked off the body, out in front. This shot whistles wide past the netminder Kakkonen. That's going to go all the way out to center. Works like a clear. Into the offensive end. It's going to be taken around by Smith. Looking for his man, Sammy Blais. Blais to the point. Gets it back, left wing side. From the dot, his shot off the pipe and out. Checkers managed to clear that one as they split the D. A slow roller will come all the way back into the Abbotsford defensive end with 2 minutes left to go on the penalty kill.
Charlotte defensemen are having a real tough time with that toe drag move on the half wall. Cost them the first goal and almost cost them another one there.
How do you defend something?
You got to stay square. Yeah, you got to keep you're anticipating a move as opposed to what's happening, and that's really strong play. It's hard to defend, but as a defenseman or a person in that position, you got to try to keep your shoulders square to him to block the shot, as opposed to getting you to move out of the way so he gets a better angle.
Icing is the call here against Abbotsford with 1:35 left to go on the penalty to Trevor Carrick. 6:50 remaining here in the second period. 3-2, Checkers with the lead.
But as an offensive player, though, when you can toe drag and get that whip and just your shot, it's such a great shot to get off, and as a forward, but as our defenders are going to have to stay a little more square on that. But again, got through the first one, and now we got to keep rolling through to the second one here.
Offensive zone draw. Rasmus Asplund to take the face-off. Asplund's been known to score a shorty here and there.
And what a fine player he's been again this year for us. A super person, a new dad, and what a thrill to have him in our lineup here the last couple of seasons.
Taken here.
He's a pro's pro, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's been a big piece to this team the last couple of years. Always, top 2 or 3 in points on this team, and wears the A on his sweater.
Absolutely. And plays all situations. He's just such a phenomenal player. And another, again, great signing by the Florida Panthers.
Laid back to the point. It's going to be handled here. Shot tipped off of sticks, out in front. Checkers with good clearing as they cleared out in front of the net and cleared the puck the length of the ice.
Great job. That was a dangerous situation. Again, Abbotsford with numbers down at the net, and great sticks and great second efforts.
Here come the Canucks with 48 seconds left to go on their power play. Puck is loose. It's going to be tapped into the left wing corner boards. Baines racing for it. Lockwood, first one there. He feeds back behind the net. Kierstead lost the puck. Controlled here at the right side. Linus Karlsson slides over to Baines. As he walks up along the wall, base of the left wing circle, throws it back to the blue line. Settling it down, Wolanin. His pass intercepted, and the Checkers can clear. Great play there by Lockwood.
Excellent sticks, and again, that relentless attack, not letting Abbotsford get set up or get comfortable, and a great job by all 4 guys on the ice. Really, it took everybody to get that puck out late in the PK.
Taken here by Karlsson, the team's leader in points. His shot goes wide. Out of the box is Carrick, so the Checkers managed to kill that one off, and now they've got numbers if they hurry. Through the neutral zone. There's Chris Golos. He leads his man Skoog into left wing corner boards. Chris Golo coming in to help out. Puck is tied up along the left wing boards. Charlotte pushes out to the point, but will be knocked out to center. Taken into the offensive end. Shujar Kyra looking for the puck here on the left wing hashes. Vilmanis is there. He rips that one away. Checkers skate out with it here. Here's Skoog from the center red line. He'll jump in. Big collision. So that one is wrapped all the way around. Taken here by Hirose. Now the Canucks out to center. Into the offensive end, 4:25 left to go here in the second period. 3-2, Checkers with the lead. Strong on the puck and throwing that one into the slot was DiGiuseppe as a bouncer comes in on Kakkonen, and he'll make the save. 4:14 left to go here in the second period. 3-2, Checkers with the lead. Don't go anywhere. We got the rest of the second period coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
You're listening to the Calder Cup playoffs with TJ Shalat on the Checkers Media Network.
With more than 20,000 students, Iredell Statesville schools rank among the 20 largest school districts in North Carolina. Our teachers represent a wealth of knowledge, with the average teacher in our district having 15 years of teaching experience. Iredell Statesville Schools' innovative approach blends a one-to-one technology initiative with collaborative best practices and a hands-on approach to learning. In addition to traditional school settings, the district provides a wide range of exciting educational opportunities through our choice programs, specifically designed for unique student needs. No matter your age, your background, or your personal goals, there's a place for you in the Iredell Statesville schools.
This is Charlotte Checkers Hockey, and this is the Calder Cup playoffs presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates.
4:14 left to go here in the second period. 3-2, the Checkers with the lead over the Abbotsford Canucks in Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. TJ Shalat, Derek Wilkinson with you. Happy to have you alongside, whether you're watching this game on AHL TV or perhaps WCNC here in Charlotte, or listening on the many, many outlets that are carrying this game here tonight, including Sirius XM, WAME Radio, ESPN Radio here in Charlotte, or the Charlotte Checkers app. We're so excited to have you. It's been a good one so far.
It really has, and again, I know obviously we're excited to be in the finals, but to get to see Vancouver's finest, young prospects that are playing pro, and this team that's been so special has been good to see too. I know they've got a lot to be proud of as well, and I know the NHL season didn't maybe go the way they wanted to, but they've got some great kids here, and a critical last 4 minutes coming up here. Obviously, Charlotte would like to get into the third with a lead. It's always better to do, and Abbotsford's looking to tighten that up and make it a one-period hockey game. So, critical 4 minutes to see what type of energy level both teams have.
Well, the Checkers will begin here with a defensive zone draw. Kyle Criscolo to take the face-off here on the left wing side, coming off to the right-hand side of Kaapo Kakkonen. It was going to be Nate Smith taking the face-off, but he gets tossed, and Linus Karlsson will step in instead. Abbotsford's going to go heavy here on the near side. Going to take a man off the wing. See if that allows the Checkers any opportunity to work out. Taken away by Smith as he wraps all the way around, connecting with Jet Wu, the defenseman. Wu, tape to tape. Finds his guy. That's Sasson. His backhand pass is knocked down.
What a fantastic hockey name, Jet Wu.
Long range shot, glove save here by Kaapo Kakkonen. You know, the only other name that I think might rival that would be Blade Jenkins.
Oh, that's a good one too.
I feel like he might. We've seen him a couple of times over the last few years with Bridgeport. He was in Toronto earlier this year, but yeah, Jet Wu. I mean, if you're not a an action star in the movies, then I think you're a hockey player with that name.
Absolutely, that is fantastic.
Kaapo Kakkonen looking pretty good here. He hasn't been too busy in this second period. As a matter of fact, just 4 shots on goal in the frame, and unfortunately, one went behind him, so the save percentage not looking too good here in the second, but Checkers still have the 1-goal lead, 3-2. Yeah,
it's a real dangerous place too, and he had a great stick on the penalty kill on a pass out front, which doesn't count as anything for him other than a great penalty kill, right? So sometimes the goalies do more than just obviously make saves. So that was a critical moment there. But yeah, he does. He looks calm. Both goalies do. I mean, you're not going to rattle these two, but he has brought such a calming presence to the back end. But the goaltending all year has been good. Appleby's been phenomenal, and Bay Cooper Black finding his way too has been great. So Sly Rodriguez just did an unbelievable job with our kids this year.
Man, the Ken Appleby story is just one we haven't really talked about much here in the postseason, simply because he hasn't played in a game just yet. But I mean, talk about a renaissance for that guy. Such a veteran, and he spends a lot of time in the ECHL with the several organizations he was with, and of course was in the American Hockey League for quite a while as well. But I mean, he just looked like a dominant AHL goaltender this year, and I don't know who expected that necessarily.
Yeah, he was fantastic to see, and again, we played against him so much, right? When he was in Bridgeport, the Islanders group, and we'd always play well, but they didn't always have the best team, so you're never quite sure. But he's has a lot to do with us being at this point right now, and it'll be interesting to see as the series goes on with the climate and the travel if teams don't try to go to their backup and try to steal a game if necessary this series.
Trevor Carrick into the offensive end, walking up the wall into the high slot, finds Steve's backhand pass out in front. Vilmanis with a shot, saved by Shilovs. Puck is loose, laid over to the right wing corner. The Checkers pressure, good play there. Baines was trying to exit the zone, but the defenseman Benning right on it.
Excellent look there by Benning, and Vilmanis with a good tip and another great save.
Loose puck comes out, it's chopped off of sticks, rolls on edge. Trevor Carrick gets there first. His backhand pass, he connects with his man. And the Checkers can organize out of their own defensive end with 2.5 left to go here in the second period.
Yeah, both teams doing a good job getting through the neutral zone and making it a lot tougher on the forechecking opponent.
Slow rolling puck kind of got out in front, but the Checkers with a turnover here. Lockwood shot blocked down.
Just as I say that, I'm muffing up the middle. Look like me and Mensley.
Here's Kierstead, shot through traffic, tickles the outside of the net. Got a rise out of the crowd back behind the goal there. They thought maybe that one went in, but hit the outside of the cage, and it forces Abbotsford to send this one the length of the ice. That'll be an icing call here with 1:52 left to go here in the second period. 3-2, and good pressure there.
Absolutely, and I put my foot in my mouth. Obviously, how good a job everybody was doing, but it just that's that margin of error. I mean, obviously the Abbotsford player got just in his own head trying to make a play there. He turns it over, and a couple chances and icing, and here you go. So the margin for error is not very big at this time of year.
Well, the Charlotte Checkers got a goal at the end of the first period with just half a second left. They've got 1:52 left to go here in the second, an offensive zone draw. Let's see what they can do here and maybe put some more pressure on Shilovs and get their 2-goal lead back. They've got the puck in their own defensive end. Here's Matt Kierstead. Waiting for guys to shuffle around. He's got a little bit of time. Now he's finally smoked out. Puck rolls off of a stick. It'll be taken here and played into the neutral zone. Puljujärvi backhands in, giving chase. Left wing corner, Lockwood, he wraps around. Waiting for it was Puljujärvi as it was knocked down. Or excuse me, that was Entwistle. Different big bodies. So many big bodies on that fourth line. Into the offensive end. Here's DiGiuseppe as he throws on the brakes. Right wing wall. He'll leave in the right corner for Sasson. He gets upended. He manages to let that puck go back behind the net. Abbotsford to the point. Here's Wu. Long range shot. Tipped off of a stick. Will go wide. DiGiuseppe finds it on the right wall. Pushes back to the point. Wu with a wrister. Saved by Kokkonen. Might have caught off a body out in front, but Kokkonen was right there in the butterfly. Abbotsford still has it. Looking backdoor shot, blocked down out in front, and we're going to get a penalty here for tripping, but Capo Kokkonen, talk about the adjustment as it was blocked. It started going towards that left pad.
Yeah, and that's so difficult for goalies when it's going east and west, and you're trying to, get all across with a push, and what an incredible save. And, sometimes they call him a good penalty. That was a good penalty there. That could have ended up a lot worse, but again, not a good situation for the Checkers to be shorthanded yet again. That's a first real sustained pressure the Canucks have had here in quite some time, and both teams, we talked about it, that last 5 minutes of this period in particular, trying to set themselves up for the third. So Charlotte's going to need to get a face-off here and get out of this unscathed.
So 39.3 left to go here in the second. The Checkers are back to the on-time electrical penalty kill. This time it's somebody different in the box other than Trevor Carrick. It's going to be Will Lockwood who took that penalty, and as you mentioned, that was a good one to take. I mean, you already had Capo Kokkonen kind of pulled out of position trying to make that rebound save. As this one is knocked loose. Here comes Sordiff on a break. Has a step in front of the defender. Dangles around. Backhand chance saved by Shilovs. Puck is loose, and Shilovs will cover up. Sordiff was certainly pestered from behind, but no call.
Well, this is that opportunistic penalty kill, and again, Sordiff's been so good at this, and he's trying to go high here, but I mean that could have been a hook and on that play, but yeah, but
slash.
But again, a heck of a save by Shilovs. And staying with him too. That was a tough play. It wasn't he probably knew he was trying to shoot too, and he stuck with them. But again, that aggressive nature of the Checkers on the penalty kill, they get an opportunity to go, they go, and you got to love it.
Offensive zone draw. Rasmus Asplund will take it for the Checkers. He's out there with Sorda, Bjornfoot, and Kierstead. Loose puck taken by the Canucks. 22 seconds left to go here in the frame. As that one is slid across by Nielsen. Canucks backtrack into their own defensive end. 13 seconds left to go. They pump into the offensive zone. Matt Kierstead back behind the net. He's locked up with a Canuck. Spinning away from a hit is the forward Baines as a long-range shot misses the net. And we'll get a whistle here as the period comes to an end. 40 minutes of hockey are in the books here from the Biscuit. The Charlotte Checkers hanging on to their one-goal lead, 3-2 after 2.
Great position for the Checkers to go into the third period, but clearly penalty trouble's starting to add up here. It's hot in the building, and you're using the same guys over and over to kill penalties, so we'll see if that's a factor here in the third period.
So the Charlotte Checkers getting goals in this one from Entwistle, Okuliar, and Sordiff. The second of the year for Entwistle, the third of the postseason for Okuliar, and the fourth from Justin Sordiff. That was your most recent goal. And Justin Sordiff is going to be speaking with our very own Kendall Smith. Kendall, to you.
What a goal from you. What did you see on that play?
It was a great play by Chris Colo. Just chipping it to himself, getting in the ozone, rimmed it around, kind of knew where CJ Smith and I were, and I used Smitty and one of their D's as a screen. That was happy it went in there.
To start off this third period, you'll be on the penalty kill. You had an opportunity there. What do you want to see from the group to get the momentum going in the third period?
I think at the end of the first there and at the start of the second, we're just moving our feet. We're getting pucks behind their D, and I think we're getting a lot of chances. We kind of got away from that. We were playing a little sloppy towards the end of the period. We were slow, couldn't break the puck out. We took a couple penalties because of it, because we're not playing fast. And I think we're going to regroup. I know the guys are going to be ready for the third.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Justin. 3-2. Checkers with the lead. They've got one goal edge over the Abbotsford Canucks. Don't go anywhere. Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report is coming up after this. We've got some information on our NHL affiliates, the Florida Panthers, who are playing in the Stanley Cup Final against the Edmonton Oilers. We're going to touch base on that. Plus, we'll get Derek's thoughts on the first 40, as well as get you the recap and the highlights and get you ready to go for the third period here from the Bowplex. 3-2. Checkers with the lead. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup Playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Rev up your engines and get ready to roll, because Westside Twins is your ultimate destination for all things motorcycle. Our shop is stocked with an awesome selection of motorcycles, and our service and parts department is second to none. Plus, we're a North Carolina inspection station. Westside Twins Motorcycle Company is all things motorcycle, but that's not all. We're about you, family, and serving our community. Stop by and say hello. We're open Monday through Friday from 10 till 6 and Saturday from 9 till 4 at 2313 West Front Street in Statesville. Or you can visit us online at westsidetwins.com. We'll see you there.
South FLA with the Stanley Cup Final now.
Attention all home decor and comfort lovers. White Sales Home Furnishings and Flooring just received a huge truckload of Spring Air back support mattresses, and they're on sale now. All sizes and firmness levels available at unbeatable prices. Plus, we've got a massive selection of home furnishings, including sofas, recliners, tables, and more at spectacular savings. And that's not all. When you're ready to give your floors a makeover, we've got the best selection of carpet, hardwood, laminates, and more. Hurry in today to shop our incredible deals and revamp your home in style. White Sales, 583 Turnersburg Highway, Statesville.
Hey, we got Ryan Scott here at the Chevy store. Look at that bow tie. You guys got bow ties everywhere.
Bow ties all over this lot. And they are sizzling. They are sizzling with hot deals. Silverados, whether it's a regular cab, double cab, crew cab, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, an LT, an LTZ, a high country, you name it. Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville has it. That's right, there are that many Silverado trucks, but nobody discounts them like Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. Up to $8,000 off Silverados at Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. You know where we are, right on I-40. Look for that spinning car, folks, because that is where the deals are.
Legal help in Iredell County is just a phone call away. The man we trust in Statesville, Sloan Goodforth, saves the day. He'll write your will, work the best plea deal, keep you out of jail and have you safe at home. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney.
7044-9533-71.
7044-9533-71.
You better phone Sloan,
Your defense attorney.
You better phone Sloan.
Welcome back inside the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report. Charlotte Checkers have the 3-2 edge over the Abbotsford Canucks here in game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Before we go ahead and break down the first 2 periods of action here from the Bowplex, let's turn our attention to the NHL and our friends, the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers, of course, in the Stanley Cup Final against the Edmonton Oilers. Showing you some highlights right now. And last night's game was, it started off as a breeze, taking a 3-0 lead early in that game. I think at the end of 1, it was 3-0 at that point, and it didn't go their way ultimately.
No, and Edmonton, again, battle-tested. The series led 7 games last year. Edmonton was down 3-0 and came all the way back. So I know it seems surprising to come back from a 3-0 lead when you're on the road, but boy, Edmonton's showing some resolve, and so did Florida. They bounced back, tied it up late, and lost in overtime. But, I mean, this series has been as advertised as well, and all tied up heading into Game 5 in Edmonton tomorrow night.
I think back to a press conference that we had earlier this season when the new ownership group was announced, and one of the core messages, because going with the new ownership group was also the new ECHL affiliate in Savannah, but one of the core messages was how everything is going to play out from the NHL to the AHL to the ECHL in terms of systems and styles. Do you see a very similar team to the Charlotte Checkers in Florida?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's that the word's overused, but the culture idea, right? This is the way we're going to play, and if you want to play for the big club, then you're going to have to learn to do it in the American League, so that it's a lot easier. It's not going to be a surprise to you when you get up there and how hard they play and the style of play and the relentless puck pursuit, and so for our guys, obviously we've had that system going now for a couple of years. We had some returning players, but it's a fun way to play. It's a hard way to play, but the players really respond to it, and they really like it. I mean, they get the opportunity to get up and play. They don't have to sit back. They don't have to feel like they have to be cautious. They be smart, but it's fun. It's fun to go after it. And when you get everybody going, boy, you become quite a team. And I mean, the proof's in the pudding. We've had good teams here. Obviously, this year we're in the finals. Florida's in the finals. It's the first time, I think, since maybe 2008 that's happened. So you see it. You definitely see it. There's great communication on the hockey side between management and scouts and our development staff and the coaches. So it's fun to see. It's easy to talk about. It's hard to do, but this group has certainly pulled that off here the last couple of years. It doesn't happen overnight, and if this was just a one-off, maybe you say you're lucky, but this is definitely not luck. This has been well planned out, well executed.
Well, you've got a Florida Panther or Florida Panther affiliate versus a Canadian team in the respective finals here so far. And right now, the Charlotte Checkers, they have a 3-2 lead over the Abbotsford Canucks after 2 periods of action here at Bojangles Coliseum. Derek, we're going to get your thoughts and run through the highlights. Coming up, we've got plenty more on the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report. Don't go anywhere. This is the Calder Cup Playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
You're listening to the Calder Cup Playoffs, presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
Well, as the best traditional hardware store the Statesville has, Fort Dobbs Hardware provides a convenient location for people who want to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the big shopping centers. Fort Dobbs Hardware has just about everything you need, from plumbing, electrical, paint supplies, hardware, from nuts and bolts to door handles, home goods and tools. And we support local businesses in the area by buying locally produced items made right here in North Carolina, mostly within our county. Please stop in and see what a real hometown local business is all about. 406 Turnersburg Highway in Statesville. Save the date, October 7th. Get ready for the Carolina Swap Shop's grand debut. We're rolling out the red carpet for a trading bonanza featuring the finest deals, trades, and finds from across central and western North Carolina. Whether you're in Mocksville, Asheville, or anywhere in between, this is your go-to marketplace for buying, selling, and trading. With 5 powerhouse radio stations amplifying the action, you won't miss a single deal. Tune in Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and dive into the swap-tastic excitement. Don't miss out. This is where the thrill of trading comes alive.
You know, these days there's an auto parts store on every corner, big flashy buildings with catchy jingles and slogans to get your attention. However, jingles and slogans doesn't mean you'll find the knowledge and service to get the parts that you need. What you need is Johnson's Automotive and Auto Value Auto Parts. Locally owned and operated, Johnson's gets it right the first time. No return trips or incorrect parts. Their 91 years of experience in the automotive parts industry guarantees you'll get the correct part for your vehicle the first time. Johnson's is proud to provide Auto Value Auto Parts, as well as Champion, Moog, Gates, Felpro, Wicks, and Wagner, just to name a few. You need a hydraulic line and need it fast? Well, Johnson's can make any hydraulic line you need in just a matter of minutes. You won't find this kind of service and knowledge at any chain store, only Johnson's. And right now, get Prime Guard Synthetic Blend Motor Oil for only $3.79 a quart when you buy 6 quarts or more. Support your local business. Shop local. Shop Johnson's Automotive, 1112 Shelton Avenue in Statesville.
No messing around.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks 3-2 is your score. We'll give you a quick scoring recap. Back in the first period, Max Sasson, his 5th of the postseason, assisted by Sammy Blais and Kyril Kudryavtsov on the power play to make it 1-0 Abbotsford. The Checkers would get the game's next 3 goals. They would get Mackenzie Entwistle, Jesse Puljarvi assisting with Matt Kierstead helping out. Oliver Okuliar's 3rd from Mike Benning and Kierstead, as well as Justin Sordas, 4th of the postseason from Kyle Criscolo. And then it would become Nate Smith from Sammy Blais, who has himself a 2-assist night to make it 3-2. Real quick, Derek, just your overarching idea of that second period and what you saw.
I think it started a little cautious for both clubs. I think they made some adjustments and kind of took away some strengths. And then as the period went on, you saw 2 good hockey teams take advantage of each other. And again, Charlotte with a little bit of a burst, get a big goal. Abbotsford bounced right back. Charlotte in some penalty trouble late, so they're gonna have to clean that up a bit. But all in all, as anticipated, a heck of a third period ahead of us.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the second period. Coming up on the other side, this is the Calder Cup Playoffs, presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
Life takes work. You could do it all yourself, but why? Someone delivers your dinner, trims your beard, and even mows your yard. At Autobell Car Wash, we don't believe in putting our customers to work. Take a moment to yourself while we clean your car from the inside out. Sure, you could clean your own car, but why? Plus, the Autobell app lets you save and earn rewards, because at Autobell Car Wash, we do the work so you don't have to.
People can tell when you Autobell.
The Independence Fund, located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a proud partner of the Charlotte Checkers, is committed to serving the warfighter community by providing innovative programs and services to support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual independence of our service members, combat veterans, their caregivers, families, and those allies who served in combat alongside our troops. To support this amazing organization and to learn how to be a hero for a hero, please go to www.independencefund.org.
Choosing a pet food can be confusing. Some dogs will eat anything. Others are picky. And some are just always gassy. They're kind of like humans in that way. Nutrisource makes it easy. Hey, it's Corey Heppola. Nutrisource has partnered with the brightest minds in the pet food industry to develop the ideal food for your pet. So no matter which formula you choose, Nutrisource guarantees perfect results. They love that you love your pet because they love and care about their pets. Nutrisource comes in a wide variety for all stages of your pet's life. And it's available at neighborhood pet stores throughout the region.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you.
Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them.
How does it look? Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Need to score big with your branding? At Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, we bring the power play to print, signage, and marketing solutions for local businesses here in the Queen City. We're right up the road from the Bowplex at 9117 Monroe Road, Suite 190, and we're a proud and trusted partner of your Charlotte Checkers. From goal-worthy graphics to championship-level marketing, we help you get noticed and get business. Alpha Graphics South Charlotte, where your brand plays like a pro.
Welcome back to the Calder Cup playoffs. Calder Cup finals, game number 1, Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. It was a busy second period. Let's go ahead and dive right into the highlights. And Derek, what did you see in that second period? I mean, Justin Sordiff with a huge goal and a beautiful goal at that.
Yeah, and an excellent play by Chris Gula to keep the puck in, gets it around the boards, and again, you know, this is just veteran hockey here. Keeps it alive, knows he's got help coming, and you know, Swords jumps off the bench, uses a screen by Smith, and rips it high. I mean, a beautiful shot.
I love how this team swarms to the puck.
Absolutely.
You know, there's always 3 red jerseys around, but the Checkers would give up a goal here. It was a breakaway opportunity. Nate Smith chipping it up and over the shoulder of Capo Kakkonen. What can you do here as a goaltender?
Well, I think he plays it pretty good. That's a heck of a shot. Obviously, you know, placed well, but again, a turnover in an area you can't afford, and especially that's Abbotsford's game. Again, just, you know, maybe feeling a little bit good because we had just scored and thinking, you know, we had some momentum, but credit them. They come right back. But, I mean, that's perfect placement. That's high glove. Capo's in a good spot. He's not too deep. Sometimes you just get beat with a better shot.
Yeah, and those 22 seconds between those 2 goals. But then also in that first period, it ultimately ends up becoming just an interference call. But Oliver Okuliar takes one here that we didn't necessarily think was just interference.
No, I mean, to me, he gets him up in the head area and he leaves his feet to do it. And, you know, not necessarily thinking it's maybe intentional, but when you leave your feet to do it, that becomes maybe a different story. But it's a 2-minute penalty. Thank goodness Oki's fine, and he came back out. So that's what you want in that situation.
So you can see the stats right there. The Charlotte Checkers with a 3-2 lead. They're out shooting Abbotsford 26-15. They are 0 for 3 on their cash pop power plays, but they are 2 for 3 on their penalty kills. Don't go anywhere. We've got the third period of action coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance is back as the Checkers' official chiropractic care providers for the upcoming season. The Checkers know how important chiropractic care is as a component of their sports medicine routine, and so should you. Chiropractic care is rapidly being recognized as an appropriate option for the treatment of migraine headaches, tension, numbness and tingling, sports injuries, and more. Select a natural approach for your health and wellness and go where the pros go. Choose Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance. Find them online at queencitychiro.com.
Ed's Tavern now has 3 locations, so you're never far from a good time. Ed's Tavern is your family-friendly neighborhood restaurant and bar that offers many versatile settings. So whatever mood you're in for, wherever across town you might be, Ed's has you covered. Indoor and outdoor seating, televisions for the biggest games, and of course, the coldest brews and best food around. Check out Ed's at any one of their 3 locations, including Ed's Tavern Dilworth, Ed's Freemore Tavern, and the newest location, Ed's Lake Norman. Ed's Tavern, where new friends meet.
Hey, it's Jason from A&A Sales and Service. Summer's almost here.
Billy, it's just right around the corner. It's so nice and beautiful out there right now. I'm almost nervous to even talk about it, but we're ready. The grass is growing.
That's right. So you got some deals for us?
Well, it's spring of the year. Everybody's trying to get out in their yards, and Massey Ferguson and Gravely have stepped up and still have 0% on everything. We've got huge discounts on mowers right now, huge deals on hay equipment, because just before you know it, we're going to be cutting hay, and just like you're doing right now, you're out there in that yard already.
So, speaking of hay, you got a big hay event coming up in June?
Yep, we're excited. The 1st of June, we're going to have a big hay event up in the Harmony Union Grove area where we're going to display all of our Massey Ferguson Heston hay equipment. We got the Ag Extension involved with us too, so we hope to have a good turnout for that as long as the weather cooperates.
All right, A&A Sales and Service, where are you?
We're up on Highway 21, 618 Turnersburg Highway, just past Walmart. We're also on the interwebs and Facebooks. Please reach out and 704-876-6700.
Well, whoever said Mexican food and ribs don't mix? Well, Burritos and Ribs proves them wrong. Serving breakfast all day and daily lunch specials, Miguel's famous veggie breakfast, and the best margaritas and drinks in town. This is a must-try. And don't forget to take advantage of new parking in the back. Dine in or carry out. Burritos and Ribs, located at 628 South Main Street in Troutman. Open every day at 11 a.m. Let your taste buds explore the world.
Bojangles Coliseum, this environment is electric. The Checkers have a 3-2 lead going into the third. They're down a man as Lockwood's in the box for another minute 21. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson with you. And Derek, how does that kind of starting a period, down a man, you know, you draw up this game plan in the locker room, but you tell yourself, well, wait, we can't do that until we kill off this penalty. How does that kind of mess with your flow a little bit?
Well, I think on one hand, the crowd's pumped up, right? Where you got to get in, you know you got to get a kill. And I think you can really use that as momentum builder and make it lead into your forecheck and establishing the way you want to play in the third period. Because you know you're going to have to win the period to win the game. There's no sitting back and hoping here. You got to go for it. So killing may not be the worst thing. It's obviously not ideal. But if you can get some momentum going and get some pucks down deep, you can really flow pick up the bench. The crowd's going. And that, conversely, if you're Abbotsford, then you're obviously looking to quiet this down and take over the period yourself. So I think a critical, and a kill's 1 minute and 20, but it's probably more like a critical 2 minutes, and then we'll see how it goes. But letting the ice set here a bit as well.
So 3-2, the Checkers have the lead. They're going to go with Rasmus Asplund out there with John Leonard. Tobias Bjornfoot and Matt Kierstead are your defensemen to start this kill. This is the 4th kill of the game for the Charlotte Checkers. They're 2 for 3 on their previous opportunities. TJ Shalott, voice of the Charlotte Checkers, alongside Derek Wilkinson, Senior VP of Hockey Operations for the Charlotte Checkers. The puck is down and we're underway here for the third period. And the on-time electrical penalty kill. Abbotsford will kick back into their own end. It rolls off the stick of the defenseman Brisebois. He plays this one around. Backhand pass from Sammy Blais, has 2 points in this game, both assists. Now with speed into the offensive end. Here's a shot that goes wide. That was Sasson looking for number 2. Checkers managed to clear that one out. Under a minute left to go on the penalty kill. Will Lockwood is in the box. Another guy when you talk about just, you know, Carrick was in the box on a couple of kills there, and now you got Will Lockwood, another good killer.
Headsy play there by Asplund. Didn't have anything, and lug it back and kill some more time off. We talked about how good he's been this year, and he just thinks the game so well.
Well, you want to talk about hockey IQ, right?
Yes.
This is a team that loves to score on, you know, the shorthanded opportunities, and sometimes it's knowing when to not take them. That's just as important as when to go and you know, attack. It's a risk.
Yes, and you have to have the confidence in each other to make it work. It doesn't work if just one guy wants to do that. Everybody's got to be thinking it the same way.
Taken by Abbotsford as they have it in the zone. Arshdeep Baines slides over, down to the base of left wing circle, shot in glove, save by Kakkonen as he flashes some leather here at the end of the kill. 18:47 left to go here in the third. Just 8 seconds remaining on the penalty. 3-2. Checkers with the lead.
Yeah, the Canucks have found some success right out of this corner here on the power play so far this game. They scored their first goal off it. They hit the post in the second period off it, and again a nice play down low. So for whatever reason, the Checkers are having a tough time adjusting around to it or seeing something different. You know, they're talking about it and trying to sort it out, but that's 3 or 4 grade A chances, all from a kind of a down low play that you wouldn't think would amount to much. But boy is Abbotsford very good at it.
You know, and that's something to think about. Obviously, this is a best-of-7 series, so that's something to think about as this series goes on. Is you got to be smart then. If you're struggling on the kill and you're giving up these grade A chances, you don't give them the opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. All of that penalty by Lockwood was, I think, necessary
for sure,
based on the situation we're in. But you're absolutely correct.
Well, they kill it off, no damage there, and we're back to 5-on-5. 18:25 left to go here in the third period. The Checkers clinging to a 1-goal lead. They've got the puck in their own defensive end. As this one is knocked out to center, bouncing puck. Chris Golo racing for it in the offensive end. It's taken away by Jet Wu, the 5th-year pro.
Great to see Chris Golo healthy again, or as healthy as he can be, right, to keep playing. He's such a big part of this team and had to take a couple off there last series.
Well, you know, a lot of people have asked, too, you know, what do I think about the time off? It's been 10 days since the Checkers have last played a game, and I honestly thought, look, they had the whole first-round bye off. You know, there was not a long, but a relatively longer time off after the Hershey series, too. I thought it was more beneficial just for those nicks and those little bumps and bruises to just kind of fully go away.
I think so, too. And you know, it's such a grind in the minor league. It's a grind anyways, but in the minors, it's so hard. You look at Game 4 in Laval. Laval was spent. They gave it their all. Charlotte was dying. I mean, the guys were hunched over. We scored late to win. I mean, they wanted the rest. I mean, they needed it. It's tough. I mean, we don't travel as much as you'd like, or the way you'd like, I should say. We travel too much, but it's hard. It's a grind. So yeah, more days off is not a bad thing at this time of year.
This is the 85th game of the year if you include the regular season. 72 in the regular season. This is game number 13 here in the postseason for the Checkers. On the other side, Abbotsford has played more. This is game number 18 in the postseason for them as they have gone a little bit longer in their series. And Checkers skate out to center with it. Vilmanis off the stick of Okuliar, who chops that one in, will give chase. The Checkers are going to peel back to the bench and get a forward change. That allows Abbotsford to skate out with it through the neutral zone. Kicked across. It's brought in up the right wing side. Nielsen cuts to the front of the net. Shot in, saved by Kokkinen. And he managed to gobble that one up after a body bumped into him as well.
Outstanding, not only outstanding save, but a good rebound save too. Again, Kokkinen holding his ground. That's such a hard play for the goalie to make. And the puck bounces our way. He's able to get the rebound, but a good strong move to the net. That's such a tough play on a defenseman. Obviously, forwards, they work on that all the time. It's hard to get that step on a guy, but great goaltending again for Charlotte. And, you know, Abbotsford's going to push, and they have. We got out of trouble to begin with, but I think Charlotte's looking to get back, especially with this line coming out here now with Entwistle. They've had a lot of zone time tonight, and they need it now. They got to get pushed back here a little bit.
A good chance here with this face-off, and to your point about the goaltending, you know, if Kokkinen is pulled out of that play and can't cover it, you don't know where we're at right now. That puck is still live. He managed to get a frozen puck, let the guys regroup. You know, he gets back and centers himself. He's not pulled out of position or, you know, caught off to the one side as that puck rattles around. So now if the Checkers can win this face-off and go the other way, let's see if they can set up camp in the offensive end.
Yeah, he made that look easy. It's definitely not an easy play on a goaltender.
Linus Karlsson to take the face-off here for the Canucks. The Checkers rip it right away from him. They'll chip out to center. And it goes the length of the ice, so we will get a whistle here for icing. I want to welcome those of you watching on AHL TV, presented by FloHockey. Make sure you get your subscriptions for next season. You can head to ahltv.com to get your subscriptions. Follow along with the Checkers throughout the rest of the Calder Cup playoffs, and of course, join us next year. And rousing hello to all of those of you watching on WCNC here in Charlotte as well. It's game one of the Calder Cup Finals. The Checkers have a 3-2 lead. They've got the puck in the neutral zone. Jesse Puljujarvi, the veteran, can't clear the zone. DiGiuseppe centering feed. Bodies come tumbling down. Arms stay down. We play on. The Checkers with it now. Here's Will Lockwood up across the blue line. Lockwood into the high slot. His shot saved by Shilov's. Rebound. And he'll cover up. I feel like it's been a minute since I've said Artur Shilov's name.
It sure has. We've not had a whole lot going on, but again, a little bit of pushback there, taking care of pucks. I know Puljujarvi would like that one back in the D zone, but got to get some momentum and got to make us say Shilov's name a lot more here the last 16, 17 minutes of this period, or I think Abbotsford's going to be pretty happy if that doesn't happen here coming up.
Checkers are out shooting the Canucks 27-17 through this point. Checkers doubling up Abbotsford in that second period, 10-5 in terms of shots. So see if they can make maybe something a little bit harder on Shilov's. Rasmus Asplund to take the draw here in the left wing corner. He's out there with Wilmer Skoog and Kyle Criscolo, Mike Benning, and Trevor Carrick on defense. Off the draw, taken away by the Canucks. They'll set things up. Here's Will Lannon. He's got plenty of time. Checkers aren't pressuring him, so he'll skate out from behind his own netminder. Out to center. Makes a pass over to Wu, who chips in and will give chase. Checkers continue this one back behind the net. Not enough steam to clear the zone. It's cut down to the left wing hashes. Now Wilmer Skoog on it there. He rolls that one up the glass. It'll go out to center. Taken here by Leonard into the offensive end. Throws on the brakes. Drops into the high slot. Misses his target. It'll be swatted away. Now coming up the left wing side. Here comes Blais. And an offside will be whistled as Blais drop pass back to the point. Crosses the blue line.
You know, you wonder if Charlotte's talking on the bench. You know, Leonard's trying to make a play there. He's trying to go east-west. It's a tough play to make. You wonder if now's not the time to start keeping it back, getting it north and getting your north-south game going. And you're making a play. It's okay. It's not a bad play necessarily, but you haven't had a lot of sustained pressure in the last, probably 15, 20 minutes of the actual game. You wonder if that's going to be something that Charlotte wants to talk a little bit more about and get going. Get north, get in the corners, get it mucked up a little bit, and make the Canucks come 200 feet instead of shortening the rink on them a little bit. It's not a bad play, but it's one of those ones where as a team collectively, maybe it's best to get a little more north instead of east and west for the next few minutes here.
It wasn't a clean entry into the zone as the Checkers come in here. Their man gets taken down, arm stays down, we'll play on, but it wasn't a clean entry into the zone, so you're thinking about that offside, and maybe at that point it's just dump it in.
Yeah, or get it behind him and start over. But yeah, I mean, you love it that he's trying to make a play because he's one of our top skilled guys, but at the same time, from a team standpoint, sustained pressure here below Abbotsford's hash mark is going to be make the game a heck of a lot easier for us the rest of the way.
Justin Sordiff with the puck in his own defensive end, absorbs a hit, but finds Dennis Sisana, who settles things down with 15:25 left to go here in the third. 3-2. Checkers with the lead as this one knocked off of sticks, so no icing here. It's loose below the goal line. Grabbing that and skating out is Abbotsford, but they can't clear the zone. Now on second effort, good chip there by Baines. He finds his man Mueller as that one is dumped in. On the right wing wall, it's knocked down. Nielsen battling for it, pushes to the point. Sordiff can swap that one out to center. He's on his horse, up the left wing side into the offensive end. Drop pass, finds his man, C.J. Smith. He'll wrap all the way around. Right wing hashes, Benning is there. Back to Smith, left wing corner. He deals with a defenseman on his back, Kudryavtsov. Puck jarred free and skated up by Hirose. He clears the zone. The Checkers right back on it. They had to wait for guys to tag up, so they just chip in and get a change.
Again, a good play on that line there. Get some momentum, get behind the net, make some things happen.
Up across the blue line and into the offensive end is Abbotsford. Bouncing puck swatted away by Lockwood. He finds his man. That was Puljujärvi on that far wall, but taken away and right back into the offensive end. Here comes the Canucks and DiGiuseppe back behind the net looking for the wraparound. Not there. Out to the top of the right wing circle. Shot steams over the crossbar. Puljujärvi is there. He'll chip out to center. It's flagged down out of midair. Canucks with it. They bank off the glass. Mike Benning pushes this one into the offensive end. Good tag up there by Lockwood. He has it on the wall, chips this one towards Shelovs. He's going to keep that one alive and settle things down for the Canucks to skate out.
You know, the Canucks have done a far better job after the first period of making a cleaner play out of their zone, which has been really tough on the Checkers to keep momentum.
Through the neutral zone, the Checkers into the offensive end. Let's see, can they set things up here? It's Wilmer Skoog rubbed off the puck. And now the Canucks will skate out with it. Up across the blue line, Hovorka keeps in off the paw and will chip this one in the left wing corner. Here's Rasmus Asplund dealing with a man on his back, throws into the high slot, hit the broken errant stick that's laying there and allows Abbotsford to clear. Checkers have it in their own defensive end, and they'll buy some time here and regroup. Time is on the Checkers side. They do have the 1-goal advantage. It's 3-2, but that is the slimmest of all margins, so you don't want to count on that time too much. You'd like to get another one here. Checkers skating through the neutral zone, 3-on-2 if they hurry. Okuliar over to Steves, down low for Okuliar. He slams his man into the glass. Puck rattles around, comes out towards the blue line and out to center. Skating up with it, Kudryavtsov. Across the blue line into the offensive end. His shot goes wide. Taken by the Canucks in the left wing corner. Ripped away and skating out with it here is Matt Kierstead. Kierstead will throw this one high in the air. Bounces in the offensive end, but the Canucks can control. They touch that one at center. Oh no, they didn't get a stick on it, so we'll get an icing. 12:29 left to go here in the third. 3-2, Checkers with the lead.
Yeah, it seems a fairly cautious approach by both teams to this point. Obviously, with the Canucks with the power play to start, got a good couple of looks, but it's really slowed down. Teams are, again, almost that feeling out period. You know, are you going to push or are you going to pull back, or what style are you going to play here? And both teams playing smart, but certainly a little more on the cautious side than I was anticipating through the first 7 or 8 minutes of this period.
I know head coach Kinnear likes to say that at times he likes pockets of the Checkers game. Would you say that this third period is maybe a pocket that he doesn't necessarily like the way they're executing here?
I would think that obviously he wants some more sustained pressure, but at the same time, not too bad so far either, right? So would he love it? No. Would he like it? Probably enough, but knowing Jordy, he's not going to like a whole lot. And that's what makes him great, that competitive nature, right? So, but yeah, I think everybody on our side would like to see a lot more push here.
Well, we're going to get a whistle here for an offside call as that puck rattled around in feet at the blue line, and that takes us to our media timeout. Under 12 left to go here in the third. 3-2. Checkers with the lead. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Alarm South is your hometown security provider, serving Iredell and the surrounding counties since 1963. Alarm South specializes in custom security solutions for your home or business. No job is too small or big for Alarm South. Their services include burglar, fire, access control, camera systems, video verification, and more. Whatever your security need is, Alarm South can tailor a solution to fit your needs. Call our team of industry professionals for your free estimate today. 704-872-9857.
When your celebration of life is prepared, it becomes a gift to your family later. No one should have to pay for a loss when they're experiencing one. Paying in advance protects your loved ones and gives you the peace of mind you deserve. Let us help you plan every detail with professionalism and compassion. We're Bunch Johnson Funeral Home, 705 Davie Avenue, Statesville. Call us at 704-873-7223 to schedule.
11:57 left to go here in the third. 3-2. Checkers with the lead. Right now, the Justin Sordiff goal is your game winner if this score were to hold up, but we still got plenty of hockey left here in this third period. Shots on goal in favor of the Checkers, 28-17. It's been a rather quiet third period in that department. We came into the frame 24-13, so 4 shots for Abbotsford and 4 for the Checkers here so far, almost halfway through this frame.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet. But again, you know, this is how Abbotsford plays, too. They're very smart. They're very disciplined. They are waiting for you to make a mistake. So by saying Charlotte wants a little bit more push, but in an organized fashion, the way we know how to play. Not guys taking chances necessarily, but, you know, playing a good team structure hockey, which both teams are so good at. So, you know, Abbotsford's very dangerous on that play. So Charlotte's very aware of that, but still probably would like to see a little bit more zone time.
They like to strike quick, something that they do better than almost anybody in the league, as they have the chance here, and they will tie it up. Just like that, a centering feed is popped off a stick over the shoulder of Kokkonen, and we have ourselves a 3-3 game. 11:46 left to go here in the third.
Yeah, again, Abbotsford does a tremendous job here. Again, just getting through the neutral zone with not a lot of trouble. You know, turning the D, getting D position, and you know, nothing Kokkonen can do there. You get beat to the top of the paint, and now I guess we'll have to see what kind of push Charlotte has. It's a 12-minute hockey game now.
So the goal will be credited to Ty Mueller off a give and go, his third of the postseason. Just the way they draw it up, slide it over to the right wing hashes, cut to the front of the net, and hope to get the pass right back on your stick and beyond the goaltender, and that's what happened there.
Yeah, that's good hockey on their end, but now Charlotte's got to bounce back.
Well, we know that they have the capability to do so. We thought we were headed for overtime in Game 4 against Laval, and Jesse Puljujärvi, opportunistic as ever. Let's see what they can do. They're going to call a penalty here on Miklas Hovorka for holding, heading to the box, or excuse me, heading to the bench. Will be the netminder Shilovs. Fans don't like the call, as the extra attacker is on here for the Canucks. Empty net, 200 feet the other way. Here's a shot, will be touched on, and we'll get a whistle. 11:09 left to go here in the third, and the Checkers to the on-time electrical penalty kill once again. That's a tough one in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, you don't see, you know, body positioning calls too often down by the net, especially in at this time of game. But he does get the stick up high on him. Like to see him let him play, but another critical penalty kill situation here for Charlotte. Playing with fire with the amount of penalties that we've been taking here, especially the second half of the game.
Well, we talked about it, you know, how good Abbotsford is on the power play. They're 1 for 4 so far here tonight. This is their 5th opportunity. That one goal was the first goal of the game way back in the first period. Came off the sticks of Max Sasson, the second-year pro. The Checkers will begin with the face-off win and clear it 200 feet the other way. And I know that that's always a huge key, is to win that opening face-off and immediately clear.
Yes.
Kill some quick time.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives you a little life, gives you a chance to set up, and you can put some pressure on the other team.
So into the offensive end, this one will be pumped to the left wing corner boards. Here's Sammy Blais. He's thrown into the glass. Matt Kierstead looking to outlet, can't clear the zone. Over to the top of the right wing circle. Rooters will play that one back to the center point. Now over to the left wing side. It's taken here by Blais. Has a man right on his back. Leaves in the left wing corner boards. Kierstead intercepts. He'll tie this one up, content with leading the clock just a little bit. It comes free. Justin Sordiff with a huge hit. Puck is loose. Base of the left wing circle. Here's Blais. Shot off the outside of the net. In the right wing corner boards, it's going to be taken here by Sasson. Knocked off of his stick. Justin Sordiff skates out to center and then smartly just backhands at the length of the ice and gets a change.
Great job by, again, a good four-man unit. Kierstet's so good with his stick. And again, second efforts, big hits by Sordiff and get the puck out. But we're having to work awfully hard to keep this tied here, and got to give a little bit of advantage to Vancouver Abbotsford on that one.
You did it. I did it. We're even up now. 38 seconds left to go in the on-time electrical penalty kill as the Checkers with another clear into the offensive end. Here's Baines up across the blue line, immediately poked off his stick. They have to regroup. Now Entwistle gets around a man, has a break into the slot. Backhand chance, saved by Shelovs as he shuts the door with the right pad.
Fantastic save. Looked like McKenzie just lost the handle a little bit. He's trying to get it high and lost the handle, but a heck of a save. And another awesome shorthanded chance.
I was singing the praises of the ice earlier, and I think now, you're in your third period, and there's 8,000 people in this building, and they've been here for a handful of hours. I think that ice it's fighting.
Yes, it is, rightfully so.
Into the offensive end as the penalty is killed. Here's a quick shot saved by Kokkonen. He'll hang on. Trevor Carrick on defense there for the Checkers. Took maybe a little bit of a cross check at the end of the play, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to our media timeout. 9:01 left to go here in the third. Entwistle just inches away from giving the Checkers their one-goal lead back. Stay tuned. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
No messing around.
Because this is serious.
If your power goes out, your heat goes out, that might be okay for a few hours. But if it's a few days,
real serious.
We have folks all over the area with the dependable generator from On Time Electrical.
If the power goes out,
your home stays on.
And this time of year, that's serious.
On Time Electrical keeps your home safe. And in the winter, we keep your power dependable.
Schedule today at dependworthyontimeelectrical.com.
Of course, we all know of Johnson Greenhouses and being the area's best florist. But did you know that Johnson's also has an amazing selection of gifts? Come on into Johnson Greenhouses for a huge selection of Scout bags, prepackaged toiletries, and a new great selection of men's superior grooming products by Duke Cannon. Johnson Greenhouses also has a great selection of Beekman 1802 goat milk skin and body care items. Johnson Greenhouses, 204 Salisbury.
Let's send it down to the third member of our broadcast team, Kendall Smith. Kendall.
Well, DJ, thank you. We just saw Justin Sordiff help to kill off that penalty, and he's been so solid all season long. I've got to give him a shout-out because as a former figure skater, I had the chance last year to get on the ice with Justin, and he showed off his skating skills a little bit. He's just so impressive, and the entire coaching staff, the group as a whole, has just given him so much credit for his growth throughout the season. But when you talk about elite skating skills, that is Justin Sordiff. Just so much fun to watch out there, guys.
Thank you so much, Kendall. And yeah, I think outside of his skating ability, the thing that really surprises me with him, he's not the biggest of bodies, but boy, it is hard to move him around.
Yeah, his compete level is fantastic, and he doesn't quit on anything. And yeah, that's a great point by Kendall. He is a great skater. It's funny, he does look like he doesn't have his skates tied sometimes when he's skating the way his feet move. But man, he's so tough. He takes great angles, and like you said, that compete level is second to none.
Low center of gravity.
Yes.
I think guys, they see him in his sights and they go, oh, we got a guy that's, not one of the bigger guys out there. I'm going to light this guy up, and then they end up, on their backside throwing the hit because they literally ran into a wall.
Absolutely.
Here he is with the puck as he wraps this one around. The Checkers will exit the zone. Oliver O'Couliard feeds up to Chris Colo. They couldn't connect. Brisebois looking to clear the zone. Kept in here by O'Couliard as he sauces over a little too hot to handle for Sordiff. That'll allow Vancouver to regroup and get things set up out of their own end. 8:15 left to go here in the third. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks as this one is wrapped all the way around. Off of skates, John Leonard can't exit the zone. It's knocked off of his stick. Sasson with a shot that goes high and wide. Off the glass and out into the neutral zone. The Checkers can't turn the corner. Ever since that game-tying goal here in the third period, it's been Abbotsford in control. The ice has been tilted in their favor.
Absolutely. Outside the shorthanded breakaway chance, the Checkers just haven't been able to get anything going at all. Particularly here in the last, now about 20 minutes of actual play time. Not much happening for the Charlotte in the offensive zone.
This will be taken by the Canucks. Kudryavtsov dumping in. Kokkonen to stop it back behind his cage. Wraps this one around and hops the stick of his intended target. Loose puck up the left wing. Walking up, it's going to be taken here by Wolanin. Back behind the net. Fed to the point. Dumped in. Hits off of the end wall. Left wing corner boards. Canucks setting things up. You know, this is that offensive attack time that you'd like to see on the other side for the team in red.
Yeah, Abbotsford's really flipped the script here and taken full control. We haven't seen a lot of this against us to this point, and this is where you got to sort some things out and make it happen your way. So it's you knew it was going to be a big test, but they've done a real great job here this entire period so far.
7:04 left to go here in the third period. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson with you. Happy to have you alongside. This has been a good game. This has been a real good game. Abbotsford with the first goal of the game. The Checkers would score the next three. They had a 3-1 lead, but the Canucks making their way back into this one to tie things up here in the third. Face-off coming to the right-hand side of Kaapo Kokkonen. One back to the point. So will be dumped in by Wolanin. Blocked off bodies. Checkers trying to chip that one towards the blue line, but they just can't get it out now on second effort. They'll push this one into the neutral zone. Justin Sordiff dumping in. Giving chase is CJ Smith. Jet Wu knocks it away from him. Abbotsford will clear, but Charlotte has the puck. Here's Miklas Hovorka. Bank pass up to Sordiff into the offensive end. Once again, it's Smith giving chase, and it's Wu knocking it away from him. Wooters couldn't control. Checkers with it. Here's Dennis Sasana. Feeds this one up to Sordiff. He just ramps that one into the zone at the end of his shift, and he'll head back to the bench for a change.
Yeah, with as deliberate as this game has become here, it almost feels like the next goal, potentially puts us one away. Right? You don't want to project things, but it's become a very chess match like third period.
This is feeling like the third period was feeling in the Laval game.
Yes.
Back in Game 4, and we saw how that ended up, and you just got to keep with it.
Yes, absolutely. Can't panic.
Left wing side, it's brought in by Abbotsford. On the left wing, it's Jujhar Khaira. As he bumps down a man, Charlotte Checker hits the ice. That was Oliver Okuliar, but no penalty here. It's sent out to center, bouncing puck. Gathered up here by Steves from the center red line. He rips in. Comes all the way around to the right wing hashes. Knocked away from Okuliar by Brisebois. Checkers keep the zone. Long range shot high over the crossbar, but gloved down there by Shilovs. He held onto it and got the whistle. 5:34 left to go here. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. Do we have a final 5 goal in us? Well, we'll find out. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Doing a home improvement project? Well, chances are you're going to need some tools and equipment, and it may go way beyond what you can dig out of your tool bench in your garage. You could buy the tools and equipment that you need, or you could hire a professional to do the work for you, but those are both pretty expensive options. Instead, head over to Eagle Rentals. It's the cost-effective alternative to buying a large piece of equipment or paying a steep hourly rate to those professionals. Eagle can rent you just about any tool or machine for construction, landscaping, and many other home improvement projects. Eagle Rentals with locations in Statesville and Troutman. Call 704-872-3621.
This is Charlotte Checkers Hockey, and this is the Calder Cup playoffs presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates.
Bojangles Coliseum, Charlotte, North Carolina, the location for Calder Cup Finals, game number 1 between the Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. We are all tied up at 3. 5:34 left to go here in regulation.
Obviously, it'd be a great finish. The crowd's fired up. But I'll tell you, with the temperature in here, TJ, we might have to reconsider our wardrobe for Sunday here. It could be shorts and flip-flops.
It might have to be. I'm in my summer suit. And I'm a little hot right at the current moment. It's a packed house.
It is. This is great.
Unbelievable, this atmosphere. I can't find an empty seat. I'm looking directly across here in sections 121 where Chubby is, where he's hanging out there, and it's nuts. Let's see if the Checkers can give their fans something to cheer for here in game 1 as the Canucks get control of the puck Back behind their own net, they'll sauce out to the neutral zone. Puck is blocked down. Trevor Carrick on it. Has the puck in his own end. Banks out. Leonard continuing that one up the wall. Knocked off of sticks. Carrick will get control. He's got some time here to operate. 5:10 left to go here in the third. Carrick with his head up, looking for something to open up. His bank pass intercepted by Linus Karlsson. Now into the offensive end, sliding up the left wing side here. Sasson with a shot, saved by Kokkonen. The net comes off its mooring, so we'll get a whistle here with under 5 to play in the third period. That was awfully dangerously close to perhaps being a penalty.
Yeah, a great transition, as we said it several times here tonight, but again, heck of a save by Cap. That's tough again as a goalie. You got to hold your ground. You know you got a guy coming at you, and makes a heck of a save.
Mike Benning, the defenseman on the play there, forcing a tough shot from Sasson. Kokkonen shutting down that lower part of the net. And, you know, yeah, I know he's given up 3 goals on 20 shots in this game, but he's looked solid. I mean, you can't fault him for any of the goals so far that we've seen. It's been a breakaway opportunity. It's been garbage out in front that was chipped up and over his shoulder. He's looked really solid on those clean opportunities.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes to go, and both goalies have actually given their teams a chance to win. There's been some fantastic saves and some tremendous chances, and yeah, both goalies rock solid. You know they're not going to give you one, that's for sure. We were the benefit of that the last series there. Laval's kids struggled a little bit. It's not going to happen in this series.
Brisebois off the draw, will walk in. Cuts this one out in front. Backhand chance goes off sticks, and we'll get another whistle here with 4:52 left to go in the third. 3-3 is your score. Don't forget, Game 2 is coming your way right here from the Bowplex on Sunday afternoon. 4 o'clock puck drop. We're opening the doors an hour and a half before puck drop. So it'll be 2:30. Get here, tailgate, have fun. We've got a special for Father's Day. Buy 3 tickets, get 1 free. Head to charlottecheckers.com to get your tickets. You can also give us a call, 704-342-4423 during normal business hours to get us all set up and ready to go for game number 2.
Face-off's always critical, but each and every draw the rest of the way here. The game within the game. These become even more important as we go along here.
This is the time where I start looking for Oliver Okuliar, who seems to excel at those face-off opportunities, and you'll see head coach Kinnear drop him in there, especially for an offensive zone draw when we have the chance to set things up.
That junkyard dog mentality.
Kyle Criscola will take this one. Arshdeep Baines, his opponent. One to the wall, battle for it here. It's wrapped all the way around the kick plate. Will come out to the right wing corner, or excuse me, the right wing point. It's somehow kept in. And then on the dump in attempt, hits off of the safety netting. So we get another whistle and some more pushing and shoving here to follow. We haven't really seen much of that after that first period.
Yeah, hardly any at all. Yeah, the first period it got a little chippy, and then the team settled in. And again, discipline so critical as you go along. But you know, sometimes earlier in the series, you'll see the little extra because not that you ever want to give a game away, but you're trying to set a tone maybe for a little further down the road. And yeah, there has not been a lot of that at all, and that has clearly got to come. Probably one, because they haven't played each other a whole lot. They're all pointless, but the other thing too is there's got to be a lot of respect for each other at this point in the time.
And I think it's also one of those, you know, 4.5 minutes left to go here in the third, and 3-3 tie game. You don't want to be the guy that, you know, makes a dumb move and some kind of chippy after the whistle thing and puts your team down a man, you know.
Correct.
You'll be in the doghouse real quick.
Yeah, no kidding.
Here's Okuliar, drop pass back. The Checkers will chip in. It goes wide of Shilovs. They're going to say icing is the call. 4:19 left to go here in the third. 3-3 is your score. A lot of stop and go action here, but that gives us a chance to tell you about our auction that is going on right now, benefiting the Zoyer Sports Foundation. Make sure you head to checkers.givesmart.com to get in your bids on the Checkers black alternate jerseys, as well as signed memorabilia and so much more. Head to checkers.givesmart.com to get your bids in. It will end at the end of this series, so don't wait.
Those are always my favorite ones, those jerseys.
Oh, the black alternates are just so nice.
They are fantastic.
Abbotsford with the puck here as they push that one out to center. Sandis Vilmanis managed to poke that one a little bit further, just couldn't quite get there as Hovorka's on it now in his own defensive end. Has a man right on his back, but continues up the wall. Wilmer Skoog gets bumped down from behind. Brisebois on the loose puck in his own end. Long pass up. Here's Carlson into the zone. He's dangerous. Gets tripped up by Sasana, and they're going to call it. He got all puck on that. So Jordan Samuels-Thomas, our official, is going to call Dennis Sasana for tripping. He did give him a shove and kind of tripped him up a little bit there. That's a tough one. So 3:41 left to go here in regulation. 3-3 is your score. Dennis Sasana going to the box for tripping. And the Checkers in a massive moment right now, especially their penalty killing unit.
Yeah, that's, Abbotsford earns that call. Yeah, they've been the better team here in the third period. They're putting Charlotte in tough spots, and when you're doing that, you'll get those calls. And again, a tough spot for Charlotte, but maybe this is one of those magical moments where our short-handed prowess can come in handy.
Well, we've seen that kind of show glimpses here so far in this game. And whistle. John Leonard has had an opportunity. See what they can do here. They win the draw. Clear that one out to center. Here's a bouncing puck. Asplund into the zone, one-on-one, left wing side. Shot, chips that one wide. It'll come out to the right point. Leonard tried to keep the zone. Wooters will rip that one away. Now Sasson up across the blue line. Drop pass into the slot, intercepted. Checkers can clear.
Yeah, Charlotte definitely trying to keep the energy level up. Again, a lot of kills, a lot of heavy minutes for these penalty killers, and obviously big advantage to Abbotsford in that situation.
Now the Canucks come in offside, so we get a quick whistle. 1:25 left to go in the on-time electrical penalty kill. 3:06 remaining here in the third, all tied up 3-3.
To wonder if Abbotsford's going to again attempt that down low play to the blocker side of Kavanagh, where they've had some success. See if they can get set up in that situation. And obviously, if you're Charlotte, you just want to avoid any zone time you possibly can for the Canucks. You don't want to give them any type of good look. But again, that game within the game happening here now.
Face off in the offensive end for Charlotte. It's going to be taken away and skated out. Canucks setting things up in their own defensive end. Now across the logo. And chipped in. Back behind the net. Mueller will get control in the right wing corner. Try to get that one to the point and will. Stumped in, hit off the official. And Bjornfoot is there and he can clear. That worked out pretty well. Sometimes you get the bounces.
Yeah, I think Charlotte fans would have let him have it if it didn't.
Well, Lannon coming out of his own defensive end up across the blue line. Tries to dangle his way around. The Checkers knock that one into the corner. Bjornfoot plays this one hard around. Kept in at the right point. Over to Wolanin off of his stick. And the Checkers can clear, sending that one the length of the ice. It skips onto the stick of Shilovs. 30 seconds left to go on the kill. Mueller feeds across into the offensive end. It's taken here by Hirose. He struggles with it. Carrick rips it away from him. Will play off the glass. And that one goes out of play. So we get a whistle here with 21 seconds left to go on the on-time electrical penalty kill to Dennis Sasana. 3-3 with 2:01 remaining here in the third.
Good hard play there by Trevor Carrick. Made no mistake about it. Yes, it deflects off the glass and goes out of play. But, sometimes in that situation as a defenseman, you get kind of caught up. You don't make a full play that gets caught. Could be big trouble, but good veteran play there to make sure that we got out of trouble.
So Sordiff will take this face-off. Off to his goaltender's left-hand side. Kyra, his opponent in the circle, and the Checkers win it clean. Kierstead sends that one just barely out over the stick of Jet Wu. This one's going to be knocked down. Here's a shorthanded chance. Shot saved by Shilovs. John Leonard with the puck once again, and another grade A shorthanded chance for John Leonard.
Well, heck of a kill here by Charlotte, but again, another big save. That's the guy you want to with the puck on his stick at the end of a game like that, that's for sure. So maybe we'll get another look here in the last 2 minutes.
And we're back to even strength here with 1.5 left to go. Wilmer Skoog trying to knock that one out to center. He gets tangled up, getting some help here into the offensive end. Criscolo has Skoog cutting out in front. Criscolo with it, base of the left wing. Shot in, saved by Shilovs. He'll hang on with 1:19 left to go here in the third. And now the extracurriculars are back.
Again, those second and third efforts, Crisculo going to the net, Skoog, Smith. You gain a little momentum with Johnny with the steal, and they had a couple good solid saves, but a huge kill again by the Checkers. And I think if they find themselves on the right side of this score, the penalty killers are going to get a lot of credit for that.
Now still some jawing out there. Wilmer Skoog involved in, I think that ice is really starting to come to play. I think that's the reason the Checkers have had some of their opportunities. It hops the stick of a Canuck player, but at the same time, you look at Crisculo coming into that zone. If the ice was just a little bit more solid, he might have been able to feed that over to Skoog for the great chance, but you got to deal with the good and the bad.
Yeah, we're just gonna. It's gonna be a bounce, and it's gonna be a team that takes advantage of it. But and that might be a little bit of the cautious play we've been talking about too. The guys maybe don't trust the ice surface as much as they would like to. But the good news is it's not a surprise to anybody. We knew the weather they skated this morning. They knew it was going to be like this. So both teams, very prepared for this scenario.
Loose puck out in front of the netminder Shilovs is knocked to the right wing wall. Abbotsford will clear. Trevor Carrick on it from the center red line as we approach 1 minute left to go here in regulation. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. From the center red line, Charlotte will dump in. They have to tag up, allowing the Canucks to work out. Long pass, rattles off of a couple of sticks into the offensive end. Here's DiGiuseppe, the former Checker, with a shot saved by Kakkonen. He will hang on. 46.3 left to go here in the third. We are still tied 3-3.
Both goalies not giving an inch. Tough plays, and again, those second effort plays right now. And minute to go in the period. That Okuiler goal at the end of the first period looming large right now too. Again, playing to the whistle. Not that anybody wouldn't in this situation, but every second is just as important as the other in these playoff games.
So with 46.3 left to go here in the third, the Checkers will deal with a defensive zone draw, see if they can get a victory here and work that puck out.
Yeah, and you wonder too, it plays into it. Charlotte's had 5 minor penalties in a row as well, so Abbotsford's had 5 straight power plays to none for Charlotte. You wonder if that might factor in here at some point. You don't want it to be that way, but mentally you wonder if you might get one coming the other way here as we move along. That's a pretty big discrepancy in a game that doesn't feel like it should have that type of penalty discrepancy. But I'm not saying they're not penalties. I'm just simply saying it doesn't have a feel where one team should be, so much further ahead in the penalty category.
I know they'll tell you that they don't do that, but the officials do. They like to
it's
keep
human
it
nature, right?
close,
You'd think. You'd think it's just odd. It doesn't feel like a game where one team should have this big an advantage over the other in that category.
So Rasmus Asplund to take the draw here, off to the left-hand side of Kaapo Kakkonen. Matt Kiersted finds it on the goal line and finds a little bit of space. He can start the rush out. Kiersted through the neutral zone from the center red line. Hits off the skate of a Canuck and will come out to center. They'll chip into the offensive end. DiGiuseppe giving chase. Kakkonen swings it back behind his net. Kiersted absorbs a hit, finds Mackenzie Entwistle. 20 seconds left to go here in the period. This one's going to be dumped in, no icing. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow, never mind. We have an icing call here with 17.4 left to go here in the third. 3-3. Will Lockwood was probably a step and a half ahead of the play, and still an icing call.
Okay. Again, critical face-offs.
Well, it's Oliver Okuliar to take this draw. One clean pack. Excuse me, that was Entwistle. 18, not 38. Tied up in the left wing corner. 10 seconds left to go. Now along the left wing boards, Checkers skate out to center. They'll flip this one the length of the ice. This one's going to die, so they'll wave off the icing here, and that is going to send us to overtime. 3-3, Checkers and Canucks. Next goal wins this one as we head to sudden death. And these two teams on the season, overtime has been something that they've seen a little bit for the Charlotte Checkers. They played in 2 overtime games so far. They're 1-1 in those games. On the other side, Abbotsford 3-2 in the 5 that they've seen. So this is going to be number 6. Don't go anywhere. We've got the Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report. We're going to get Derek's thoughts on this game and what they've got to do to get the victory here in OT. Plus, we'll give you the full game recap and get you all ready to go for the first overtime period here from Bojangles Coliseum. Calder Cup Finals game number 1 is headed to OT. Don't go anywhere. We got the Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Rev up your engines and get ready to roll, because Westside Twins is your ultimate destination for all things motorcycle. Our shop is stocked with an awesome selection of motorcycles, and our service and parts department is second to none. Plus, we're a North Carolina inspection station. Westside Twins Motorcycle Company is all things motorcycle, but that's not all. We're about you, family, and serving our community. Stop by and say hello. We're open Monday through Friday from 10 till 6 and Saturday from 9 till 4 at 2313 West Front Street in Statesville. Or you can visit us online at westsidetwins.com. We'll see you there.
Attention all home decor and comfort lovers. White Sales Home Furnishings and Flooring just received a huge truckload of Spring Air back support mattresses, and they're on sale now. All sizes and firmness levels available at unbeatable prices. Plus, we've got a massive selection of home furnishings, including sofas, recliners, tables, and more at spectacular savings. And that's not all. When you're ready to give your floors a makeover, we've got the best selection of carpet, hardwood, laminates, and more. Hurry in today to shop our incredible deals and revamp your home in style. White Sales, 583 Turnersburg Highway, Statesville.
Hey, we got Ryan Scott here at the Chevy store. Look at that bow tie. You guys got bow ties everywhere.
Bow ties all over this lot. And they are sizzling. They are sizzling with hot deals. Silverados, whether it's a regular cab, double cab, crew cab, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, an LT, an LTZ, a high country, you name it. Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville has it. That's right, there are that many Silverado trucks, but nobody discounts them like Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. Up to $8,000 off Silverados at Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. You know where we are, right on I-40. Look for that spinning car, folks, because that is where the deals are.
Welcome back inside the Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report. 3-3 is your score at the end of 60, so we're playing some extra hockey here at the Bowplex in game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Let's go ahead and give you the formal recap of this game. Scoring got started. Max Sasson, his 5th of the postseason, assisted by Sammy Blais and Kirill Kudryavtsov. Then you've got Mackenzie Entwistle getting the Checkers on the board, his 2nd of the postseason, his 2nd in consecutive games, assisted by Jesse Puljarvi and Matt Kierstead to make it 1-1. The Checkers would jump out to a 2-1 lead in the final second of the opening period. Oliver Okuliar, his 3rd of the year, assisted by Benning and Kierstead, who now has himself 2 points on the night. Charlotte would ultimately jump out to a 3-1 lead. Justin Sort of his 4th of the postseason from Kyle Criscolo. But since then, it's been all Abbotsford. They would they would get back within 1 thanks to Nate Smith, his 4th of the postseason, assisted by Sammy Blais. And then Ty Mueller, his 3rd of the postseason, assisted by Trevor Nielsen to make it a 3-3 game. And that is where we sit. Derek, what are you thinking about that 3rd period? I know that it kind of had some ebbs and flows.
Yeah, it sure did. Again, not an ideal situation for Charlotte to start shorthanded, but they handled it very well. And then both teams were very deliberate, playing very smart hockey, not wanting to take any real chances, and it seemed to play into the Canucks' hands a little bit. I thought they had the better control of that period and kind of had things their way. We had a real tough time getting any sustained pressure. Only a couple of one-and-done shot situations, good ones by the way, but not enough sustained pressure for Charlotte. And then obviously, the Canucks took advantage and tied the game.
Awesome. We're going to hear from you a little bit more in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up after this. Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report rolls on. This is the Calder Cup Finals presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
Well, you know, as the best traditional hardware store the Statesville has, Fort Dobbs Hardware provides a convenient location for people who want to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the big shopping centers. Fort Dobbs Hardware has just about everything you need, from plumbing, electrical, paint supplies, hardware, from nuts and bolts to door handles, home goods and tools. And we support local businesses in the area by buying locally produced items made right here in North Carolina, mostly within our county. Please stop in and see what a real hometown local business is all about. 406 Turnersburg Highway in Statesville. Save the date, October 7th. Get ready for the Carolina Swap Shop's grand debut. We're rolling out the red carpet for a trading bonanza featuring the finest deals, trades, and finds from across central and western North Carolina. Whether you're in Mocksville, Asheville, or anywhere in between, this is your go-to marketplace for buying, selling, and trading. With 5 powerhouse radio stations amplifying the action, you won't miss a single deal. Tune in Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and dive into the swap-tastic excitement. Don't miss out. This is where the thrill of trading comes alive.
This is William Morgan with Capital Management Group. Think of all the fads you've seen over the years. If they were meant to last, you'd still be wearing platform shoes, driving a Firebird, playing Pac-Man. But fads don't last, and that's true in finance too. So why do many big financial institutions promote the latest investment fads? Sure, they look good now, but it's doubtful they will stand the test of time. If that's how these firms handle their money, do you really want them managing yours? At Capital Management Group, we invest with sound economic principles, not in fleeting trends. This approach has served our clients well for several generations. Sound financial advice never goes out of style. Let's talk about how Capital Management Group can work for you. Call us at 704-878-6677 for a free consultation or visit our website at mycmg.net.
Welcome back inside the Tar Heel Linen Service Intermission Report. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. We are headed to overtime. And just to let y'all know who are out there listening and perhaps might have missed it earlier, but this is the largest crowd in the history of Bojangles Coliseum with well over 8,000 people in the building. Wilkie, let's talk about the environment here. I mean, you could feel it. It is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's special. It's great when the guys come into town, haven't been here, played here, start asking about it, and the crowds are always fun. It's a great building, anyways. Even if there's fewer people than there are tonight, but when we get going and the hockey crowd gets coming in here, it's just absolutely phenomenal. They're into it. The momentum's great. All the guys talk about it. I mean, the roof comes off the place when you score. You do something great. So it's fun, and you know what? They're getting their money's worth here so far tonight. That's for sure.
They got extra hockey, so they're definitely getting their money's worth. That dollar's stretching a little further.
That's right, and the concession guys are happy as well. The only guys not happy are the ice guys right now.
You know what? And any of our beer drinkers, I think, might be a little disappointed because they cut off sales after the second period. So if this goes on for a little while, you might be a little thirsty, but that's okay. Hydrate and be safe.
They know where the Red Line Club is, yeah.
That's absolutely right. I'm glad you brought up, blowing the roof off the place, because I think just the curvature of this roof and how iconic it is, it really funnels that sound back down onto the ice. These players can feel it.
It really does. I had the pleasure of being here too many years ago as a player, and you hear about the buildings, and you hear about the historic old buildings. Got to play in a bunch of them, and this one's as good as any. It's awesome. So I know the players are loving it. I'm sure the guys from Abbotsford that haven't been here are shocked. It's just a great place for particularly a hockey event, but any event that comes through here, the atmosphere is awesome. And the building does a great job. It's an old barn, so it's not the easiest thing to manipulate in and out of with all the different events we have, and thankless effort for these guys.
Yeah, they say that this building has character, right? And that's the word they always use. And we're going to find out who's got the strength of character coming up as we're headed to overtime. 3-3, Checkers and Canucks. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up right after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Life takes work. You could do it all yourself, but why? Someone delivers your dinner, trims your beard, and even mows your yard. At Autobell Car Wash, we don't believe in putting our customers to work. Take a moment to yourself while we clean your car from the inside out. Sure, you could clean your own car, but why? Plus, the Autobell app lets you save and earn rewards, because at Autobell Car Wash, we do the work so you don't have to.
People can tell we do Autobell.
The Independence Fund, located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a proud partner of the Charlotte Checkers, is committed to serving the warfighter community by providing innovative programs and services to support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual independence of our service members, combat veterans, their caregivers, families, and those allies who served in combat alongside our troops. To support this amazing organization and to learn how to be a hero for a hero, please go to www.independencefund.org.
Choosing a pet food can be confusing. Some dogs will eat anything. Others are picky. And some are just always gassy. They're kind of like humans in that way. Nutrisource makes it easy. Hey, it's Corey Heppola. Nutrisource has partnered with the brightest minds in the pet food industry to develop the ideal food for your pet. So no matter which formula you choose, Nutrisource guarantees perfect results. They love that you love your pet because they love and care about their pets. Nutrisource comes in a wide variety for all stages of your pet's life. And it's available at neighborhood pet stores throughout the region.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you. Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them.
How's it look?
Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. We are headed to overtime. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson with you. And Derek, I think we've seen a incremental decrease in action over the 3 periods. Really busy first period, not so much second. Definitely fewer action moments in that 3rd period. But let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from the 3rd period as we take a look at it. Good goaltending was kind of the storyline there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that power play, Abbotsford getting some chances, going to the net a little harder in that 3rd period when they had the opportunities, and Kakkonen just absolutely rocked back there.
Yeah, you could say the same thing for Shilovs as he made a number of good saves, including the one that you're seeing here with the left pad, and there was great opportunities, especially shorthanded for the Checkers, but ultimately this was the goal that did in the Checkers and forced this overtime.
Yeah, and a great play by Abbotsford. They got through the neutral zone. They took it wide. It's, textbook hockey. You go to the net, good things happen. And they got the body positioning and nothing we could do. But, good speed. That's just textbook hockey. You go to the right places and good things happen sometimes, and it sure did for them. And, and they kind of earned it. They took over the 3rd period at that point, and then Charlotte settled things down after that.
Stretch things out side to side, and all of a sudden things open up north and south. And again, what can you say about Kakkonen? I mean, just been a rocking goal. He's got bodies coming in on him. He's got these awkward shots that he's got to fight off the collar, and then chaos around his cage, and just been a solid netminder for this team.
Absolutely, and it's so beneficial to your team. You got young D back there too, and it calms the whole team down when you know your guy. Not only does he make unbelievable saves, he makes it look easy, which is making the save is hard enough. Then you make it look easy is a real special skill.
You can see the shots on goal there. Kakkonen good on 20 of 23. On the other side, Shilov's good on 28 of 31. Don't go anywhere. We've got overtime coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance is back as the Checkers' official chiropractic care providers for the upcoming season. The Checkers know how important chiropractic care is as a component of their sports medicine routine, and so should you. Chiropractic care is rapidly being recognized as an appropriate option for the treatment of migraine headaches, tension, numbness and tingling, sports injuries, and more. Select a natural approach for your health and wellness and go where the pros go. Choose Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance. Find them online at queencitychiro.com.
Ed's Tavern now has 3 locations, so you're never far from a good time. Ed's Tavern is your family-friendly neighborhood restaurant and bar that offers many versatile settings. So whatever mood you're in for, wherever across town you might be, Ed's has you covered. Indoor and outdoor seating, televisions for the biggest games, and of course, the coldest brews and best food around. Check out Ed's at any one of their 3 locations, including Ed's Tavern Dilworth, Ed's Freemore Tavern, and the newest location, Ed's Lake Norman. Ed's Tavern, where new friends meet.
Hey, it's Jason from A&A Sales and Service. Summer's almost here.
Billy, it's just right around the corner. It's so nice and beautiful out there right now. I'm almost nervous to even talk about it, but we're ready. The grass is growing.
That's right. So you got some deals for us?
Well, it's spring of the year. Everybody's trying to get out in their yards, and Massey Ferguson and Gravely have stepped up and still have 0% on everything. We've got huge discounts on mowers right now, huge deals on hay equipment, because just before you know it, we're going to be cutting hay, and just like you're doing right now, you're out there in that yard already.
So, speaking of hay, you got a big hay event coming up in June?
Yep, we're excited. The 1st of June, we're going to have a big hay event up in the Harmony, Union Grove area where we're going to display all of our Massey Ferguson, Heston hay equipment. We got the Ag Extension involved with us too, so we hope to have a good turnout for that as long as the weather cooperates.
All right, A&A Sales and Service, where are you?
We're up on Highway 21, 618 Turnersburg Highway, just past Walmart. We're also on the interwebs and Facebooks. Please reach out at 704-876-6700.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. Overtime is about to commence. Checkers and Canucks, this game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals, going to extra hockey. Checkers have played in 2 overtime games here in this postseason. They are 1-1 in those contests. On the other side, Abbotsford has played in 5. This is their 6th so far here in the playoffs. The Checkers overtime games, they got the overtime win against Hershey, and then they lost in overtime against Providence. On the other side for Abbotsford, their most recent overtime game was against Texas. That was game 5, in which they lost after winning game 4 in overtime just a couple of nights before. So traditional 5-on-5 period. 20 minutes up on the clock. No 5-minute 3-on-3 or anything like that. We go until a goal is scored. For those of you just joining us, we thank you so much for tuning in. However you might be watching or listening to this game, it has been an absolutely electric environment. So much fun here on this Friday night. Our players step to center. The puck is down, and we are underway for overtime. Tobias Bjornfoot will get caught up. Let's see if the Checkers can own the offensive end a little bit here in this period. Loose puck out in front. Carlson with a shot, hits off a stick, and will go out of play. Another quick strike. We've talked about it ad nauseum, how Abbotsford likes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, winning a 50-50 puck just inside the blue line, and they got an opportunity out of it. So that was their MO coming in, and they've certainly been played that to a T here so far. It won't change. It's just something Charlotte's going to have to manage as they move along here.
Defensive zone draw coming here for the Checkers. Just 14 seconds gone by in the period, and it's 1 back to the point. Here's a shot from Mancini, blocked off of bodies, comes over to the left wing side. Brisebois with a rip. That one goes wide as well. Right wing hashes. Abbotsford back below the goal line. The Checkers will rip it away. Here comes Asplund as he skates out with it. Trying to protect the puck, pushes this one up. Lockwood skates around his man Brisebois. Down below the goal line, it's knocked away from him. Taken by the Canucks. As they try to skate out. The Checkers with good pressure manage to keep the puck in here momentarily. Loose on the right wing wall. Long range pass. Carlson was trying to be sprung free into that zone, but just a little bit too slow. I think a Checker got a stick on it there in the neutral zone, dodged a bullet.
Absolutely. He's not the guy you want with a puck on a stick either in a key situation.
There's C.J. Smith into the offensive end, left wing side. Banks off the end wall looking for Sortif. It's knocked away from him. Canucks play into the neutral zone. Arshdeep Baines into the offensive end. His pass across, blocked down by Carrick. He manages to clear the zone. Mike Benning has it now with his head up. Tries to skate through a couple of white sweaters. Does. The Checkers continue that one into the offensive end. They were at the end of their shift. They'll peel back for a change. 1.5 minutes gone by here in overtime number 1. We get a stoppage in play. Offside is the call against the Canucks.
Always fascinating, too, to see how coaches handle their benches in overtime. Obviously, the air is heavy in here. Everybody's feeling it. Do you play the whole bench? Do you play everybody, keep them moving? Do you try to tighten it up? Do you double shift somebody? The game within the game is such a fascinating thing to see, and you want to go for it, but at the same time, energy is a big deal.
It's such a cerebral game, you know, if you're a head coach, it's making those micro decisions on the bench there. Do you give guys, like you're saying, extra shifts? That means other guys are going to get less of, some ice time there. And who do you give that to, and who do you take away, and how does that work in the grander scheme of things?
Yeah, are you trying to ride a hot hand, maybe a hot line if you can? I mean, it goes both ways, but it is fascinating to see the different approaches.
There's the Checkers into the offensive end. Kierstead with a wrister is blocked down, rolls into the left wing corner. He follows it up, wrapping all the way around. Okuliar has it, right wing hashes, pulls the trigger. That one goes wide. Shilaus might have gotten a piece, but Kierstead back on it. Feeds below the goal line. Taken here by Steves as he's slammed into the glass. Loose puck played back behind the netminder, and Abbotsford will clear. I like that the Checkers are owning the offensive end a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely coming out feeling confident, which is good to see.
Kierstead kicking this one across. It'll be played off of sticks. A big collision right there at the blue line. Be interesting to see what the officiating plan is here as well. I know they like to, let the players play in overtime, especially in the Calder Cup Finals.
Yeah, I can't imagine as a official you want a game to end on a call, regardless of how how blatant it is. It can't be a good feeling if you're an official.
Knocked out into the neutral zone. Scrum for it here. Checkers get control. Here's Bjornfoot. Skates through a check. Feeds across. Finds Wilmer Skoog. He dumps into the zone. Foot race for it. Back behind the goal line. It's going to be taken by Mancini here as he wraps this one around. Will connect with his man. Comes out to center. Loose puck. Checkers take it. They're going to go the other way as they feed back into their own defensive end. Mike Benning on it. Over to Trevor Carrick. Forwards changing for Charlotte. Well, Lockwood will play this one in. Down below the goal line. Gets his own chip in. John Leonard in the right wing corner. Leonard and Lockwood looking for it there in the right wing. As we're starting to see some changes to the lines made here by head coach Jordy Kinnear, with Leonard on that line with Asplund Lockwood on that line with Leonard and Asplund. It was Skoog to start the game.
Yeah, Skoog's now with Entwistle and Pulviari to start overtime here. I don't know if that switched in the third or not, but trying everything you can to find a spark.
Here's the Checkers into the offensive end. Leonard on the right wing wall. It's poked off of his stick. Abbotsford has a little bit of time to regroup, and Jet Wu will skate out with it. He goes blue line into the offensive end, and we get a whistle for an offside call. 16-14 left to go here in overtime. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks.
Yeah, it's always, everybody's talking who's going to be the hero, who's going to get the goal, who's going to do those things. That's always a fun thing to do, but it's interesting to see how guys play overtime as well. You want to be the guy, you want to do but at the same time, you got to still try to play that team game. And, there's 36 skaters out there right now, all wanting to end this, but you got to still do it the right way.
Out of the 18 skaters wearing red, anybody kind of stick out to you as rising to the top a little bit here in this game one?
They've all been, pretty good. If you're looking for overtime, though, like, Oki's that, Coulier, he's that Marchand type of player. He's, you picture him one bouncing off of maybe in front of the net, but I'll tell you what, it's been a bit of a one-strike offense, so maybe a Lockwood or somebody with some speed will get us, will get behind the D and get us one.
All the Checkers are trying to find this puck in their own defensive end, working on the right wing wall. Matt Kierstead is there. It's pulled out of his feet and kept in by Abbotsford. Hits off a weird stanchion. Capo Kakinen coming out to play it. He can't clear the zone. Left wing point.
It's the second time in that corner the puck's come off weird.
Well, that corner's been known for that over the years. Just there's something about it. Charlotte will send this one the length of the ice. We'll get a whistle here. 15:29 remaining here in overtime. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. The Checkers merch store is always open. If you're looking for a Father's Day gift or maybe something for your favorite Charlotte Checkers loving grad, head to charlottecheckers.com/shop to browse our selection of apparel, novelties, and awesome Checkers branded merch. We also have playoff gear, so head to charlottecheckers.com/shop and get your Checkers gear open year-round, 24/7. That's the beauty of the internet.
Absolutely. Tired group out here for Charlotte. They're key to get a quick exit out of the zone here.
Well, you do have Okuliar out there to take the face off, so as long as he doesn't get tossed here by our linesman. Checkers win it. Here's Dennis Sasana. He'll chip out to center. Bouncing puck at the logo. They can't change just yet as Brisebois will dump that one in. Sasana waits for it. Chips up the wall. Finds his man Okuliar. Okuliar drags into the neutral zone. Gets this one just north of his offensive blue line. Tied up in front of the Checkers bench. That allows them to change a couple of bodies at least. They'll play in. Long range pass. Trevor Carrick knocking that one free. Now the Checkers out of their own end. Here they come, skating with speed into the offensive end. Chris Colo, shot saved by Shelovs. Rebound was loose in the slot. Boy, we have not seen too many rebounds left by Shelovs in this game.
Not at all, and again, you love to see that, though. Go wide, get the guy to the middle of the net, and try to bang one home. Haven't seen a lot of that either. Abbotsford's done a great job of limiting any type of opportunity for the Checkers, especially a second opportunity.
Here's a shot from Sasson that's blocked down. Justin Sordiff will get control back behind his own netminder. Carrick up the wall. C.J. Smith. Smith plays this one across into the offensive end off a give and go. Nice play there. Sordiff has it at the blue line. Wrister in, and Shelovs will make the save. Covers up, and we'll get a whistle here with bodies bearing down deep. 14-16 left to go here in OT. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks.
Yeah, time management too is so important with the goaltenders. You know, we've seen it with both guys taking whistles, slowing things down. Yeah, it's just that's a good goalie gaining experience and understanding the time and place to keep a puck moving. And it doesn't seem like a big deal if you're not used to the game, but when the goaltender's controlling what's happening out there, you gotta love it.
Well, I know that every time any kind of playoff game goes into overtime around these parts, everybody's thinking about the AHL's longest game against Lehigh Valley back in 2017, and you know, we're hoping that that's not the case. I don't know if this ice might be water by that point.
Yeah, that was quite a night, and who became a Charlotte Checker, Alex Lyon, in net for Lehigh Valley. I think 90 something saves. He was. Everybody was incredible, but particularly him.
Wilmer Skoog to take the face-off, left wing circle. It's taken away by the Canucks and Brisebois as he banks off the glass out to center. Leads his man into the offensive end. Canucks trying to set things up. Down in the left wing corner, it's taken here by Ty Mueller. Has a goal in this contest, but the Checkers rip it away from him. Dennis Sasana up the blue line towards Entwistle. He'll feed this one across. Now Matt Kierstead on it. Here's the Minnesota-born defenseman. He'll dump in. Hits off of a stanchion, then rests loose on the back of the net. Archie Baines, British Columbia native in his own right. Can't clear it out. Trevor Carrick will play that one in deep. Checkers have it in the offensive end. Hovorka feeds up the wall to Asplund. Asplund leaves in the right wing corner there. It's going to be knocked off sticks. Taken here, Leonard with a shot blocked down. It's going to go wide. Through the neutral zone, goes off of sticks. Abbotsford pokes into the offensive end, but the Checkers will take it the other way. They have numbers if they hurry. Asplund across the blue line, finds Carrick, left wing circle. His shot saved by Shelovs. It's swatted to the left wing wall. Carrick trying to knock that one back to the point. Charlotte can't keep the zone. On second effort, Abbotsford will send that one the length of the ice. And we'll get a stoppage in play here for icing. 13:03 left to go in overtime period number 1.
The first real rush we've seen Charlotte with numbers and bodies getting into the zone, and a great job with that transition to the neutral zone. A real smart shot. Carrick had the corner. I don't know if he got a piece of it or not, but again, excellent hockey. Finally getting some numbers, finally getting a chance, and I like the shot first. He does get an elbow on it, but I love that type of hockey for our club.
Oliver Okuliar to take the draw. Sandis Vilmanis and Justin Sordiff on his wings. Canucks will play into the neutral zone. It goes through the hand of Matt Kierstead, so no icing here. Foot race for it down below the goal line. Mike Benning now looking for it, left wing corner. Knocks this one off the glass, and the Checkers hit that one off of a foot, and it went past the net. It was a cross-ice feed that hit a heel, and boy, that from this angle, that was dangerous.
I thought that was going in.
Oh, man. What a way to end it.
Yeah.
Well, bullet dodge there for the Checkers. As the Canucks have the puck here through the neutral zone. They can't really bring it into the offensive end with possession. Trevor Carrick catches up to it, the trapezoid. He plays off the glass. Up to Justin Sordiff. He couldn't settle it down. Back and forth we go, blue line to blue line. And once again, it's dumped in. Apo Kakinen with a feed over to Carrick. His hard pass up off the skate of Justin Sordiff. Sordiff has it in the neutral zone. He'll push in. Up the right wing side, Vilmanis gets it at the hashes. Excuse me, that was Dennis Sasana, the D-man pinching in. Now taken by Wu. Up to Wooters. And into the offensive end. Sasana racing forward. He's slammed into the glass by Wooters. Puck comes free. Carlson is there. Looking for it on the backhand. Carlson feeds out in front. Good defense there by Sasana to swat it into the corner. Quick turnaround shot off the elbow of the net. Taken here at the left wing point by Mancini as he pinches in. Skoog doing battle, getting some help from Steves. He knocks that one down. Will skate out to center. Finds his man Chris Colo across the blue line. They are in offside. And I think that was a good call. I know the fans don't like it, but we'll have to see a replay here, but I think that was a pretty good play.
Yeah, that was a good call. Again, some numbers coming through the neutral zone, which is encouraging, but just got a little bit ahead of it. But dodged another bullet here. Again, good work down low here by the Canucks, and good body position. And yeah, we got away with one there. That was right off the crossbar.
So a neutral zone draw here. This is just becoming one of those games where It's going to be a bouncing puck on a pass to someone that's going to hop over that stick, land on the stick of your opponent, who's going to go in and score. I mean, that's just kind of I think that's the way this is trending here.
Yes, it's bizarre, but again, that's those smart changes, those energy, trying to win that battle is going to be as critical as anything at this particular point in time.
And it may not matter because the puck could hit off a heel and go in, like we almost saw. So, you know, it's.
I was thinking, I've seen some strange ones. That would have been right there.
Well, I think the way the Checkers won game number 4 against Laval was pretty strange. Yeah, they're definitely swallowing the whistle here. Through the neutral zone, C.J. Smith into the offensive end, left wing wall. His shot is blocked down, loose at the top of the left wing circle. There's a collision there as Entwistle came in and upended his man. Canucks will play out into the offensive end. Hovorka finds the loose puck. Hovorka passes to himself. Great play there. Now pushes it in the neutral zone. Checkers transition in. Here's a shot. Puljujarvi blocked. He'll take it off the block. Sharp angle save by Shilovs. He'll hang on. Coming over to his left. I think he knocked the net off in the process.
A good strong play by Puljujarvi. Haven't seen a whole lot of him since the first period from an impact standpoint, but Charlotte's definitely rolling all 4 lines, playing all 6D here, and we're into the throes of overtime here, where everybody matters and everybody's got to suck it up here.
So Checkers might have a little bit of a short bench as Tobias Bjornfoot was off the bench. Oh, here he comes back onto the bench. Looked like he was stretching out, so maybe something lingering there, but good to have him back. I mean, a veteran D-man like that.
Tell you what, it could be cramping.
Could be. I mean, for how hot it is in here.
Yes, and he's played a lot of minutes.
Yep, absolutely. Get that pickle juice.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in the room, I can tell you that.
Checkers with the puck in the offensive end. Asplund spinning away from checks. Down below the goal line, has some space. Feeds this one off of a stick. It's going to go wide. Out to the point. Charlotte can't keep the zone. It's going to be knocked out to center. Good play there by Leonard. Wins the race and backtracks, allowing the Checkers to transition. They're in the offensive end. Lockwood, high slot, his shot, glove save. Shilovs, I think that was probably going wide anyway, but glove down.
Great idea. You saw Willie do that the previous series there with that speed. He pushes everybody back, rips that shot. It's a heck of a play. Not a lot of guys have that kind of speed that can drive the defenseman back, and he scored some nice goals off it. Almost got one here.
Hey, yeah, Shilovs he was cheating to the right a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they got to be getting tired too. I mean, it hasn't had a ton of shots, but boy, just the stress of being under, and the weather is, and all that equipment. It's a grind.
Justin Sordiff to take the face-off, won by Abbotsford, clean back. They try to wrap around. It goes under the stick of Mike Benning. He has to backtrack to get control. Gets tangled up, loose puck. Taken away by Sordiff as he skates out behind his own netminder. Grabbed here by Steves from the center red line. Will flip in. Into the right wing corner boards. It's going to be knocked away. Taken here by Hirose. And leaving that onto the stick of Kudryavtsov. Checkers with good pressure here to keep the zone. Now Blay as he comes up across the blue line. Excuse me, that's Sasson. Leaves onto the stick of DiGiuseppe. His shot in, glove saved by Kokkonen, and he'll hang on. 9:29 left to go here in the first overtime. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks. Next goal wins. Don't go anywhere. This is the Calder Cup playoffs. Okay, we're going to keep it right here. As we get set and ready to go, they're going to clean the ice. That's traditionally a media timeout here in the building, but you know what? We like talking. Let's just talk through it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the benches are dying. We can, see them from our vantage point here. So the guys are certainly trying to pull it together. But I think if you're both teams right now, I think you feel pretty good about the first 10 minutes of overtime. Both teams have had a chance maybe to put it away, but you haven't done anything too crazy yet. So, I think it's I love to see it. Obviously, you want us to come out on the right side of this, but again, coming into this, not have seen each other, not have, the playing each other, 2 different teams with pass to get here, and to line up in game 1 to what looks like could be an absolute epic series if this keeps going. I have not seen a clear advantage on either team just to this point yet. So lots of time to play out, but from a matchup standpoint, this is fantastic.
it's one of those games where if you had a probability meter on it, you would just see Charlotte way up top and then Abbotsford way down below. You know, it would just be, it's a heart rate monitor.
Yes,
you know,
I agree.
There has not been a lot of plateaus. It's been one team or the other that's had the advantage, but at the end of the day, it's all been so even.
Yes, very well played. And again, you know, it's fun. That's what you're here for. You're trying to see who can find their way, but and now you're looking for a game breaker, and you know, these kids work so hard, and the strength and conditioning. This is where that pays off. So we got to see if somebody's got a little extra gas in the tank and can finish it off for us here.
All right, well, I'll tell you something. The jacket came off. It's too hot in this building, and I'm hoping for maybe a little bit of a mojo flow change here. And we'll roll up the sleeves and get ready. It's overtime. We can relax a little bit, huh?
Absolutely, I agree.
So Rasmus Asplund will take this face-off off to the left-hand side of Capo Kakkonen. Oh, maybe not. They're going to kick him out, and John Leonard will step in. John Leonard just been such a big piece to this team. The forward out of Westwood, New Jersey.
Such a fun player. You don't see his type of skill set at our level very often, and what a breakout year for him. Has taken full advantage of the opportunity here in Charlotte, which you love to see.
Here come the Checkers out of their own end. Matt Kierstead from the center red line. He dumps in. Kierstead, a product of North Dakota in the NCAA. 4 years now here in Charlotte, one of the longer tenured guys. He's been here my entire time that I've been here.
Such a fantastic player in person, and another one of those guys, he skates so well he can play all day.
Long feed here. The Checkers would have been offside if they touched it, and instead it's just an icing. And we'll get a whistle here. 9:01 left to go here in the first overtime period. We get another face-off coming off to the right-hand side, I believe this time, of Capo Kakkonen. Let's see if they can drop the puck and we can just go with it. First, you know, it's the first overtime. It's the first game of what's going to probably be a long series, but I don't know that we need to nitpick about face-offs at this point. But
I'm not sure we're going to get our wish on that.
well, puck does hit the ice. Rasmus Asplund finds it in his feet, banks this one up. Lockwood trying to chip it across the blue line. They just can't get it out. Kierstead now. His attempt, getting some help from Lockwood. He'll be taken away. Here's Leonard. Throws on the speed, all alone in the zone. His wrister goes wide. Boy, that one just fired off his stick.
Yeah, he's got such a hard shot with such a quick release. It's very, very difficult for goalies to pick it up.
It's so deceptive, you don't even see it.
That's the word I was looking for right there, yep.
Mike Benning, the product of Denver University, won a national championship with the Pios just a few years ago. A guy that's played in this kind of environment alongside Trevor Carrick, of course, a Calder Cup winner, and Kyle Criscolo has a cup as well with the Grand Rapids Griffins a few years ago.
Absolutely, yeah. It's nice to have that experience. You know, you got to earn it to get it, but when you do have some guys that have it, it's nice for everybody's always going to lean on them, tell a story. You know, what's it like? Everybody, you want to live it and feel it, but at the same time, it's always nice to be able to tap somebody on the shoulder and say, what should we expect here? And we got some great guys that can help guide the way.
Here is Criscolo to take the face-off, another one of those New Jersey-born forwards.
Oh.
We've got a penalty coming here, a huge collision up high on Trevor Carrick, and the Checkers with a golden opportunity coming up. The cash pop power play here in the first overtime.
Looks like a 4-minute, if I read that correctly. I shouldn't be guessing, but it looked like he put up a 4-minute.
It's all right if you're guessing. We'll figure out the real answer anyway.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. That's pretty bad.
Well, maybe only 2 here. Okay.
Okay, they're calling it a high stick. And the guilty party is former Checker Di Giuseppe, former teammate of Trevor Carrick.
Yeah. Just a 2. Okay, you know what?
That's all right. All good.
Well, you know, I misread the official, but a 2-minute power. Well, TJ, we talked about this in the pregame show. We talked about it early in the game. I mean, it's not always your percentage. It's when you score the power play goals, and we talked about how Charlotte, this series, in order to win it, is going to need to score some key power play goals, and here's one of those opportunities.
And they have. You know, they've got 3 power play goals on the year, and all of them were in big spots. Can they get another one? Here's a quick opportunity, saved by Shilovs. Loose puck down below the goal line. A little bit extra pep in their step here, I think. They know what the opportunity is in front of them.
Absolutely.
Kokkinen will leave this one here. Taken by Mike Benning. So the Checkers out there with 4 forwards and a very offensively minded defenseman.
Yeah, who has scored some huge goals under the season.
Played into the left wing corner boards. Checkers in the offensive end, battling for it. One back towards the point. Little miscommunication. Benning was shading over towards that right point, and the pass was back to the left point, so they've got to regroup. Going to get some new personnel out there. John Leonard steps over. And Jesse Puljujärvi with it. Kicks this one across. Checkers into the offensive end. Drop pass back towards the blue line. Taken by Leonard. Cuts his way into the right wing circle. Now curls back towards the wall. Leonard finds some space. You love to see that down below the goal line. Connects with his man Okuliar. Back to Leonard. Leonard right wing dot to Okuliar out in front, trying to strong arm his way in, and a save there by Shelovs. I mean, just the ability to find that kind of open ice around you when a guy's right on your back.
Yeah, he does such a good job with that. His stick skills are fantastic. He could make those like that in a phone booth type move, but he also gets that respect now too, where guys do start to back off a little bit, worried about what he might do. So nice play down low again, jam play at the net. You'd like to see another body there, but can certainly see what we're doing. Face-offs are critical, and we talk about depth, and Cezanne back out there, the right shot, and didn't see a whole lot of ice earlier in the game, is now out there a whole bunch, so maybe he can get us something going.
Oh, I like how they're using Okuliar in that Brad Marchand type of way that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Get him out in front, make it greasy. And
he loves it. He thrives on that.
Well, they've got 45 seconds here of the Cash Pop power play. The first of overtime, and the first in quite a while for the Charlotte Checkers. They've got the puck skating with speed out of their own end. Asplund, tape to tape, finds his man Leonard. Right wing wall, pushes back to the point. Here is Cezanne, down low. Leonard out in front, shot saved. Shelovs, rebound is loose. Checkers have control. Leonard out to Cezanne, over to Asplund. Now Leonard settles it down. His shot misses wide, will go out of play. The Checkers with some great puck movement there. 20 seconds left to go here in the Cash Pop power play. 6:41 remaining in overtime.
Hand-eye coordination down in front of the net. And that's everything you want right there. I mean, that you're just not finding a way to put it past the goaltender. But I think our power play unit would take those type of chances all day long.
And I think that's what you need to do against Shelovs. As a former goaltender, I'm sure you can speak to, maybe there wasn't an official shot on goal there, but that lateral movement, having to follow that puck left to right, I mean, it's exhausting.
Yeah, it wears on you big time. And again, he's a veteran move here, knocking the net off here to get a breather. that's old school. That translates no matter where you're from. So that's get a guys a little bit of a break, but from a momentum thing here, if we can keep some pressure on that next shift again after this, if we can't get the goal to go in, that next shift is critical now. You've got the Canucks guys are breathing heavy. They've got a kill. That's tough to do late at any time, but late in overtime. So maybe you can get some momentum if you don't score here and keep the pressure on. I mean, almost like an extended power play, if you will, but at 5-on-5.
They are pulling out the ice crew here, so maybe it wasn't Shelovs after all. It looks like they got to re-drill the hole.
That's still old school.
Just mess it up so badly that they got to pull the ice crew out. And
Absolutely.
you go, plausible deniability.
Make sure they're still awake down there, yeah.
20 seconds left to go on the Phil DiGiuseppe penalty. Checkers with the extra man out there with the chance to potentially take game one. Tied 3-3 here in the first overtime. For those of you just joining us, I'm TJ Shalott. He's Derek Wilkinson. We're happy to have you along as the Checkers win this one to the point. Here's Cezanne. Fans on his pass is going to be knocked away. Here's a breakaway opportunity. Canucks with the chance to take game one. Backhand chance stopped there by Kokkinen. Now Leonard through the neutral zone. Comes the other way. All by himself after a Checker got taken down on the far wing. Leonard will bank this one to the point. Here's a long-range shot blocked down. Chris Golo back to Skoog below the goal line. Skoog setting things up. We're back to full strength. Out in front. Saved by Shelovs. Rebound is pushed towards the point. DiGiuseppe can flip that one into the neutral zone. That'll allow the Canucks to get their proper personnel out there. And we're back to 5-on-5.
Well, great looks for Charlotte on that power play. You can't, you can't deny that. But again, the finish is not there, and you don't want it to cost you a game. But boy, oh boy, you got to find a way to get one on a power play.
Here's the Checkers right back into the offensive end. Entwistle left wing side. His shot, glove saved. Shelovs saw that all the way right into the left hand. And I guess The penalty obviously helps, but this is looking a lot better than I think the third period was for the Checkers in terms of attack time.
Without exception, yeah. I think the Charlotte's done a better job through the neutral zone, and that's been critical as well. But again, what a money save by by Capo to keep this one where it's at. So both goalies have again been the difference in overtime here, and they're not going to give you one, that's for sure. So it's got to be something. And I love that the shot there by Entwistle too. It's getting late. The equipment gets wet, gets heavy. You never know if he doesn't catch it clean. Every shot's got danger at this point in the game.
That was Ty Mueller coming in on that breakaway. He had the game-tying goal back in the third period. Was looking for that game winner, but the Checkers say no. As Kierstead has it, offensive end, his wrister blocked off bodies. Looks like it's caught in equipment there in the slot. Steves with a shot blocked away. Still loose, kicked out to the point. Kierstead with it. Kierstead with a wrister. This one's going to be tipped just wide. Comes out to the right point. It's chopped past Benning. It'll go the length of the ice, so we'll get a whistle here for icing. 5:21 left to go here in OT. 3-3, Checkers and Canucks. Who's got the game winner on their stick? That's the question.
Tell you what, if Steves could have got a handle there, I think that he's usually money in that spot there too. So we're half step behind right now. So we've just got to get one guy to catch up to it and put this one away. But Checkers have definitely had a far better overtime than they did a third. That's for sure.
I'm glad you talk about Ben Steves. He's just having a great postseason. I mean, a guy that played 60 games for the Checkers during the regular season, averaging almost half a point per game, and now here in the postseason, boy, is he getting it done with 5 points in 12 games.
He has such a great compete level, and he just loves to play. Again, he plays so much bigger than his size. I'm sure everybody has said that about him, but he's just relentless, and there's no, he does not. He gets frustrated, but certainly not discouraged. And what again, an incredible offensive knack. When he doesn't need much time to make you pay if you're not paying attention.
He's going to head off, and the Checkers are going to get a change here. Another icing, back-to-back icings for Abbotsford. So the Checkers with fresh legs in this overtime against an Abbotsford team that hasn't had the chance to change in a minute.
Absolutely, and again, that game within the game in overtime, that energy becomes such a big skill for both teams.
Asplund to take the draw here in the left wing circle. He's got Carrick right behind him. Boy, this would be a great time for a Trevor Carrick bomb.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, Asplund's going to get tossed. No, he's not. They're going to tell him he can come back. So it's Asplund out there with Lockwood and Leonard, Sasana, and Carrick. As this one's going to go off the glass. And once again, the length of the ice, so we'll get another whistle. And, curiously, I still have not seen Tobias Bjornfoot in a minute, so I'm wondering if that was cramping or whatever it might have been. Seeing a lot of Dennis Sasana, who seems like the guy that's doubling up on shifts right now.
Yeah, Bjornfoot's on the bench, but just hasn't hopped over here, so I get it. It could be cramps. It's we're speculating, but at the same time, he's a huge piece of that back end. He plays so many key minutes in all situations. So
yeah, he's not coming out unless there's reason.
Correct. So hopefully it's a very short-term deal.
So team captain for Abbotsford, Wooters, and alternate captain Asplund. Under 5 to play here in the first overtime. 3-3 is your score. Lockwood in the left wing corner boards, trying to shake off a hit. Has it tied up along the glass. Abbotsford getting control. They're going to send that one high in the air. Not enough for icing, but the Checkers are right back on it. They turn the corner. It's going to be dumped into the Charlotte defensive end. Sasana playing back behind the net. New bodies out there now for the Canucks.
They dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, the downside, of course, is when you have one line that's out there for that long, your other 3 lines are just getting more and more energy as they're sitting on the bench.
Yeah, good point.
When you can make that change, all of a sudden you got really fresh legs coming out. Well, the Checkers have control of the puck here. Wilmer Skoog will play this one all the way around, knocks it out into the neutral zone off the stick of Chris Colo. Now it's the Checkers' turn to ice the puck. So we'll get a whistle here with 4:10. Boy, it feels like we're trying to drive through speed bumps here.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that momentum, but at the same time, you'd rather take an icing than a turnover and get yourself at least a chance to reset. So it's not exciting by any stretch of the imagination, but you hope it's effective. And nobody wants to turn one over here in this spot.
Yeah, it's one of those things, too, where at this point in the game and where we're getting at this point in the game, just the glide down 200 feet is enough of a rest sometimes to really make a difference.
Yeah.
Sort of. He's into the offensive end on the left wing wall. Sharp angle shot, saved by Shelovs. Loose puck in the left wing corner. Sort of will find it here, pushes out to the point, and Kierstead over to the right wing side. Benning into the high slot. Skoog spins his way away from a man into the high slot, bouncing puck. Skoog looking for it here, chips towards the point, it's going to be intercepted. Now 2-on-2, the Canucks come into the offensive end. They'll play into the left wing corner. Here's Kierstead as he wraps this one all the way around. Criscolo bumped off the puck, centering feed, and Kokkonen calmly corrals that one, and we'll get a whistle here with 3:32 left to go in the first overtime, and pushing and shoving, forcing Capo Kokkonen to take a little bit of a walk. Looked like Wilmer Skoog drug down Sammy Blake.
Always amazes you too. They're dying on the ice, and then
are they going to take them both is the question. Kyle Criscolo looked like he took a little bit of a punch to the face there, knocked his lid off, and the arm immediately went up, but it looked like they were signaling both players.
I would imagine in this situation they would take both, but I've been wrong a couple times tonight already.
Wilkie, I'm proud to say you're wrong.
I know.
Checkers to a cash pop power play.
I don't know if I'm proud to say it at this point, but
I'm proud to say I'm
they've
happy.
They've got to score one here.
Yeah, now.
But discipline. What I was trying to say there is that you kind of laugh. The guys are dying, but boy, you get a chance to pop a guy and create a little chaos. You seem to find the energy for that. So it does make you laugh at times. But again, another critical moment here, and the puck has been bouncing, though. You saw a shorthanded a break earlier, so although it seems like a huge advantage, the ice is not ideal for it.
Off the face-off, the Checkers win this one back to the point. Sassano with a rip. That one tipped just wide. Loose down below the goal line. Asplund swatting at it. It's going to be taken away here by the Canucks as they tie it up in the left wing corner boards. Now we'll walk out with it. Wooters up across the blue line. Dumps this one in. Kokkonen waiting for it. Swings it on the backhand, back behind his net. So officially the penalty was roughing. It was assessed to Nate Smith. Checkers into the offensive end. Drop back, left wing point. Asplund up the wall. Criscolo continues around looking for Skoog. He's tied up by Brisebois on the end wall. Puck comes into the high slot. Abbotsford manages to chip that one out to center. 2-on-2 through the neutral zone. Here's Sasson into the high slot. He's going to just peel back, go into the neutral zone, and then dump that one in. The Checkers 50 seconds gone by in the cash pop power play. This one's not looking quite as lethal as the last one, but we'll see.
We just got to get reorganized here and get going.
Taken here by Leonard as he comes up across the blue line into the offensive end. It's knocked off of his twig. He gives chase in the right corner. We'll chip this one all the way around. Puljujarvi at the left point will keep the zone. Throws onto the stick of Vilmanis. Now over to the right side. Mike Benning takes it off a bank off the wall. Has it at the right point. A little bit of time and space. Over to Vilmanis. Back to Benning. Down low, base of left wing circle. Puljujarvi over the right wing side. Shot in, save. Shelov's rebound. He jumps on top. 2:06 left to go here in overtime. Number 1, 35 seconds remaining on the cash pop power play.
A great puck movement. First time really in a while with the puck movements were great. And you can see Leonard, he's upset. He didn't get that one clean, that's for sure. So, but good puck movement. Got Shelovs moving east-west, which is critical to do, and he just didn't get the shot off that he wanted to. But again, in good position, but nobody there for a rebound. So, got another face-off here that's critical. Try to get another shot or two off on this power play.
I know it's only the first overtime, but fatigue is obviously a concern at any point in time. And you could kind of see as that puck flopped to the ice, there was a lot of bodies on both teams that were just kind of upright.
Absolutely, and Charlotte down to 5D, that's not an ideal situation either.
Taken by Puljujarvi in the offensive end. Has it in the left wing corner, looking over his options. Finds Okuliar. Now over to Benning. Benning fakes the shot, finds Puljujarvi, top of the left wing circle. His shot saved. Shelov's rebound comes out to the right wing side. Abbotsford tries to clear. Puljujarvi hustling, keeps the zone. On the right wing hashes, here's Benning. Finds Carrick fresh off the bench. Checkers will play this one down in the right wing corner. Taken away Okuliar. Sharp angle shot saved by Shelovs. He'll hang on with 1:25 left to go here in overtime number 1, 3-3. Checkers and Canucks.
Well, we asked for some power plays. We got some power plays. Haven't been able to capitalize. And if you're Smith on Abbotsford, you're pretty happy. That was an undisciplined penalty to take at any time of the game, but let alone overtime. So I'm sure he's cheering on the boys right now for that kill. That would have been a tough locker room to go into after that penalty.
And that skate across the ice is a lot more enjoyable knowing you're still playing.
Yeah. Oh.
Lockwood sends one in on Shelovs. That hit something out in front, and the veteran netminder gobbling that one up as a change direction on him.
And I do like this approach by Charlotte in overtime. Everything they've got is every time they get a chance to throw it at the net, it's virtually gone there, and that's what it takes. You're going to have to try to squeak one through, but you're putting a lot of pressure on Shelovs and maybe tiring him out. We'll let him have a squeaker here and finish it off for you.
47 total shots for the Charlotte Checkers in this game, 26 for Abbotsford. And we knew it was going to be tough to solve these goaltenders. You know, I kind of figured that goals were going to be, I don't want to say few and far between, but they're going to be hard to come by. You're going to have to really earn them. Checkers with it here. Entwistle walking up, leaves this one in the blue paint with Shelovs down and out. They just couldn't connect. CJ Smith has it right wing wall. Right now the Canucks are kind of all pulled out of position. You'd like to see if the Checkers can go ahead and keep the zone, but we're going to get a whistle here as the net's knocked off its moorings. We've got a Abbotsford Canuck down there without a helmet. And Wolanin without a bucket. I see an arm up. I don't know if that's a penalty or just for the stoppage in play here, but once again, the Checkers with some good moves. Entwistle just threw that barely through the top of the crease. Nobody on the doorstep on the other side, but sometimes that works out. You could see CJ Smith got control of that puck, and now your goaltender is kind of all pulled out of position, so you just try to make something work. And
absolutely. You know, it hits a skate, it hits something, you got it. Your odds increase an awful lot when you keep getting pucks to that area. So that was a heck of a play. And a guy coming off the bench hasn't played on the power play. He's got some energy, and the Charlotte keeps pushing here with a minute to go.
Off the face-off, it'll be taken here and flipped out to center. Puck hits off of a glove. No hand pass here as Kierstead smartly makes that play. We're under the final minute here in overtime number 1. The Checkers come in offside despite Mackenzie Entwistle trying to get back, racing for his life to the blue line, but just a little bit off guard.
Again, and good transition too. Again, getting that puck up the ice, getting it pushed, and keep that pressure going north. Didn't see really any of that in the third period, but I've seen a whole lot of it here. A lot more Charlotte-like hockey here in the overtime period.
3-3 is your score. No goals obviously here in overtime. Only one goal back in the third period. Each team had a goal in the second. The Checkers had 2 in the first. Abbotsford had 1 in that opening frame. It's been, as we mentioned during the intermission break, coming in overtime, incrementally decreasing in terms of goals in this one, and the next one wins it.
Yeah, we've been playing that way since about 7 minutes to go in the third.
Leonard up the left wing side, getting some help here from Sordiff. I like these two together on a line. We talk about the game within the game. Those are two guys that don't generally play together, but you know, they can score from almost anywhere on the ice. It's nice having them paired together. And John Leonard couldn't quite touch on that one, so we'll get an icing call here with 16 and a half left to go in the first overtime.
Again, Charlotte doing a good job pushing the pace. That's a play you want to get here. Now you got tired bodies again, and Abbotsford with the advantage here late in the period. Again, there's those little things, but a lot of guys hovered over here trying to get out of this situation.
Now this is a big face-off here with 16 and a half left to go. In the Checkers defensive end, off to the right-hand side of Capo Kakkonen. It's Rasmus Asplund to take the draw. It's tied up in feet, sort of looking for it. Canucks set things up. Kierstead on the loose puck. He's going to bank off the glass out to center. Foot race for it. And we'll get a whistle here as that puck hit off of something on the benches. And why not? We'll have another stoppage here with 7.3 left to go.
They try to do it again. Excellent job by Charlotte on that. There you go, tired group, and they get the draw and get it out. At least get you a chance to get a little bit of a change. Get Cruzculo on the ice, going to keep Asplund and Sordiff out there for extra face-off guys, but at least to get at least one fresh body back out there.
Off the draw, one to the wall. Backhand opportunity, loose out in front, great stick there. The Checkers can chip towards the blue line. The Canucks run out of time in that rush, and we are headed to a second overtime. We are tied 3-3 here at the Beauplex. Game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals going to double overtime. Don't go anywhere. Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report is coming up. Of course, we'll have the highlights, we'll have the recap, and we'll start talking about what fatigue can do on a body going into the second overtime. 3-3. Checkers and Canucks. Don't go anywhere. Tar Heel Linen Service intermission report is coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup Finals on the Checkers Media Network.
Rev up your engines and get ready to roll, because Westside Twins is your ultimate destination for all things motorcycle. Our shop is stocked with an awesome selection of motorcycles, and our service and parts department is second to none. Plus, we're a North Carolina inspection station. Westside Twins Motorcycle Company is all things motorcycle, but that's not all. We're about you, family, and serving our community. Stop by and say hello. We're open Monday through Friday from 10 till 6 and Saturday from 9 till 4 at 2313 West Front Street in Statesville. Or you can visit us online at westsidetwins.com. We'll see you there.
Attention all home decor and comfort lovers. White Sales Home Furnishings and Flooring just received a huge truckload of spring air back support mattresses, and they're on sale now. All sizes and firmness levels available at unbeatable prices. Plus, we've got a massive selection of home furnishings, including sofas, recliners, tables, and more at spectacular savings. And that's not all. When you're ready to give your floors a makeover, we've got the best selection of carpet, hardwood, laminates, and more. Hurry in today to shop our incredible deals and revamp your home in style. White Sales, 583 Turnersburg Highway, Statesville.
Hey, we got Ryan Scott here at the Chevy store. Look at that bow tie. You guys got bow ties everywhere.
Bow ties all over this lot, and they are sizzling. They are sizzling with hot deals. Silverados, whether it's a regular cab, double cab, crew cab, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, an LT, an LTZ, a high country, you name it. Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville has it. That's right, there are that many Silverado trucks, but nobody discounts them like Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. Up to $8,000 off Silverados at Randy Marion Chevrolet in Statesville. You know where we are, right on I-40. Look for that spinning car, folks, because that is where the deals are.
Legal help in Iredell County is just a phone call away. The man we trust in Statesville, Sloan Goodforth, saves the day. He'll write your will, work the best plea deal, keep you out of jail and have you safe at home. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. 7044-9533-71. 7044-9533-71. You better phone Sloan, your defense attorney. You better phone Sloan.
This is William Morgan with Capital Management Group. Think of all the fads you've seen over the years. If they were meant to last, you'd still be wearing platform shoes, driving a Firebird, playing Pac-Man. But fads don't last, and that's true in finance too. So why do many big financial institutions promote the latest investment fads? Sure, they look good now, but it's doubtful they will stand the test of time. If that's how these firms handle their money, do you really want them managing yours? At Capital Management Group, we invest with sound economic principles, not in fleeting trends. This approach has served our clients well for several generations. Sound financial advice never goes out of style. Let's talk about how Capital Management Group can work for you. Call us at 704-878-6677 for a free consultation, or visit our website at mycmg.net.
Save the date, October 7th. Get ready for the Carolina Swap Shop's grand debut. We're rolling out the red carpet for a trading bonanza featuring the finest deals, trades, and finds from across central and western North Carolina. Whether you're in Mocksville, Asheville, or anywhere in between, this is your go-to marketplace for buying, selling, and trading. With 5 powerhouse radio stations amplifying the action, you won't miss a single deal. Tune in Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and dive into the swap-tastic excitement. Don't miss out. This is where the thrill of trading comes alive.
No messing around. Because this is serious. If your power goes out, your heat goes out, that might be okay for a few hours. But if it's a few days... Real serious. We have folks all over the area with a dependable generator from On Time Electrical. If the power goes out, your home stays on. And this time of year, that's serious. On Time Electrical keeps your home safe. And in the winter, we keep your power dependable.
Schedule today at dependable-on-time-electrical.com.
You know, these days there's an auto parts store on every corner, big flashy buildings with catchy jingles and slogans to get your attention. However, jingles and slogans doesn't mean you'll find the knowledge and service to get the parts that you need. What you need is Johnson's Automotive and Auto Value Auto Parts. Locally owned and operated, Johnson's gets it right the first time. No return trips or incorrect parts. Their 91 years of experience in the automotive parts industry guarantees you'll get the correct part for your vehicle the first time. Johnson's is proud to provide Auto Value Auto Parts, as well as Champion, Moog, Gates, Felpro, Wicks, and Wagner, just to name a few. You need a hydraulic line and need it fast? Well, Johnson's can make any hydraulic line you need in just a matter of minutes. You won't find this kind of service and knowledge at any chain store, only Johnson's. And right now, get Prime Guard Synthetic Blend Motor Oil for only $3.79 a quart when you buy 6 quarts or more. Support your local business. Shop local. Shop Johnson's Automotive, 1112 Shelton Avenue in Statesville. Well, you know, as the best traditional hardware store that Statesville has, Fort Dobbs Hardware provides a convenient location for people who want to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the big shopping centers. Fort Dobbs Hardware has just about everything you need, from plumbing, electrical, paint supplies, hardware, from nuts and bolts to door handles, home goods and tools. And we support local businesses in the area by buying locally produced.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. Well, one period wasn't enough. Regulation wasn't enough. One overtime period wasn't enough. We are headed to double overtime. Charlotte Checkers and Abbotsford Canucks. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson with you. Happy to have you guys alongside, hanging on with us till the end, because we know for sure it's going to be a thrilling ending no matter what.
Absolutely, and I thought we had it there a couple times in that overtime, and you know, the bottom line is you got to score to end it, but a pretty darn good response for the Checkers. Not a great third period, but I thought a fantastic overtime period. Everything they could do but score. So that had to be encouraging. But again, nothing to show for it. But at least they could be in the locker room and hopefully build off it.
Let's go ahead and give you a real quick breakdown of at least the goal scoring and give you the recap here. Max Sasson would get things started in the first period for Abbotsford, assisted by Sammy Blais and Kyrell Kudryavtsov to make it a 1-0 game. Checkers would get the next 3 in the contest. Mackenzie Entwistle's second of the postseason, his second in back-to-back games, assisted by Puljarvi and Kierstead. Kierstead would get another assist on the very next goal. That one scored by Oliver Okuliar, his third of the playoffs, assisted by Benning and the aforementioned Kierstead. Justin Sordiff will give the Checkers a 3-1 lead, his fourth of the postseason, assisted by Kyle Criscolo. That made it 3-1. Nate Smith would get the Canucks back within 1, assisted by Sammy Blais, who has 2 points in this game. And then Tristan Mueller would tie things up, Ty Mueller, assisted by Tristan Nielsen, to make it a 3-3 game. And that came all the way back at the midway mark of the third period, so we have not had a goal since then. Shots on goal in favor of the Checkers, 44-26 thus far. Checkers 0 for 5 on their cash pop power plays, 5 for 6 on their on-time electrical penalty kills. Just that first goal of the game is the only special teams tally that we have in this contest so far.
Yeah, both teams have had some good looks on their power play, but both teams have had some great chances shorthanded as well, including, obviously in overtime, a huge save by Kakinen on the shorthanded chance by the Canucks. So special teams hasn't always been the advantage for the team you thought it would be, but both goalies have come up with some huge saves in both situations.
Well, don't go anywhere. We've got the second period of overtime coming up in just a bit. We've got highlights coming before that, and we're going to get you all ready to go for sudden death overtime number 2. Calder Cup Finals game number 1. Checkers Canucks 3-3. This is the Checkers Media Network.
Life takes work. You could do it all yourself, but why? Someone delivers your dinner, trims your beard, and even mows your yard. At Autobell Car Wash, we don't believe in putting our customers to work. Take a moment to yourself while we clean your car from the inside out. Sure, you could clean your own car, but why? Plus, the Autobell app lets you save and earn rewards, because at Autobell Car Wash, we do the work so you don't have to.
People can tell when you Autobell.
The Independence Fund, located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a proud partner of the Charlotte Checkers, is committed to serving the warfighter community by providing innovative programs and services to support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual independence of our service members, combat veterans, their caregivers, families, and those allies who served in combat alongside our troops. To support this amazing organization and to learn how to be a hero for a hero, please go to www.independencefund.org.
Choosing a pet food can be confusing. Some dogs will eat anything. Others are picky. And some are just always gassy. They're kind of like humans in that way. Nutrisource makes it easy. Hey, it's Corey Heppola. Nutrisource has partnered with the brightest minds in the pet food industry to develop the ideal food for your pet. So no matter which formula you choose, Nutrisource guarantees perfect results. They love that you love your pet because they love and care about their pets. Nutrisource comes in a wide variety for all stages of your pet's life. And it's available at neighborhood pet stores throughout the region.
Now open wide. A little wider. Thank you. Joining the Army has many benefits. Getting a head start on a specialized career is just one of them. Great job on the flossing, sir. See you in 6 months.
I wouldn't miss it, Sergeant.
Soldiers can choose from 1,500 advanced training certifications. Get to know your Army at GoArmy.com.
Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. Charlotte Checkers, Abbotsford Canucks after one overtime period. Still no difference maker. It is 3-3. TJ Shalott, Derek Wilkinson, happy to have you alongside. And really that third period and that overtime, not a lot doing. Let's go ahead and show you what happened in the first overtime period. And Wilkie, when you talk about it, I mean, I think this is probably the most even a team has played against the Charlotte Checkers here in the postseason.
Yeah, had quite some time, and actually not only even, but certainly might have been the better team there for a large stretch of the regulation. But overtime saw a couple of early chances again by the Canucks. They hit a crossbar. Charlotte caught a break, and then really started to take over. Drew a couple penalties, got the power play, got some chances, couldn't find a way. But boy, oh boy, they look like the Checkers that we're more accustomed to there in that overtime period.
I think the story of overtime number one is the fact that Checkers had 2 power play opportunities and just came up blank again.
Yeah, the first, you want to get one of them anyways, but, the first one's a tough play by Di Giuseppe. He's obviously not trying to do that. The second one, though, that undisciplined penalty and the fact that, Charlotte couldn't make the Canucks pay is if this doesn't go their way is gonna hurt later on. So, but again, the puck's bouncing. It's tough to get a good play out of it, but you're going to have to find a way here to get a game to get a game one win. And I know everybody's excited about it. They just got to try to get the energy back going and find a way. But maybe it'll be a little different now that we're back in the same ends and maybe get a forecheck going here again.
Well, the Checkers obviously bolstered by those couple of power plays, only allowed 3 shots on goal from Abbotsford. So Capo Kakinen wasn't very busy in that overtime period. We'll see what overtime number 2 brings for us here from the Biscuit. 3-3 is your score. Checkers and Canucks, don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up after this. This is the Calder Cup Playoffs presented by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates on the Checkers Media Network.
Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance is back as the Checkers' official chiropractic care providers for the upcoming season. The Checkers know how important chiropractic care is as a component of their sports medicine routine, and so should you. Chiropractic care is rapidly being recognized as an appropriate option for the treatment of migraine headaches, tension, numbness and tingling, sports injuries, and more. Select a natural approach for your health and wellness and go where the pros go. Choose Queen City Chiropractic and Sports Performance. Find them online at queencitychiro.com.
Ed's Tavern now has 3 locations, so you're never far from a good time. Ed's Tavern is your family-friendly neighborhood restaurant and bar that offers many versatile settings. So whatever mood you're in for, wherever across town you might be, Ed's has you covered. Indoor and outdoor seating, televisions for the biggest games, and of course, the coldest brews and best food around. Check out Ed's at any one of their 3 locations, including Ed's Tavern Dilworth, Ed's Freemore Tavern, and the newest location, Ed's Lake Norman. Ed's Tavern, where new friends meet.
Hey, it's Jason from A&A Sales and Service. Summer's almost here.
Billy, it's just right around the corner. It's so nice and beautiful out there right now. I'm almost nervous to even talk about it, but we're ready. The grass is growing.
That's right. So you got some deals for us?
Well, it's spring of the year. Everybody's trying to get out in their yards, and Massey Ferguson and Gravely have stepped up and still have 0% on everything. We've got huge discounts on mowers right now, huge deals on hay equipment, because just before you know it, we're going to be cutting hay, and just like you're doing right now, you're out there in that yard already.
So, speaking of hay, you got a big hay event coming up in June?
Yep, we're excited. The 1st of June, we're going to have a big hay event up in the Harmony Union Grove area where we're going to display all of our Massey Ferguson Heston hay equipment. We got the Ag Extension involved with us too, so we hope to have a good turnout for that as long as the weather cooperates.
All right, A&A Sales and Service, where are you?
We're up on Highway 21, 618 Turnersburg Highway, just past Walmart. We're also on the interwebs and Facebooks. Please reach out and 704-876-6700.
Overtime number 2, just seconds away. Charlotte Checkers, Abbotsford Canucks, game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Who's going to be the hero in this one? The Checkers are 1-1 in overtimes this year in the postseason. On the other side, for Abbotsford, they are 4-1 in the previous 5 that they have played in. Checkers doing a nice job in that first overtime frame of limiting shots, only 3 on Capo Kakkonen. And Derek, you know, you're a goaltender and you only see 3 shots as this game wanes on. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, you know, you always want to stay busy enough, but the heat in the building, the fact that it was later, you know, you want to get into the game. I think once you get going, if you don't see as many, it's not as difficult, in my opinion anyways. You always, if you haven't seen it at the beginning of your game, you kind of get antsy a little bit. But by now, I think you're fine. I think Cap would really just like to see one go in the other end as soon as he could.
I think there's about 8,000 people in this building that would like to see that. Well, the players step to center ice. We get set and ready to go for the second overtime as the puck is down and we're underway. And it's going to look a little sloppy here, I think, as we go on, as these teams get a little bit tired. Your fine motor skills not quite as sharp as they were, and well, that could be what.
Yeah, you're really stressing, you know, short shifts obviously to keep the energy level up, but really hard puck plays. I mean, you may not have the legs, but you know, maybe you can make a good hard puck play and get out of trouble, right? That's what you're hoping to do.
There's Phil DiGiuseppe in the offensive end for the Canucks. He'll wrap all the way around. Waiting for it is Lockwood on the right side. Sends his man into the glass, but the Canucks control. DiGiuseppe, right wing circle. Drags into the high slot. Loose puck comes over to the left wing wall. Player trips, but it's still out in front. Shot in, save on Kakkonen. Out to Wu, right wing point. He's just going to tap this one down below the goal line. Bodies come tumbling here as Abbotsford out of the gate here in the first 50 seconds, controlling the pace of play. Baines on the right wing side. From the hashes, back to the point. Wolanin left wing side, shot in, saved by Kakkonen. Rebound chances, chipped up and over. Checkers can't clear the zone, kept in once again on the right point. The dump in will give them the chance.
Wonder if Abbotsford in the locker room said, you know, we got to get pushing back here. We got away with 2 penalties in overtime. It's our turn to make something happen here.
They made some mid-shift line changes there as guys were in the offensive end. I think they were looking for that extra edge with Baines into the zone, but now the Checkers, as they walk in, shot from Sordiff goes off of sticks high and wide. So we'll get a stoppage here as that hits the safety netting with 18:32 left to go here in the second period. Just a reminder, game number 2 is coming up on Sunday at 4 o'clock. Doors open here at 2:30 at Bojangles Coliseum. Get your tickets, charlottecheckers.com. We've got the Father's Day special running since, yes, Sunday is Father's Day, so buy 3, get 1 free. And make sure you give that to Dad. You can see the shot totals there on your screen, 47 and 28. As Artur Shilov's got a lot of well-deserved praise on how well he has played here in the postseason, and so far he's turned aside 44 or 47.
Yeah, it wasn't fake news.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Checkers in the offensive end. Wilmer Skoog with a Canuck coming to the ice. Getting some help here from Sordiff, who walks this one up. Back to Skoog, left wing corner. Skoog feeds below the goal line. Sordiff bumps off a hit, walks out in front. Puck is loose in the high slot. Checkers can't get it. Mike Benning comes over, shoulders his man down to the ice. His cross-ice feed is blocked down. In the left wing corner boards. It's taken here by Wooters. He's slammed into the glass, and now the Checkers will skate out with it. You know, you're looking at your veteran leaders here, I would think, in a moment like this to just kind of help these young guys and just talk them through it and make sure that they don't give up on plays and that they know where they're supposed to be, and it's a guy like Carrick.
Absolutely, and it's a lot of it happens in the locker room, right on the bench. That encouragement. It's not always not on the ice during the play, right? Everybody's doing their own thing, but just those little little taps keep everybody energized, keep everybody upbeat, and that's one of the strengths of the Charlotte Checkers. And quite frankly, Abbotsford as well.
Here's Entwistle as he steams that one up and over the elbow of the net. Good look there from the former Chicago Blackhawk.
Yeah. Love the shot mentality. Just everything you can, get it there and see what happens.
Put it above the waist. That seems to be the scouting report here as the Checkers have it. C.J. Smith, midseason acquisition for the Checkers. Sharp angle, saved by Shelovs. He'll hang on. 16:54 left to go here in overtime number 2. 3-3 Checkers and Canucks.
Yeah, we picked up on that pretty early with what we thought was the scouting report and getting pucks up high on Shelovs, but at the same time in overtime, good hard along the ice. Maybe he gets kicks out a rebound and you can bang one in that way. But biggest thing now is just hitting the net. You'd like to make the perfect shot, but we found off in overtime you just got to get it on there and see what happens. There's no point of overthinking it at this point.
Yeah, just go ahead and throw everything, including the kitchen sink, and see what happens.
Absolutely.
Back to the point. The Checkers get control here. He's bouncing around in the high slot. Lockwood looking for the puck in his feet. Will be taken away by DiGiuseppe. He flips up high in the air. His former teammate Trevor Carrick stops it here at center ice. Trying to get that one in deep. But the Canucks coming in with it. They couldn't field an errant pass a little too far. Now Charlotte will regroup. 16 and a half left to go here in the second overtime. Leonard cross ice feed, finds his man Asplund into the zone. Shot saved by Shelovs, and he'll cover up and get the whistle. I think traditionally, if this were the third period or the second period, he keeps that alive and plays it, but he's thinking about preservation right now.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe the bucket here.
Well, yeah, but I think I agree with you there. There was no danger for him to keep moving that puck, but again, guys are tired. Again, give them a chance to take another change if they want to, which they did. They did a wholesale. So again, good, smart, veteran goaltender there. Again, controlling the play the way he wants it, and that's a skill these guys learn. That's why they always say, playing as many games in the minors.
Oh, they score! It counts! Shelov wasn't paying attention, neither were we. The puck rolls in, and they score. The Checkers take game 1.
Well, we're gonna have to hold on here. We said I hadn't seen Bizarre. That was a legal face-off. The goalie was not ready, but that was a legal face-off. I mean, the sticks were down, in my opinion.
There is a Congress at center ice.
Oh,
they're going to wave it off. Head coach Jordy Kinnear on the bench. Shelovs had his back turned to the play.
The sticks are down. The sticks are down. The sticks are down. I don't understand. I get it. He was fixing his equipment. The sticks were down. Wow.
How can you overturn that?
I don't know how you can overturn it. I can honestly say I've never seen this one. I've seen a lot. I've never seen this one.
So let's see. I mean, they're still talking about it with the Checkers players, but
I just don't understand what's overturnable. I mean, it's a legal face-off.
Sticks are down. Guys are ready.
None of the officials stopped the play.
No.
None of the officials stopped the play. So I don't understand.
And this is head coach Jordy Kinnear getting the explanation right now from Stephen Hiff, our official.
I mean, I understand you don't want it to end. Well, we would like it to end like that. But at the same time, none of the other officials on the ice stopped the play. Only until it went in the net did they stop the play. That's confusing to me. This will be.
I have never seen anything like this.
I've never seen anything like it, but I also I don't understand why. Here we go again. So, well,
head coach Kinnear is showing visible emotion, which is not something you see out of him unless it's serious. Well, let's see if the Checkers can go ahead and maybe make Artur Shelov's pay. Havorka shot, save Shelov's rebound is loose and he'll cover up. I I don't understand how you can have every single player but one ready, all the officials ready, drop the puck and then say, no, it's not a goal.
I don't understand that either. I mean, it's an unfortunate situation. I just don't understand. None of the other officials on the ice stopped the play. So it was a legal face-off.
Is it, and this might be my just inexperience, but is it not on the other linesmen to ensure that everybody is set and
correct.
ready?
Right. It's an official's mistake, but the puck goes in the net. So I don't I don't know. That's a tough one there.
Okay.
But we have all the supervisors, all the league officials are here. I'm sure we'll get some type of explanation, but I can assure you the guys in red and the guys behind the bench, it's not going to be a good one.
You can hear the fans here inside Bojangles.
Well, rightfully so. I mean, it's a strange play. You know, there's probably some type of rule for it, but you know, hopefully it doesn't go the other way now.
Off the face-off. Kokkonen will stop in this dump-in attempt. Backhands this one all the way around. On the left wing side, Blake has control of the puck in the left wing corner boards. Checkers play this one back around. Sharp angle, saved by Kokkonen. Off the rebound, comes out. Left wing corner boards. Checkers can chip out into the neutral zone. Here's Puljujarvi up across the blue line. Puljujarvi, his pocket is picked. CJ Smith was there trying to help out. It'll go the other way. Now the Checkers out of their own defensive end. Sort of speeds in the offensive end. His sharp angle shot blocked down loose out in front. Chips in on Shilovs, and he'll make the save.
Well, the crowd certainly hasn't lost their energy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know what?
There's going to be a lot of people that walk out of here tonight talking about that, and I don't know if anybody has a good explanation.
There's one thing I've learned about the hockey faithful that are out there. Heartbeat could be 1 beat per minute, but that's still plenty to boo the officials.
That's right.
Justin Sordiff wins a clean draw back. It's taken here. Steves has space, walks up, shot, saved by Shilovs. Off the rebound, it's punched all the way back out into the neutral zone. The Checkers will get control here. 15:08 left to go in the second overtime. Up across the blue line, into the offensive end. Steves finds Okuliar, feeds over, left wing side. Blast from Leonard, glove save, Shilovs. What a good looking play there, catching Leonard off the bench, and his rip stopped by Shilovs.
Again, great. The plan of attack here right now is fantastic. Again, just pushing the play, getting everything you can at the net, and you know, Steve-O with a great chance. Leonard, you want him shooting the puck there, and you know, got to keep putting the pressure on the goaltender. But you know, next up is maybe a little bit of traffic if you can get a little selfish here. But great pressure here by Charlotte.
Well, if there's anything from that no goal that's come from it, it seems like the Checkers have found a little bit of momentum, almost, you know, to spite the officiating crew as they keep this one in the zone. Here's a shot in, saved by Kokkonen. Checkers will play this one up. Lockwood chipping forward, glove down here by Asplund, throws on the brakes, left wing hashes. Asplund wrapping this one back behind the net. Sassana right wing side. Finds his man. It'll be taken here, Vilmanis. Back to Sassana, right point, hops his stick. And the Checkers are forced to just flip that one back in.
You get that last, about 25 or so minutes here. The Charlotte's done a really good job of, again, pushing Abbotsford back and really putting a lot of pressure on them. And you'd think they'd get rewarded here again at some point, but they've certainly done a really good job pushing the play north.
Taken here by the Charlotte Checkers as they pass across. And now the Canucks out of their own defensive end. They'll walk up. Kudryavtsov dumping in. Trevor Carrick will find it here for Charlotte. Now Blais. As he tries to walk his way in, the Checkers knock that one free. 2-on-2 through the neutral zone. Here's Puljujarvi. His shot saved by the netminder Shilovs. A little bit of a no-look shot there as Shilov swallows it up. And let's go ahead and bring in the third member of our broadcast crew, Kendall Smith. Kendall, what do you make of this whole no-goal thing?
Been going through during these overtime periods. Massive credit to the athletic training staffs. They're providing the water, the electrolytes, the Gatorade, anything these guys need, because it is physically and mentally exhausting. I'm standing behind both benches down here, and just each team trying to find the will to keep going, trying to find that one little momentum shifting play that can change the nature of this game. So just feeling for all of these guys down here that are struggling through this OT period.
Long-range shot off of bodies. This puck goes wide. Thank you so much, Kendall. It's going to get crazy here as this game continues to drag on. You're seeing the traditional red sweaters of the Charlotte Checkers looking a little bit more and more maroon as the sweat dampens them, as these guys are playing now, I mean, almost an extra game and a half now at this point, tacked on. Checkers with the puck in the offensive end, off a turnover. Here's Smith, drop pass back. Couldn't connect with Puljujärvi, a little too hot for the skater coming into the offensive end. Good defensive play there. Matt Kierstead upends his man. Now the Checkers with it. Here's Rasmus Asplund, drops for Puljujärvi. Puljujärvi right wing side. His shot chipped off sticks and will go up and out of play with 12:43 left to go in the second overtime. Tied 3-3.
Yeah, again, just excellent, little things play here by the Checkers, and you just gotta love the effort moving pucks forward, and you hope it goes their way at this point. It's not always about who deserves to win and who actually ends up winning, but you got to figure out if Charlotte can keep this pressure up, they're going to find a way.
Offensive zone draw here. Rasmus Asplund wins the draw to the wall. John Leonard pushes back to the point. Sassana over to Carrick. Wrapped all the way around, right wing hashes. It'll come out to the top of the circle. Sassana battling for it here. Getting a little bit of help from Asplund. It's chipped back behind the net, foot race for it. Leonard chops at it, manages to keep the zone. His feet up for Asplund, intercepted. It has been all Charlotte here in this second overtime. You have that no goal, which is the weirdest no goal I've ever seen, and they've still maintained offensive attack time.
You're absolutely correct. And again, you could have folded a little bit, feeling bad for yourself, but they certainly haven't. They keep pushing, and the hockey guys don't always work the way you want them to, but they've done everything they can to this point to pull this one out.
All you got to do is hope that the hockey gods are at least righteous in that way, right?
Well, that's what you're hoping at this point, but we know how that works.
That's true. In the offensive end, here come the Canucks, but they get upended. And the Checkers going the other way. Here's Mike Benning up across the blue line. Over the left wing side, sort of. His shot saved by the netminder Shilovs. Rebound out in front. Puck is still loose. All kinds of chaos, and we finally get a whistle. 11:34 left to go here in the second overtime. 3-3 is your score. And Shilovs making a couple of saves there as it was crazy behind the net.
The play we've been talking about that we've been looking for, and Benning comes up a little limp there, but again, good wide speed, going to the net, that textbook hockey, try to jam one in, and Shilovs again there with the save. He's certainly taken over as the star of this game, and not what we wanted, but that's good hockey there for sure. That's the way you're going to have to jam one in here, and you need a little bit more of that. You just hope we can keep the energy up. The Canucks came out, pushed hard in that first couple shifts there, and then it's been all Charlotte since.
Well, Mike Benning was the man in on the play, and he got tumbled into it first. It was Oliver Okuliar, who, that junkyard dog mentality that you alluded to earlier in this game, he saw that puck, and man, the eyes got wide.
Oh, yeah.
He went in, he ended up taking out his own teammate, and then there was more chaos around Benning. So
that's where he likes to go.
Hopefully he's doing okay, because the Checkers cannot afford another injury to a D-man, as right now they've been without Tobias Bjornfoot for a little bit.
Oh boy.
We've got a delay a game call coming here. The Checkers are headed to the box. 11:17 left to go here in the second period. They are back to the on-time electrical penalty kill. Nicholas Havorka guilty of delay of game. All right, let's get one shorthanded. What do you say?
Yeah, that'd be another opportune time to do that. But I get those mental errors, right? Kind of an unforced play there by Horvorka going to his backhand to get it out, gets a bad bounce at the ice, and again in a tough spot here. Abbotsford calling their timeout. It's a smart play to get organized. They know this is their time to win this one. It's not been going their way, and they're kind of gifted a chance here. And if you're Charlotte, you got to gut out one more and hope for your magic. But just a unforced error in a way, but it is a penalty in hockey to do that.
That's one of those where there's no choice if you're the officials. You got to call. There's no judgment call about it.
It's not close. You got to do it. So
Checkers have killed off 6 of the 7 Abbotsford power plays in this game so far. And you mentioned it earlier, playing with fire. This is an Abbotsford team that is so strong on the power play and have been all throughout the postseason. Coming into this game, they were converting at 90.2%. They had at 90.6% on the power. My bad. I'm getting tired here too. 22% coming into the game. I was looking at their penalty kill.
And they've had some really good. They had their goal right off the bat. And they've had some really good looks on their other plays. So it again not ideal, but you got to kill first and then go from there.
Well, they start with a clear, and that wipes out 15 seconds as the Canucks come into the offensive end. I think what you got to be a little bit leery of is the fact that this might give some momentum back to the Canucks after they really didn't have any here in this second overtime. There's a miscommunication there. He got drugged down. He and Kierstead were on different pages, but
got away with one there.
They did. Into the offensive end. Baines will leave here into the high slot. Shot blocked down. Rebound is loose out in front. Checkers on it. And they can send it the length of the ice. It'll skip just to the right of Shilovs with 1:15 left to go in the on-time electrical penalty kill.
I'll tell you what, that was incredibly encouraging. Bjornfoot, I think that was his first shift in a long time, was out there to kill a penalty. I don't know how much he had in him, but he took a shift for the boys there. So that was huge.
And it's good to see Mike Benning is back out there. So should be the full complement, or at least 5.5 of your 6 defenders out there. As Abbotsford comes into the zone on the right wing side. Here's Blais. Has it on the right wing wall. Down to the base of the right wing circle. Centering feed. Great defensive play there by Benning. Getting down low in that passing lane. The Checkers can clear.
That was a good play. Good setup by Abbotsford trying to expose the guy by himself in front of the net, and Benning with another excellent play.
Up across the blue line into the offensive end. Max Sasson had the game's first goal way back in the first period. We are tied 3-3 here in the second overtime. If you're just joining us, the Checkers trying to kill off a penalty. Sharp angle shot. They score! And a power play goal in overtime gives Abbotsford the victory after a no goal on a clearly legal face-off. What a tough break. So the Abbotsford Canucks will take game number 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Final score 4-3, a power play goal, icing it here for the visitors.
Again, a tough call. It happens in overtime. Some of them don't go your way, but again, another goal right from that spot that they've taken advantage of all game and got their first one from there, got this one from there, and a heck of a shot. It's through a screen, but again, special teams favor definitely won the Canucks game 1, that's for sure, and their goaltender obviously, but special teams came back to bite Charlotte and on the power play, and the penalty kill just couldn't hold on one more time.
So the Checkers lose this one by a final score of 4-3. I'm not on the internal communication, so I'll be curious on Sunday to hear what you hear on what that was all about with that face-off. And, look, I'm not arguing that Shilovs wasn't ready,
Correct,
but I am 1,000% arguing that everybody else, including the officials that were on the ice, were absolutely ready.
Yes.
That's a goal. That's a really tough break as the Checkers fall in this one by a final score of 4-3. You can't dwell on it anymore. The Checkers lose their first game in their last 9. It's a tough break. Game 1 goes to Abbotsford, the road team here. Let's go ahead and give you a real quick recap. Then we're going to get our final thoughts, and we'll get you all going as the Checkers fall in game number 1. Max Sasson with his 5th goal of the postseason, assisted by Sammy Blais and Kirill Kudryavtsov to make it a 1-0 game. Then the Checkers would get their 3 goals of the contest in a row. Mackenzie Entwistle second from Jesse Puljujarvi and Matt Kierstead. Oliver Okuliar's third from Mike Benning and Matt Kierstead. Justin Sordev, his 4th of the postseason from Kyle Criscolo. And then it was Nate Smith from Sammy Blais, Ty Mueller from Tristan Nielsen, and the game winner coming off the stick of Danila Klimovic. So that is your official recap. Shots on goal in favor of the Checkers, 64-30. And it's just been it's a tough one. What can you do?
Yeah, that's, you know, all losses, whether you lose by 7, you lose by 1. But, you know, I think Charlotte probably felt like for the majority of the game they were the better team and didn't get rewarded for it. But again, had opportunities to score on the power play at critical times and just didn't find a way. And you know, and Abbotsford made one more play at the end of it. But the good news is in 2019 we lost the first one at home too and went on to win the next 4, including 3 on the road. So it's a 4-7 for a reason, that's for sure.
Well, the Charlotte Checkers fall in game number 1. We are back at it on Sunday for game number 2. Tickets are still available. Head to charlottecheckers.com to get your seats and check out the Father's Day special. Buy 3, get 1 free. Puck drop at 4 o'clock. Doors open at 2:30. We will be with you the whole way. 4 o'clock, we will be on the air right here on all of these same stations, including WCNC Charlotte 36.2 and all of the audio locations for everybody with the Charlotte Checkers, including Paul Branicki and Nick Nijelski in our communications department, as well as our engineers up here in the booth, Ed Albert and Justice Wallace. For Derek Wilkinson, my name is TJ Shalott, voice of the Charlotte Checkers. Thanks so much for hanging out with us all night. Abbotsford takes game 1. We're back at it on Sunday. This has been a production of the Charlotte Checkers Media Network.
This is the Calder Cup playoffs on the Checkers Media Network.
Doing a home improvement project? Well, chances are you're going to need some tools and equipment, and it may go way beyond what you can dig out of your tool bench in your garage. You could buy the tools and equipment that you need, or you could hire a professional to do the work for you. But those are both pretty expensive options. Instead, head over to Eagle Rentals. It's the cost-effective alternative to buying a large piece of equipment or paying a steep hourly rate to those professionals. Eagle can rent you just about any tool or machine for construction, landscaping, and many other home improvement projects. Eagle Rentals, with locations in